Yeah. $20.
We're all clear, Johnny, because I've assured them that you have more than adequate federal security clearance. After all, you were permitted to investigate that missing missile matter.
No, wait a minute.
So, in spite of the fact this sort of thing isn't exactly covered by the insurance we've written for them, well, I wish you'd go over there right away.
Wait a minute, will you? Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. This emergency and all. This is George Reed, Floyd's of England, here in Hartford. Now, Johnny, if you're
Holy George, don't tell me you're in your office at this ungodly hour.
Johnny.
It isn't even 9 a.m. yet.
I know. I just got here a few minutes
Well,
ago.
what's the big emergency?
A phone call I just received from Dr. Thomas Rayburn. Do you know him? Who he is?
Rayburn? No.
He's the head of Nuclear Processors Incorporated.
Where's that?
Out on Woodland, beyond the north end of town. You know, that large group of concrete buildings at the edge of Piney Woods.
Nuclear processors, huh?
Yes, that's right. Now, we handle all the insurance on the place and its equipment, though I understand there's no actual coverage in this specific instance. Nonetheless...
What do you mean?
Nonetheless, because they're a client, in view of our reputation for extraordinary service at all times, plus the sizable premiums we collect from them, well, I hardly think we should let this call...
Yeah, well, what's bothering this Dr. Rayburn out there?
Something very important has been stolen, he tells me.
Like what?
I don't know, he wouldn't say. But he did imply it's something vital to the outer space rocketry program.
Okay, George.
So, in view of the fact you have security clearance...
Yeah, I said okay.
And the fact it'll take some hours for an investigator to come up from Washington...
Yes, George.
Plus the fact he made it plain the time element is...
George.
Important. And since you're right here within a few miles...
George, stop yammering and hang up that phone so that I can... Okay, baby. Oh.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
For the 11th straight year, Camel outsold every other cigarette, filter, king size, and regular. The best tobacco makes the best smoke. So if you're smoking more now but enjoying it less, change to Camels. Get more real satisfaction every time. Start to really enjoy smoking again. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have Camel.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, North American Office, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the nuclear goof matter. Expense account item 1, 40 cents for some coffee and a couple of soggy donuts along the way during my drive out to nuclear processors. A tall, heavy wire fence surrounded a group of squat, windowless buildings, partially hidden by the huge oak and fir trees of Piney Woods. At a sort of glorified sentry box beside the gate stood not one, but 3 armed guards. One of them was chewing out the other 2. But he stopped long enough to look over my credentials, make a phone call from inside the sentry box, then open the gate for me. He directed me to a big steel door in the otherwise unbroken face of one of the nearby buildings. There, after I parked my car, another guard took me inside. He led me through a perfect maze of long, narrow corridors with heavy wooden doors at the sides, all of them closed. From somewhere in the building came the almost ominous hum of machinery, big, powerful machinery. Or maybe I felt it rather than actually heard it. Finally, we came to a door with a single name Rayburn on it.
Come in. Come in, Mr. Dollar.
Dr. Rayburn?
Come in and sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks. Only how do you stand it in here, Doctor?
I beg your pardon?
Well, compared to this place, the city morgue is real cheerful.
I'm afraid these buildings were put here not for decoration, but to carry on the very important scientific work we have undertaken.
Yeah, something to do with rocketry, I understand.
Partially.
And does that mean space probes, lunar shots, atomic missiles, and so on?
Yes, something of the sort. Now, the time is of the very essence, Mr. Dollar. I take it Mr. Reed of Floyd's of England was somewhat vague about why I asked for you?
That's the understatement of the week. But he told me something's been stolen.
Yes. A minutely small quantity of highly radioactive substance that is vital to a new concept in cyclotrons. That is to say, atom smashing.
Oh, something like radium or uranium or strontium or...
Yes, something like one of those elements. The point is that outside of the protective paramagnetic field in which we keep it here, it can become dangerous, terribly dangerous, within a matter of hours.
Oh, how dangerous?
The tiny amount in the container that was stolen. That container made of lead is no larger than this book, by the way. Well, Dollar, although its chain reaction is limited, there's enough in that container to wipe out a small city.
What you said within a matter of hours, Doctor.
The chain reaction could begin in anywhere from 4 to 6 hours from the time it left here, depending on temperature and whatever shocks and vibration to which it might be subjected.
And unless it's found, brought back here.
Exactly. That is why I was afraid to wait for the men to get up here from Washington.
But you have told them about this.
I've told them everything. They've promised to have men up here immediately.
Do you know exactly when the stuff was stolen?
It's now 9:34.
Yeah.
Dr. Rallinoff left here with this material at exactly 7:46.
Rallinoff?
Dr. Igor Rallinoff, the man who stole it from us.
But if you know...
If only he knew the terrible potential destructive power of this thing he's carrying about with him. You must find him, Mr. Dollar. It must be returned to us before it's too late.
Here's Hollywood star Mona Freeman.
Who feels like acting with a miserable cold? I relieve cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains and headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When a cold strikes, do what I do. Take 4-way cold tablets. It's the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents.
Now, here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Does dandruff dull your hair, leave scalp itchy? Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo and get rid of unsightly dandruff in 3 minutes. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, unsightly dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Nuclear Goof Matter. Yes, Mr. Dollar. Dr. Igor Sergei Rallinoff, whom I myself called in to work with us on one of our important secret projects. But it was one that had nothing whatsoever to do with this dangerous radioactive material he has stolen from us. He does not realize the potential death and destruction he's carrying about with him.
He doesn't know what it is? Then why did he steal it?
Not knowing what it was, not knowing its destructive power, he nevertheless must have realized it would be of importance to, shall we say, to a foreign government.
Rallinoff.
You see, because of pressure from Washington on the project to which I had assigned him, well, I had employed him. I alone am responsible for bringing him here before obtaining a final security clearance on him.
Oh, then I guess you're in real trouble.
If you can find him, if you can return that leaden container with that
deadly material in it.
And you have no idea where he might have gone when he took off from here?
We have only his address and a list of the names of some of his friends here in Hartford.
Now, let me have them.
Yes, of course. I'll have my secretary get them for you right away.
I don't know who your contacts in Washington are, but have you notified the FBI of this?
Not yet. After all, Mr.
Then do it right away. Call the New York office. If nothing else, they'll at least be able to tell you if this running off is a spy.
I'm afraid he can be nothing else. If only the guards had questioned his leaving so soon after he got here.
If only you hadn't hired him in the first place without getting a proper clearance on him.
But his recommendations were excellent. His references. I got no negative reports.
Oh, let's face it, Doctor, you're in trouble whether we find him or not.
I know.
To say nothing of what'll happen if heat or vibration or something triggers off that chain reaction you were talking about. Or even just the passage of time.
I know.
Give me those names and addresses.
And more important, this, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, what's this?
A detector. A sort of adaptation of the Geiger counter. In very compact form. It reacts only to this material that was stolen.
Then if I get near him and he has the stuff with him?
It will make a clicking sound like a Geiger counter. Now, this tiny needle will move and indicate the degree of radioactivity.
All right, good.
Provided, of course, this switch is on.
I see.
But be very gentle.
Oh?
It's extremely delicate, like a fine watch. So be very careful. Very gentle with it.
Okay, Doctor, I'll take care of it. Now, give me that list of names and addresses. Expense account item 2420 for a tank full of gas, and I really stepped on it getting back to town. The delicate little instrument on the seat of the car beside me. Simple-looking device. A tiny metal box with a switch on the front, a dial on the face of it with the needle pointing at 0. Even when I turned on the switch. Even the radium on the dial of my wristwatch got no response from it. I decided to go first to Runenoff's address, way the other side of town, south of Colt Park. Then it suddenly occurred to me that in all the rush I'd failed to get a description of the man I was looking for, or even a photograph of him. Oh, sure, with a name like Runenoff and a scientist, it wouldn't be too hard to picture him mentally in a general sort of way. And if there was a landlord or landlady at the place he lived, even a neighbor, I could get all the description of him I'd need. Nonetheless, within a few blocks of the place, I decided to stop somewhere and telephone Dr. Rayburn. You know something? That decision got me nothing but trouble and delay. At the next corner was a drugstore. I knew there'd be a phone booth. I watched the bus pull away from the corner, then drove in to park, not seeing the young fellow who just stepped off the bus until it was too late. Good Lord, I killed him. All right, folks, please, listen, look, it was an accident. Now, look, he'll be okay. Come on, help me, somebody, will you please? Pick up his bag there, and I'll get him to a hospital. Help me.
Here, I'll help you, mister. You think he's still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. He'll be all right. Please, open the door for me.
Well, sure. And here's his briefcase.
Toss it in back.
Sure. There.
Now, when the police come, tell them I've taken him over to General Hospital, please, will you?
Yeah, sure.
The nice-looking young blonde fellow I'd struck down was still unconscious when I got him to the hospital, but apparently had no broken bones or internal injuries. I showed my credentials, told him to notify the police of what had happened, that I'd be available whenever they wanted to question me. I told them to give him the best possible care, that I'd foot the bill. Then I went back to my car and took off again, cursing the delay that my own carelessness had brought about, because I knew the terrible danger to wherever Runenoff might be because of the deadly package he was carrying. Because of the... And then I saw it. Where the shock and impact of my sudden stop had knocked it to the floor when I'd struck the young blonde fellow. The delicate device that could have been the one, the only way of detecting that radioactive material. My one sure way of spotting Runenoff. It was ticking merrily away. Switch on or off, it didn't make any difference. Ticking away. Broken. Utterly useless.
We'll continue with the third act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in exactly 1 minute.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, It's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Nuclear Goof Matter.
Driving fast, but a lot more carefully, I went to Rolanoff's address. On a nondescript sort of side street, it turned out to be a rather cheap-looking rooming house. Hardly the kind of place you'd expect to be the residence of an important scientist. But it was the address Dr. Rabin had given me. And if I could find there some clue as to where he was, where he'd gone. Oh, come on.
What's the matter with you? This door ain't locked.
Listen, ma'am.
You Mr. Parker, the man that telephoned?
Parker? No, listen. Dr. Rolanoff's room.
Room? Oh, he's got 3 of them, regular apartments.
Yeah, where?
Only you won't find him there. Not him, anyway.
Where, I said. Please, come on.
Well, it's up on the 3rd floor.
Okay, thanks.
That's the whole floor, yeah.
Okay.
Who are you? What do you want, anyhow?
Oh, great. I didn't get the key from her. Well, there's no time for that now. Here. The shades and drapes were tightly drawn. The room was dark. I felt my way along the side of the wall looking for a light switch, then gave up and headed over toward one of the windows. I never got there.
You're not Parker.
Huh?
I thought not. Bag with you, so you aren't Rolanoff either. Okay, then, buddy, let's have some light in here and see who you are. If you're one of his pals, come here to... Huh? Oh, you can't... Oh, what do you certainly look like? Now, maybe you've got some identification. This card case. Holy smoke, it is.
Now, you just look at here, mister. When I let you in here, you didn't say
Will you listen to me?
this was going to
I
happen.
haven't got time to explain. Just get me some water and a towel and a washcloth, please. Go ahead.
You listen here.
Will you please do as I tell you? Now, go ahead. Johnny. Come here, Johnny. Look, I'm sorry, old man. I had no idea it was you that you'd be coming up here. Johnny boy, can you hear me? Johnny. Yes, Stacy. That's right. Now, come on.
Stacy Ringler.
That's right, Johnny. Look, I'm sorry.
FBI.
No, Johnny, I'm with Nucleonic Investigation Department now. Easy, baby.
And it's you I got to thank for this.
Yeah, Johnny, I'm sorry as the devil. I had no way of knowing it. All right? All right, now listen to me, Johnny.
Yeah.
Listen. You're working on that stuff that was stolen from nuclear processing?
Yeah.
Harry Parker and I came up from Washington on it. We came in by jet. Now listen. Rolanoff must have thought he had plenty of time, that they wouldn't miss that stuff until tomorrow when they planned to work on it. Well, rather than arouse suspicion by galloping out of town, he was taking his time. But we got here in a big hurry.
All right.
I holed up here in his rooms, and Parker was checking on how he'd get over here from that plant in case he came back here. Are you listening to me?
I'm listening. Go ahead, man.
He was there in the drugstore at the bus stop. He was about to close in on Rolanoff when you ran him down.
When I what?
You ran him down, Johnny. Rolanoff, with your car.
That young, good-looking blonde guy?
Yes.
That was Rolanoff?
That was Rolanoff.
Then Stace...
Parker couldn't get through to him with that crowd around him. He didn't have time. He just saw you pile him into your car and take off.
And I, not knowing who he was...
Thanks to a couple of traffic cops where you tore through some red lights, he traced you to the hospital. You'd left, but he put the cuffs on all of them. And you didn't know who he was.
Oh, I was kicking myself for my goof.
Well, baby, that's the greatest goof you ever pulled.
Well, now, wait, Stace. Yeah? The radioactive material.
Well, that we haven't got yet, or any sign of it.
Then somebody in that mob...
That's right, Johnny. But don't you see, unless we can find that stuff...
I know, and there isn't much time. Come on, Stace. The only thing we can do is start the search for it there at the bus stop.
Johnny, unless we can locate every one of the people who were there. And Parker said there was a big crowd by the time he got out of that drug... Hey, where'd you get this?
A detector for radioactive.
Yes, I know. Where'd you get it?
Dr. Rayburn gave it to me. Thank heaven the darn thing is run down now.
It's what?
It fell off the seat. It must have got busted.
What do you mean?
It was clicking like mad, even with the switch off. Busted.
No.
Huh?
Busted or not, Johnny, there's only one thing in the world that could have made it operate. Don't you see, until it ran down the tiny battery that was...
Are you sure of that?
Of course I am. Now, where was it when you heard it make the clicking? Johnny, tell me what's the matter.
Good Lord.
Yeah, come on.
Look, behind the seat.
What is it? The briefcase of yours, Basil?
Stace, the man who helped me put it in the car.
Where's the gun?
Gently, Stace.
What?
Not mine. Rollinov's.
Then it's weight.
The lead container with the stuff in it.
Then your goof really paid off.
Yeah. What time is it?
It's 11:38. 39.
Would go off in 4 to 6 hours. After 7:46 this morning. That means we have exactly 7 minutes.
Yeah. Johnny, can we make it back to the plant in time?
Unless some sudden change in temperature, some shock or vibration sets it off. I'll drive as fast as I dare.
Okay, Johnny.
Hold it gently, Stace.
Yeah.
And maybe you'd better pray a little. By some miracle, we made it. But only seconds before that tiny mass of nuclear destruction was due to become critical. Yeah, we made it by the skin of our teeth. But, after all, what more could you ask? Expense account total... Oh, so what? I needed a tank full of gas anyway. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star has a word or two for you about next week's show.
Thank you, Daniel. You're a good man.
Well, thank you, Johnny.
I'm going to miss you. Next week, well, let's face it, the case I have to work on has more twists and turns and angles than anything you can imagine. It's called the merry-go-round matter, and believe me, the name fits. It all starts out with the loss of a valuable object of art, but from the collection of the wildest, most unpredictable old character I've ever known. What's more, he has a friend along, another character, just to complicate matters. And I'll tell you this, you'll get more than one chuckle out of the whole affair. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, G. Stanley Jones, Bartlett Robinson, Sam Edwards, and Stacey Harris. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Dan Cubberley speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true story of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
The search for Whitehall 1212 is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. You will now hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is custodian of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard.
Many of the objects on exhibit here in the Black Museum, as you undoubtedly know, are weapons of murder. They're not always knives, bludgeons, guns. Murder is done with a great variety of instruments never intended for that unpleasant task. These wrinkled sheets of what appears to be black blotting paper have been responsible for a great many deaths. In fact, they were manufactured for that purpose and sold openly years ago. It's true that most of the deaths these papers caused were perfectly legal, in fact, to be desired. But these particular ones figured in a case of most revolting murder. You see, these are old-fashioned flypapers. Once they were impregnated with arsenic, soaked in water and left standing about in a saucer, they furnished a working solution of pure arsenic. The flies who sipped it found their way at once through the pearly gates. So did any unwary pets who sampled it and some careless people. On the 20th of September, 1911, a rather shabby fat man called on Inspector Oliver Peters at his office in New Scotland Yard.
My name is Pete Van Hals, Inspector. I live in Finsbury Park.
Finsbury Park, let me think. That's near Holloway Prison.
It's just beyond Holloway Road, yes, sir.
Yes. Well, what brings you here, sir?
Well, sir, to put it quite plainly, my aunt is dead.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr.
Van Hals, sir. Pete Van Hals.
I'm sorry to hear about your aunt, sir. But to what?
My aunt was not... how shall I say it?
I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Van Hals. Say what?
Well, I mean she was not very nice.
Oh.
I'll be perfectly frank with you, Inspector Peters. May I sit down?
By all means, sir.
Thank you. My aunt had money.
Oh.
Oh, no, not a great deal, I suppose, in some ways, but quite a good sum. And what I have always expected would be my share one day. Considerable sum to me, you see.
And you didn't get it?
No, I didn't. Of only me and my wife. Naturally, we expect to... She lived with us.
When she died?
Well, no. I must admit we quarreled once in a while.
I see.
Oh, no, you don't see. I mean, that wasn't it. Although we haven't seen her for nearly a year, still...
Blood is thicker than water, you're going to say?
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. Blood is thicker than water. That's what I always tell my wife.
You said your aunt wasn't living with you.
No, she'd gone to live with the family in Tollington Park. That's a street, Tollington Park, in Finsbury Park. Only a little way from where my wife and I live.
That's where your aunt died?
Yeah, that's where she died. In this fellow's house, and then I wasn't even told about it till after she was dead and buried. I was the only living relation, and I expected...
And you weren't mentioned in the will at all?
Oh, yes, I was mentioned in the will. Oh, yes. Yes, I was in it.
Well, then I don't understand.
I was left £10. And I didn't even get that. I
well,
don't
Mr.
think
Van
that...
Hals, I'm sorry.
And £10 was all the money she had left.
What?
That was all the money she had, I tell you.
Where was the rest of it?
He had it.
Who?
This Simons, this man who... Her landlord, the fellow who owns the place where she was living.
How did he get it?
I don't know. But he had it. He still got it. That's not all. She left me £10,
yes.
But he showed me where he'd spent £11, 10 shillings, 10pence halfpenny for her funeral expenses. £1 and 1 shilling and 10pence halfpenny more than my paltry legacy.
Well?
And since I was next of kin, I had to pay it. So my rich aunt dies, and I am out 30 shillings.
30 shillings and a halfpenny.
What do you think of that, sir?
Well, Mr. Van Hals, I'm dreadfully sorry for you.
But can't you do anything about it?
How do you know he's got the rest of her money?
Why, he showed me the papers.
Oh.
Looks legal to me, but I'm sure it's not. Look here, Inspector, I don't want it all. I want only my share, but as the sole surviving relative, well, it was a lot of money.
Was it?
Well, £4,000 isn't tram fare, Inspector.
£4,000?
£4,000.
Well, my best advice to you, Mr. Van Hals, is to consult a solicitor.
Solicitor?
You need to have someone look at those papers you spoke about. You're sure they were signed by your aunt?
Why do you think I came to Scotland Yard, Inspector?
Well, now.
My aunt, may the Lord rest her poor soul, had a fine marble tomb she bought for herself in Highgate. Paid £700 for it. She always talked about being placed in it when she passed away.
And?
This fellow Simons, he knew about it. My aunt was always talking about her last resting place. He knew about it all right. You know what he did?
I'm sure I don't.
He had her buried... I didn't even know she was dead. He had her buried in a common grave in Islington with 8 other bodies.
Well...
But don't you know murderers do that?
That was no basis for an accusation of murder, of course. But the circumstances did warrant an investigation, Inspector Peters thought. So he paid a visit to Bertram Simons, the man who had been Miss Hogg's landlord. That was the aunt's name, Miss Hogg, Miss Winifred Hogg. Mr. Simons, the landlord, was a businessman.
Yes, Miss Winifred Hogg rented the second floor of my house here some 11 months ago. I'd be glad to answer any questions about her and our business relations, any I deem proper, sir. Your name is Peters, sir?
Inspector Peters, yes, sir.
Who sent you here?
I was not sent here by anyone, Mr. Simons. I came here in the course of my duties as a member of the Criminal Investigation Department.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
Now, what would you like to know about Miss Hogg?
Well, sir, with your permission...
Did Van Hals send you here?
I think I told you, sir, that nobody sent me here.
Oh, yes, that's right. But Van Hals has been complaining to you about me, hasn't he?
Mr. Van Hals has spoken to me, sir, yes. I would like to...
What did he say?
I don't think that...
Oh, yes, it has. He's accusing me. I've met our Mr. Van Hals, Inspector.
May I ask you a few questions, Mr. Simons?
He's disappointed.
May I ask you...
You may ask any questions you wish.
Well, then...
I'll answer the ones I feel are proper. I've said this woman lived in my house for 11 months. I can give you the exact period.
I don't want...
11 months. Less 1, 2, 4, 6 days to the time she died. Her weekly rent for the entire second floor of this house was 15 shillings and 6pence, which I think was extraordinarily cheap. Don't you? Now, what else?
You had other financial arrangements with Miss Hogg, I understand?
I did.
Would you care to say anything about them, sir?
I don't think it's any of your business. But I see no reason whatever. purely a business arrangement. I'm a businessman, Inspector.
I'm sure you are, sir.
Miss Hogg was, let me say, suspicious of the finances of the present government. The Lloyd George budget, for example, caused a great deal of trepidation.
A great many people seem to share that trepidation.
I'm sure I don't, sir. I've never had cause to fear for the soundness of the British Empire.
I wasn't suggesting...
She suggested to me that she would be willing to turn over to me such bonds, securities, and monies as she possessed.
She did?
Yes. What she wanted was security. Freedom from worry, she said. She asked me if I'd be willing to pay her an annuity for life in return for what monies and securities she possessed.
And you agreed?
I did that, and she made over all her assets to me. I'll show you the papers.
Yes, but...
Is anything wrong, Inspector?
I don't seem to find a record of your agreement to pay her this annuity you speak of.
£3 a week. Let me see. I was sure I had it.
Yes, but...
But what?
These seem to be your records of payment to Miss Hogg.
Well, that's what they are. 10, 15, 20, 30 weeks at £3 per week until the 8th of September, the day she died.
I don't see any record of her having received the payments, Mr. Simons. And is there a record of the whole transaction? I mean, a signed agreement between you two?
There is not. Miss Hogg didn't wish to have any further agreements in writing, about the matter of the... I think she didn't wish other people to know she was receiving an annuity.
This is most extraordinary, Mr. Simons.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
Miss Hogg was not very much of a businesswoman, you see.
Obviously she was not. But you're a businessman, aren't you, Mr. Simons?
There's nothing wrong about that.
Well, these appear to be in legal form. But I'm not prepared to say what Mr. Van Hals or a court of equity would be likely to say to it.
It's legal, all right.
What about Miss Hogg's will, then?
I had several copies typed up. I was a witness to it. Yes. Yes, here's the will.
Yes, it's essentially what Mr. Van Hals said. He was bequeathed the sum of £10 by his aunt.
£10, yes.
I see.
And here's the undertaker's bill. £11, 10 shillings and 10 halfpenny. I advanced this amount to the undertaker.
Leaving Mr. Van Hals in your debt in the sum of 31 shillings and a halfpenny.
He paid me.
Yes. What's this?
Oh, that's the undertaker's original bill. Signed paid by him. Yes.
That's what I'm looking at. What's this item? Remitted to Mr. Simons, £1, 1 shilling. F. Anderson.
That's the undertaker's signature.
No. The item.
Oh, commission.
Commission?
10%. I gave him the business. He paid me for it.
You made a profit?
Yes.
On the funeral?
Of course. What's wrong with that? I'm a businessman.
Yes. Why did you have Miss Hogg buried in a common grave, Mr. Simons? Because it was cheaper?
Partly, yes. But did you see her death certificate? Of course not. Let me show it to you.
What about the tomb she owned in Highgate? Why wasn't she buried there?
Look at the death certificate, Inspector. See here? Cause of death? Epidemic diarrhea. Epidemic diarrhea, sir, is a contagious disease. Isn't it better to bury that kind of a corpse in a grave with half a dozen other victims of the same and not risk passing the disease on to healthy people? Answer me that, sir.
Well?
I'm not a fool, Inspector. You're too squeamish, young man. You think I'm a heartless person because I'm not ashamed to take my profit, don't you? Well, that's your opinion. But I assure you, sir, that I'm not a fool. Not by any manner of means, Inspector, I'm not a fool. Now, is there anything else you want to know?
You can't prove anything by an interview like that. Some of us oldsters here at Scotland Yard say there are people who can smell a crime. Inspector Oliver Peters was that kind of man. It took an extraordinary amount of sniffing, though, before his nose pointed in the right direction. I suppose it was Van House who gave him the suggestion. He came into Peter's office to inquire what had occurred, and Peters told him.
I don't like it at all, Van House.
I can't say anything at all, sir, but I believe he treated my aunt very badly. I don't know what he did to her.
What's that?
Well, when I was at his house there in Islington, the day before I came to see you.
Yes?
Well, I saw the room she lived in. He showed it to me.
Nice room?
It was filthy.
It was.
I don't believe he took any care of her at all. Flies...
Well, a sick room. Though fly paper is cheap enough.
Well, there were saucers in the room with fly papers in them. 3 or 4 of them. But all the water had dried up, and there was nothing but the dried-up poison papers left, and I saw that they were...
Poison?
What? The poison papers were all dried up.
Excuse me.
Did I say something?
Stay here. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Peters was in Basil Pearson's office in 2 jumps. Basil Pearson was the famous Home Office pathologist. He died last year. This was 40 years ago, remember. Peters had a question to ask.
Sorry to burst in on you like this, Basil.
What's chasing you?
Look here. You're familiar with the symptoms of this epidemic diarrhea, aren't you?
Of course. Afraid you've got it, old boy?
Oh, of course not. What I'd like you to answer me is, are the symptoms anything like the symptoms of arsenic poisoning? Arsenic's what's in flypaper, isn't it?
Yes, of course. Yes, under certain circumstances. If a person was suffering from this epidemic thing, the presence of arsenic might not be suspected. The patient's dead, of course.
And buried.
No, unless arsenical poisoning was suspected, there's enough similarity to warrant certifying that death was caused by the epidemic thing.
Good. Now, is there enough arsenic in flypaper to cause death?
Under certain circumstances.
You can identify arsenic in a dead body, too, can't you?
The body's not been dead too long. In lethal quantities, you mean?
Yes.
Well, it's not generally too difficult.
How much is a lethal quantity?
5 grains or upward. You planning on murdering someone? I shouldn't recommend arsenic.
How long after death can you find arsenic in a body, Basil?
A good time, I should say. How long is this one?
About 2 weeks, I think.
That's not long at all. Why, post-mortem for me? I'd rather hope to get away for a holiday tomorrow.
Oh, it won't take you long to do a PM, Basil. Come on, old boy.
Well, got the papers.
I'll have them for you by tomorrow.
All right. Where is it?
Islington.
That dreary place.
Islington Cemetery, to be quite honest.
Well, thank heavens arsenic acts as a preservative.
I'll give you a hand.
Just get me the papers, old boy. Shan't even pack a kit bag until I see the papers, you know. Oh, by the by, is it a he or a she?
She. I'll go and see if I can get George Redmond to give me the papers at once. Thanks ever so much.
Don't fret too much if he won't let you have them at once, Oliver.
What?
Well, she can't get away.
There's a small mortuary near Holloway Prison, which is not far away from Islington Cemetery. There's a laboratory there, too, not a very complete one, but Basil Pearson said it would be satisfactory. They found the arsenic.
Offhand, I'd say the body contains a fatal quantity of arsenic.
Good.
I think so, I said, remember. I had to take these samples of tissue and whatnot and check them quantitatively first, but I think so.
But arsenic is present.
Soaked in it.
How about whatever it was she was supposed to have died of?
It doesn't look like it from the inside here. It might have looked that way in an ordinary examination. Obviously arsenical poisoning. Now that we know the arsenic's here.
Inspector Peters went back to see Mr. Simons, the businessman. Mr. Simons didn't seem to be very excited, and that rather puzzled Inspector Peters. But he tried not to be obvious about it.
What's so hilarious? May I ask?
Oh, you look funny.
Oh, do I?
Have you been outwitted by a clever criminal, Inspector?
I don't think I have, no.
Well, pardon me for laughing. But you did look funny. What can I do for you, Inspector?
Are you agreeable to answering a few questions, Mr. Simons?
Oh, you're a very inquisitive man.
I am.
Well, I'll give you the same answer I gave you before. I'll answer such questions as I think are proper.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Very well.
Well, begin, Inspector.
Very well.
Oh, stop saying very well and ask it questions.
Very well. Where did the arsenic come from that was found in Miss Hoggs' body?
What arsenic?
You didn't know that a large quantity of arsenic was found in her body?
No, I didn't.
It was.
How did it get there?
I doubt it was an accident, Mr. Simons.
Well, how could it get there? Arsenic.
Arsenic.
I don't believe it.
I can assure you it's there. That's what killed her.
Where could she have got arsenic?
I wonder, too.
I don't know.
Where can one buy arsenic?
At a chemist shop, I fancy.
Not without a poison certificate.
Are they certain it's arsenic?
Basil Pearson says so.
I've heard of him, haven't I?
Nearly everyone in England has.
He's, what do you call him?
He is Home Office pathologist.
Knows all about poison.
Yes.
If he says there's poison in her body, he's pretty certain to be right.
If he says so, there's no question about it.
And he says so?
Yes.
He says there was enough poison in Miss Hoggs' body to kill her?
Yes.
Huh.
Has Miss Hoggs' sick room been cleaned yet, Mr. Simons?
Eh? Oh, I'm sorry to say it hasn't. It has been fumigated, though.
Otherwise, nothing's been changed.
Oh, no. I was going to sell the bedstead and the mattress.
You are a businessman.
Yes, that's right.
Have you any objections to taking me there?
To the sick room? Yes, of course.
Why?
Why, the germs. The microbes. She died there.
She died of arsenical poisoning.
Oh, that's right. So you said.
Will you take me to her room?
Well, if you insist.
I'm afraid I do insist, Mr. Simons.
Well, I'm not at all sure I want to go in that room, Inspector.
Why not?
Well...
Are you afraid to look at the flypaper, Mr. Simons?
Flypaper?
The flypaper that the room is full of. The flypaper that contains arsenic. The flypaper that can be bought at any shop without a poison certificate, Mr. Simons.
Flypaper. That's it, flypaper. That's what it was.
That's right.
Why, I bought that flypaper myself. Poor Miss Hoggs, she was so uncomfortable with all the heat, you know, and the flies. There was something awful. Poor woman, she was suffering so.
I've no doubt.
And she said to me the very day before she died, she said to me, go and fetch me some packets of that black flypaper. You soak in water and the flies drink it and they die. She begged me.
Poison.
I know it's poison.
Arsenic.
Arsenic. And she gave me the money. She gave me 6pence, I remember. And when I got to the chemist shop, they had only one threepenny packet of the stuff, and I bought that and brought it home.
I hope you remembered to give her the change, Mr. Simons.
Eh? By Jove.
It's too late now. You put the poison flypaper out then?
Yes, of course. Do you think I have no bowels of compassion at all? There were 6 sheets of the stuff, and I could find only 4 saucers or things for containers, though.
You still have the other 2 sheets here in the house?
Of course. Waste not.
Want not. Quite right, Mr. Simons. Quite right. Now, how do you suppose the arsenic got from the flypaper into Miss Hoggs' body?
Why, it was very hot.
Yes.
And Miss Hogg drank a great deal of water.
Yes. Go on, Mr. Simons.
Well, could she have drunk off the poison water in the saucers?
All of it?
Well, if there's arsenic in her body...
There is.
Well, then.
Mr. Simons, I must detain you on suspicion of having caused the death of Winifred Hoggs.
Oh, no. You can't.
And I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used as evidence.
But when Inspector Peters brought the remains of the triplet packet of arsenical flypapers to Basil Pearson, Pearson shook his head.
No good, Oliver.
What's no good? The man practically confessed.
No good, old boss.
Wasn't it arsenic after all?
Well, of course it's arsenic, no question. That's what killed her.
Basil, I don't understand you. You say...
I say it wasn't the arsenic from these flypapers. Look here at the envelope that came in.
Yes?
The label. Read it. Down here, that fine print.
I see.
Did you read it?
Arsenical content, 0.3 of a grain per sheet.
That's right. 6 sheets. 6 times 0.3. 1 8/10 grains. A whole packet will kill flies, perhaps, but a human being. Do you know how much arsenic the standard Marsh test indicates was in her body?
No.
More than 7 grains. 4 times as much as the whole packet of these papers contains.
You couldn't be wrong.
Did you ever know me to be wrong?
I don't think anyone ever knew Basil Pearson to be wrong. His death last year left a great void in the world of Scotland Yard, at least. He was as nearly indispensable as any man has ever been. It looked for a while as if Inspector Oliver Peters had dropped a most frightful brick that might do him irreparable harm in the CID. He had committed an unpardonable sin. He had jumped too quickly. Simons had gambled cleverly, knowing that the story of the flypapers would certainly be disproved in open court. He hoped clearing him completely. But he gambled too confidently. Before the preliminary hearing, I accompanied Oliver Peters to Simons' house in Tollington Park. I well remember what we found. There was nothing of any importance in the sick room where Miss Hoggett died, but in a dustbin in the cellar. I can still hear Oliver Peters' voice when he found them.
John, look here. Look what I found.
So I hurried to see. They looked like wrinkled sheets of blotting paper to me, but when Basil Pearson saw them...
You're right, Oliver. 27, 28, 29. 30 sheets of the same kind of flypapers.
See the name stamped on them. They're the same kind, all right.
Each one of them contained how much? Let's see the label from the other packet. Let's see it, Oliver.
Arsenical content, 0.3 of a grain per sheet.
And when all 30 of these sheets have been soaked clean, 30 times 0.3, 90/10, 9 full grains.
Enough to kill an elephant, Basil.
Well, enough to have killed a hog, at least, old boy. This'll hang him.
And so it did. The jury at Simon's trial at Old Bailey believed he'd made the concoction of 30 sheets of flypaper and fed it to Miss Hogg, and so they sentenced him to hang. Oh, and by the way, these are the same sheets of flypaper I showed you when we started to talk. I must put them back in the file. They've done their part. Good afternoon.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 in the order of their appearance were Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Winston Ross, Horace Braham, and Carl Harvard. Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Forest rangers do a good job in protecting the woodlands of our nation. But even if we had many times the present number of forest rangers, they couldn't prevent all of the fires that threaten our forests. Anytime you're out in the fields and the woods, you should be your own forest ranger. Crush out cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using them. Drown all campfires. Always follow these simple rules yourself and insist that others follow them too. Remember, it's up to all of us to protect our forests against fire. So don't be careless for a moment. Remember, the risk is far too great. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
CBC presents a new series of chills and thrills, of mystery and adventure, old and new, tales of the supernatural and the unforeseen, of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. To the master among storytellers, we bow as we bring you The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, in radio version by Len Peterson.
Nervous? Very dreadfully nervous I have been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease has sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all, my sense of hearing. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. Now then, am I mad? Listen how calmly I can tell you the whole story. I was wandering on my way to nowhere, away from... that's my secret. We all have secrets. And I came to the old man's place on the edge of this town and asked for a dipper of water.
There you are, fella. Best spring water around here.
It's good and cold. I needed that.
Shall I fill the dipper again?
Yeah, thanks. I could drink another.
Have you come far?
Yes, far.
Much farther to go?
Don't know.
You're thin, fella. The sun's burnt your skin to bark. Here. Oh, no, don't drown yourself drinking it.
That's good.
I should give you something solid. A meal. I eat late after the chores, if you don't mind waiting.
Oh, I'm used to long waits for meals. I'll give you a hand.
No need.
Well, I'm not afraid to work for a meal.
All right, if you wish.
Yeah, it'll feel good to have a hay fork in my hands again.
I've been needing a man around here.
You do? Need a man?
Oh, now, I can do a full day's work, but toward night it gets heavy. Still, with a wife dead and buried last winter, and 3 daughters married and gone to their husband's farm, and 2 sons off to seek more than this small farm can promise, a man needs work to keep his thoughts from growing heavy.
Yes, I know.
What's your name?
Alfred Bain.
Ah, Weatherby's mine. The pigs and chickens haven't been fed, nor the team. I got 6 cows to milk, and the 7th freshening shortly. Well, come along to the barn.
I stayed on and worked for the old man. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. For his money, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, that's it. It was. He had the eye of a vulture. His left eye, a pale blue eye with a film over it.
Now, shall we cut hay tomorrow, Alfred?
Hay? Yes, we can cut hay. But doesn't the sky say rain?
No, that's not a rain sky for around here.
Oh, it is where I come from.
I'll clear by morning. I can feel rain when it's on the way. I have a way of feeling what's ahead.
Do you?
Yeah.
What's ahead? What is? No, I don't want to know. And you can't know everything.
Far from it.
The weather's enough.
Go sharpen the size.
Whenever his pale blue eye fell on me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. It was an evil eye. But Weatherby was very kind to me. No one had been this kind. It was too much to bear. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the week before I killed him.
Here, let me carry those collars and harnesses, Mr. Weatherby. I'll hook up the team for you.
No, why should you?
Yes, let me. Here, let go the traces.
You've more than earned your keep today, and your wages.
But not your kindness.
How else should one treat a hired man? My son thought I was a tyrant.
You a tyrant?
Perhaps I do treat you better than I treated the boys. Now, that's strange.
Why do you?
I don't know. Because you're not afraid of work. My sons thought they were too clever to work. But I didn't treat them so badly.
Some people should be treated badly.
Scoundrels? I've never met a real scoundrel.
Some innocent people should be treated badly, too.
Oh, what an idea.
They should be treated the worst of all.
Now, why do you say that, Alfred?
Isn't that the way life is?
Toss that line over. I'll snap the buckle on here. I'm not an invalid, Alfred. I'm not that old yet.
Well, I'd hate to see you an invalid. I wouldn't want that for you.
Nor I.
I'd like to do something for you that you would like, Mr. Weatherby.
Oh, what for?
You've admired this knife. Could I give you this knife?
No. Keep it. No reason you should give it to me.
Well, I've been insulted by people I respected. You haven't insulted me yet.
Why should I? I must get on to the elders' meeting.
Horses all hooked up. Up you go.
How did I manage without you, Alfred?
Get up.
I hope I persuaded you to stay on.
Every night about midnight, I turned the latch of Weatherby's chamber door and opened it, ever so gently. When I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in the lantern all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. When I was well in the room, I opened the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, just enough to let a single thin ray fall upon the vulture eye. This I did for 7 nights, every night just at midnight, but I found the eye always closed, so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him.
Good morning, sir. Do you want the shutters open?
What manner of day is it?
Oh, it's a fine day. A warm sun, a little breeze from the east.
Yes, open the shutter.
You slept well?
Yes, I slept well.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Do we start repairing the stone wall to the west field this morning?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. Well, the porridge is ready and the coffee.
Hand me my boots.
Oh, sure. Here you are, sir.
Alfred, I don't understand you.
Understand me?
A hard-working, reliable man like you drifting about. My back. I am an old man, I fear. I haven't long, I feel.
You're not feeling up to yourself today?
Oh, I don't know. More than likely it was only a bad dream that left me liverish.
What did you dream?
Oh, it's gone now. You know, it's good to have you around, Alfred. When Amelia went to her rest last winter, I was willing to go to mine, but lately her face has grown vague to me. We had a long life together, she and I, and it was good. Till these last few years when some mold crept in. What am I waiting for? I wish I knew.
Breakfast! Get up and everything will look different.
No, it's easy to make the days look different, but the nights are always the same. Always the same.
On the 8th day, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feeling of triumph to think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. And now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch. I knew he could not see the opening of the door. I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern.
Who's there? Who's there?
I kept still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. I did not hear him lie down. No, he sat up in bed, listening, just as I had done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. It was not groan, nor pain, nor grief the old man made. Oh, no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul, a groan of mortal terror. I knew the sound well. Many a night when all the world slept, it had welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart.
Is it the wind? No. There's no one. What is it? Who's there? There's nothing to see or to hear. But I feel a presence. I've known you were coming for me. Death. The dark shadow. It's the wrong time. Before the crops are in. While I've still some business to arrange with people in the town. My house is not in order. Do not surround me this way.
I opened a little, a very, very little crevice in the lantern. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. All dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow of my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. Have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beat of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage.
Why do you wait, Death? Why do you wait? You didn't hesitate with Amelia. She had a shawl half knitted. I have much half done, and less than half.
I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. The beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! What? Go away! Go! No!
I threw open the lantern and dragged him to the floor. And pulled the heavy bed over him. For many minutes, The heart beat on with a muffled sound. At length it stopped. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. Oh, if you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught Hall. Old man under the planks, you were a good man. If I could have plucked out the evil eye without killing you, that is what I would have done. Don't think badly of me, Mr. Weatherby. I did you a good turn, too, ridding you of that evil eye. If I've done any wrong, it's because of that evil eye looking at me, giving me thoughts no man should have. But I haven't done wrong. I've done good, a great deal of good, and everything is just... Who? At the door? At 4 a.m? Ah, but what have I now to fear? Nothing. The eye is closed and the heart is still.
Sorry to bother you at this hour.
Yes?
We're officers of the town's night watch.
Oh, is something the matter?
We would like to speak to Mr. Weatherby.
Mr. Weatherby, you would like to speak to... oh, but he's not here.
Where is he?
The old gentleman has gone visiting in the country.
Oh? Where?
Well, that he didn't say when he left. Perhaps to one of his daughters. But he didn't say.
His buggy is in the yard, and his horse is in the barn.
Oh, yes. Well, he took a ride with some friends of his who were traveling the same way.
What friends?
Well, that I don't know. I don't know all his friends. Mr. Weatherby has so many.
Uh-huh. You're his hired man?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen him around the town. What brought you here?
A rainbow.
What's that?
Well, isn't everybody looking for a rainbow?
One of the neighbors heard a shriek that sounded like trouble and came to the police office to tell us about it. We've been ordered to investigate.
And search the house.
The shriek. Oh, yes. Oh, the shriek was from a dream, a nightmare I was having. I dreamt the light from a lantern was shining in my eyes. Oh, but do come in. Mr. Weatherby will be pleased to learn the police give him such good protection. He has some valuable plate and coins in his cupboards. Come in.
All right. How come you're dressed already?
Dressed? Oh, I start my chore soon.
Your name is Alfred?
Alfred what?
Bain, Alfred Bain. Go ahead, search anywhere. Go ahead. Well, I don't know what you're looking for or what you expect. Robbers? Oh, then you must make a careful search. Let me show you Mr. Weatherby's treasures. Perhaps you would like to see his chamber, too? Come with me. I'll show you. I'd hate to have trouble here while Mr. Weatherby's away.
There's nothing wrong here.
Oh, everything seems in order.
Well, I am very glad you came and looked around. Is there anywhere else you wish to look?
No, I think not.
Well, sit down. Oh, don't go yet. Rest yourselves. Hey, look, sit here. And here. I'll fetch a chair for myself. How well you've done your duty. I must commend you. Oh, no, the light of that lamp will be in my eyes there. I'll put my chair here. Well, how fine it must be working as police officers, protecting the townspeople from theft and robbery and violence.
Oh, it's a living.
I've often wanted to be a police officer.
Have you? Well,
My senses are very acute. I hear the most minute sounds around me. I am very sensitive to everything. Perhaps I shall still end up a police officer. That will suit me admirably.
When will Mr. Weatherby be returning?
Oh, well, I don't know. Shortly, I hope. There's the oats to cut if this hot sun stays with us.
Yes, the crops are good this year hereabouts.
Excellent. Mr. Weatherby is very pleased with his. He says I brought him luck.
A hired man does that sometimes.
Oh, but I cannot take credit for that.
Mr. Weatherby speaks well of you, I hear.
Does he? Does he?
And Weatherby in the past has been hard to please. Here, have a pipeful of tobacco from my pouch.
Oh, no.
Please do.
Well, thank you.
We're not supposed to smoke on duty.
But the full watch without a pipe is a long time.
We'll have to trust you not to inform the captain, huh?
The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was at ease, with my chair upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers sat and chatted of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distant.
Yes, the new street lamps in the town have made our job a little easier, more pleasant, especially on the very dark nights.
But I'm sure, but out here at the edge of town there are not many lamps, and there should be more, several more at least.
Oh, someday.
People are always stumbling into holes and hurting themselves. One day someone will break a leg.
But these things take time.
Town has come a long way.
Indeed.
Yes, I like this town. I hope I can settle here.
Well, why not?
Yes, well, why not?
Mr. Weatherby certainly needs a good man. He's growing too old to do much of the work around here himself.
That's exactly what I feel, exactly. Mr. Weatherby needs someone, and why not me?
Yeah. He and his sons couldn't get along, you know. Oh, the fighting that went on.
A difficult man.
I don't understand that. He and I never had an argument. We've gotten along very well, scarcely a cross word.
Well, you must be a rare fellow.
No, it is Mr. Weatherby who is the exceptional man.
Well, he's had his troubles. His whole family leaving him, his wife dying, and the aches and pains of old age, and losing the sight of his left eye.
His left eye? He is blind in that left eye?
You didn't know?
No, I did not.
That's why it stares that way, and sometimes wanders on its own.
He can't see out of it? His left eye?
Not a speck.
No doubt I grew very pale. I realized the noise was not within my ears. It increased. It was a low, dull, quick sound. Such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gestures. Why would they not be gone, those officers? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased.
Sit down, Mr. Bain, sit down. I'm not going to argue with you over which line of thoroughbred has produced the better horse.
No, don't give in. Argue with me.
Argue? What?
You made a statement, and now you won't stand by it. You won't back it up.
For my life, I can't remember what the statement was I made that started this whole thing.
Nor can I.
The two of you. Then I'm being made a fool of.
No. We're simply talking. Can't we talk?
Talk, yes, talk. Say anything you like. And I won't disagree with you. I can be as sociable as anyone and agree, no matter what is said. You do not need to convince me either. What do you wish to say?
Oh, come now. One doesn't go and talk as baldly as that. One slips into it. I like to talk and slide into it of its own accord, don't you?
Do I?
I don't like talk that's too careful either, or touchy. Easy talk is what I like.
Yeah, easy talk. And a fire and smoke.
Oh, stop it, this chatter. And the smiles, those smiles, yours and yours. Is it possible you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Listen to it. Louder.
What?
You hear, both of you. You suspect. You know. You are making a mockery of my horror. I cannot bear your hypocritical smiles any longer.
I must scream or die.
What has taken hold of you, man? What is wrong with you?
Villains, no more pretense. I admit the deed. Tear off the planks. Here. It is the beating of his hideous heart.
It has stopped.
Here, let's see what's under those planks.
It has
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe, adapted for radio by Len Peterson, was our introduction to a new series of tales of mystery, suspense, and adventure, chills and thrills from the world of the supernatural. In the cast, Claude Ray as Alfred Bain, Douglas Master as Mr. Weatherby, with Murray Westgate and Cease Montgomery as the two police officers. Sound effects were by John Sliz. Technical operation, John Skillen. The Telltale Heart was a CBC Toronto production. Don Sims speaking.
Presenting another in a series of dramatizations adapted from stories appearing in the American Weekly, the magazine distributed with all Hearst Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. Today's radio adaptation, When the Comet Strikes, was written and directed by Leonard E. L. Cox in collaboration with the editorial department of the American Weekly magazine. It was staged in the studios of the General Broadcasting Company at New York. May we call your attention to a most startling announcement to be made at the conclusion of this program, one which will have a very definite effect upon many of you in this vast audience. Full details will be given immediately following the dramatic presentation. From earliest time, mankind has held in awe and terror the appearance of a meteor or comet in the sky. But only recently has science found evidence that this fear was well-founded, because now it is known that celestial visitors in bygone ages have struck the Earth, spreading waste and destruction. The American Theatre of Radio offers a kaleidoscopic panorama of scenes depicting a graphic illustration of just what might take place should this Earth of ours receive a visit from one of these gigantic masses of molten stone and mineral, which rush through space faster than the speed of a high-powered projectile, with a roar which may be heard for hundreds of miles, and a heat that would sear everything to a cinder within its pathway. Tearing through the skies on a mission of destruction comes an annihilating object, a flaming, seething mass of fire. For days past, the scientific world has known of the approach of this gigantic comet, yet has refrained from telling of its approach in the hope that it may, as many of its predecessors have done, miss this Earth and go hurtling off into space. As a result of this great electromagnetic force, the radio, telephone, and telegraphic communications are paralyzed. The inhabitants of this planet are unaware of their impending fate.
It's nothing short of colossal murder, Frederick. Oh, keep quiet for me. In face of this, you ask me to be calm? Certainly. 12 minutes between this life and eternity, and, oh, for God's sake, will you stop sniveling? You've known it was coming for days, and you've worked yourself into a state of panic ever since. But good Lord, Frederick, have you no realization of what is about to happen? I should, inasmuch as I was the first to predict the arrival of this comet. And yet you make no effort to let the people know of their impending fate? You stand complacently by and... Just what would you have me do? In the name of humanity, I beg you to turn on that infrared ray transmitter and tell the people what's coming. What is for the big game for spreading a general alarm? Let them take it when it comes. The end will be so sudden that no one will be any the wiser. Drop the whole subject. I refuse to do that. Think, man, think. Only 11 minutes to go in this life. If you say that again, your own span will be even shorter than that. But, Frederick, there are people who would meet their end happily, should they be given a few minutes' warning in which to prepare themselves. After all, there is a certain spiritual side to this. It's no concern of mine. Take yourself away and prepare to meet your Maker as you see fit. But don't annoy me with it. Frederick, by all that's holy, isn't there a spark of human instinct in you? No germ of brotherly love for your own kind? No. Don't bother me. Frederick, let me turn on the transmitter. We can revitalize the radio set of the country and tell them what's coming. Grant this small privilege. Well, go on. Get it over and done with and leave me in peace for my last 10 minutes. You're counting the minutes also. Oh, bah. You want to make this announcement? It's your affair, not mine. The entire thing is utter folly. The definite tick of that clock, the seconds flying by, then the end. Oh, stop that. I'm about to send the message. Send them, baby. Please, don't say anything while I'm talking. This is Professor Kilrain speaking. We are utilizing our infrared ray transmitter in the hope that this message may reach you. Please take as calmly as possible what I am about to tell you. It has been established beyond any reasonable doubt that you are directly in the path of an approaching comet of gigantic size. Not alone will the destruction caused by the impact of this body with our Earth be devastating, but everything will be laid waste by that terrific heat thrown off by this flying mass of molten rock and mineral. May this all too brief forewarning be of some comfort to those who so desire it. We in the zone of impact have 8 minutes in which to make peace with our Maker. Thank you, Frederick. I suppose you feel better for having done that. I feel as though I'd done my duty by my fellow creatures. To say nothing of the chaos and hysteria you've caused. It would be interesting just to see what is taking place out there. 7 minutes to go. Stop it. Stop it. Stop what, Frederick? The damn metronomic ticking off of the seconds. What else is there to do? Of course. I suppose we have no records to leave behind. It may be thousands, tens of thousands of years before a new civilization is established after this catastrophe. What possible good could our people recordings amount to? We found evidence left behind by our predecessors in previous visitations of this nature. Quite so. But how can anything survive this intense heat and destruction which is now rushing towards us? This place of ours will withstand anything. Nevertheless, I'm determined to leave a record. 6 minutes to go, Frederick. Think of those waiting for the end. Stop that. Stop it, you whining... But, Frederick, why try to avoid it? We know it's coming, so... Of course we know it. At least I do. But why make matters worse by moaning about it? I'm not moaning, Frederick. Just thinking of how many things might be done, and no time to do them.
Margaret.
Yes, John?
Funny, isn't it?
What is?
Here we spend our lives worrying about a moment like this, wondering what we'll do when it happens. And when it comes, we don't know what to do with it.
Well, there's nothing to do but wait, John.
You're right. And yet somehow I feel that we ought to do something.
I know how you feel.
There's one thing I wish I could do, Margaret, before it's all over.
Yes, John? What is it?
Well, make up in a small measure for all the suffering I've caused you.
Why, you haven't caused me any. We've had a happy life together, and I have no regrets.
You've been a wonderful wife to me, Margaret. No man ever had a finer mate.
I've loved you, John, that's all.
And I've loved you, Margaret. You've been so wonderful, so kind to me through all these years, that I'd feel like a dog if I didn't tell you that 10 years ago I met a woman, and...
Why, darling, you don't have to tell me. I knew it all the time. You feel frightened, Frederick?
No.
Don't scold me, Frederick. You're so much stronger than I am. Please be a little charitable in our last few moments together. We've always been good friends.
Oh, don't get maudlin, Kilrain.
Can't you just call me as you used to?
Oh, folks, will you dry up?
I feel kind of lonesome. So few minutes left. Four minutes to go, Frederick. If you say that once again, I'll not be responsible for my actions. Is there no heart in you at all, Frederick? Does nothing affect you? Yes. You. Very well. I'm sorry. What do you suppose the various people are doing with their loss? I don't know, nor do I care. I've always been a little curious to know just how different people would prepare to face their Maker. No, it can't be true. It just can't be true.
I'm afraid it is, darling.
Why, we've been only married a few hours. It isn't fair.
Don't take it that way.
Well, how should I take it? Here we've waited 5 years for the break so we could get married. And just when we do...
It had to come sometime, dear.
Well, how can you be so calm about it? Don't you love me?
Love you? Oh, Ed, Don't you know now?
Oh, darling, forgive me. Of course you do. Only, you see, it's that everything's going to be over.
Just when it's begun. Everything over? Oh, I don't think so.
But you heard the radio message.
I don't believe it. This great adventure we're about to face is just stepping across the threshold into a new world. Don't you see that?
Yes, I guess so.
It's all been so beautiful. Our romance, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, my darling. Oh, but why? Why must it end so soon?
It isn't going to end yet. We're going on together. But even if it did end, we have no regret. We've lived.
Oh, my sweetheart. I love you so.
And I love you more than life itself. Well, if I didn't know we're both going on,
I know. I should have seen it that way, too. Come here. Sit down. Like this. Pressing closer. Looking into each other's eyes. And waiting for the beginning of our new life together. A few moments ago, Frederick, would you care to spend the last moment in prayer?
No.
Would you like to talk to me?
No.
I wonder what my brother Edward is doing.
He's in Australia.
That's right. So he is.
Just in from the airport, Chief. People are going mad. Thousands.
Steady now, steady. Don't lose your head. What was it?
Just come from the airport. Thousands of people milling around, trying to get away in planes.
The railroad stations are jammed. People crunching each other like flies, trying to get on what seaplanes there are. God, Chief, it's terrible.
Steady, men. Remember, you're members of the police force. So conduct yourselves as such.
How can you sit there and face it so calmly, Chief? Knowing it's but a matter of minutes before the end of everything.
End or not. One more outburst from you like that.
I'm sorry, Chief. Sorry. I did kind of forget myself.
Very well, Edward.
Chief, will you...
Well, what is it, my son?
Will you leave me go home to the wife and kids? Just for the last few minutes?
No. Get back on your post, where you belong.
Okay, Chief.
Get out of here, all of you.
Okay, Chief. Okay. So long, Chief.
Hello, Monahan. Call my home, will you? What's that? No lines through the city? Okay, Monahan. Oh, please, God, be kind to them.
1 minute to go, Frederick.
For God's sake, stop that.
What, Frederick?
Stop.
4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute to go. But, my dear friend, there is only 45 seconds left. Look at the clock. 45 seconds. Your prediction is coming true, Frederick. The comet approaches. And the heat. Feel it. Feel it. Hear it. We can feel it. Look. Look. 10 seconds to go. Seconds. Holding off life. That clock! That damn clock! Goodbye, old man. May we meet again. Later on.
The dramatic presentation which you just heard was based on the story When the Great Comet Struck the Earth, which appears in the next week's issue of the American Weekly, the magazine distributed with all Hearst Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. And now for a great big surprise, an extraordinary announcement. The American Weekly is going to give you a chance to make yourself independent for life, to win a life income in a very simple competition. The first prize will be $1,000 a year, every year as long as you live. The second prize will be $500 a year, every year for the rest of your life. Other $5 a year for 5 years. There will be a full-page announcement of this great competition in next Sunday's American Weekly, distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Be sure to read it. All you have to do is to think of a descriptive subtitle for the American Weekly magazine, such as The World's Best Magazine or the Magazine of True Life Stories. Write down whatever you think describes this great magazine. The magazine wants a slogan. If your contribution is selected as the best, your reward will be $1,000 a year, every year for the rest of your life. Don't fail to get next Sunday's American Weekly magazine with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Full details of this remarkable offer will be published in that issue, Sunday, September 10th. There's no work to do. There's no guessing to do. You only have to suggest a slogan that aptly describes this great magazine. Don't neglect this great opportunity. Get the Sunday Hearst newspaper with which the American Weekly is distributed. Read the page announcement carefully, and then let your own intelligence win you a life income. Presenting The Poison Pen, another in the series of radio dramas brought to you each week by the American Weekly, the magazine which is distributed with all Hearst Sunday newspapers from coast to coast. This radio adaptation was staged in the studios of the General Broadcasting Company of New York. We wish to call your attention to a most important announcement which is to be made at the conclusion of the dramatic presentation. It may have a definite effect upon your future happiness or that of someone near and dear to you. Be sure to listen for it. In next Monday's issue of the American Weekly, you're going to read how a murder was committed with a pen. A pen which to all appearances was an ordinary common writing implement, but which proved capable of spreading the most insidious and fatal poison. The American Theatre of Radio now presents the dramatized version of this feature story. Come with us to a criminal court. A trial is in progress, and as the prosecution rests, the defendant is called to the stand.
Place your right hand on the book. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? What's your full name?
Alan Taylor.
Be seated.
How old are you, Miss Taylor?
35.
Married or single?
Single.
Have you ever been married?
No.
Now, Miss Taylor, you've heard the prosecuting counsel accuse you of being the writer of letters which broke up hearts from the home of one of the best families of this city.
I have.
And you've heard him stand before this court and declare that you're responsible for the untimely end of Henry Dale.
Yes.
Did you know the late Mr. Dale?
I did.
I asked you to look over there. Do you know that woman in black?
Yes.
Will you please identify her for the court?
She is Mrs. Henry Dale.
It has been said during this trial that you were her best friend up until the time of the letters. Is that true?
We were closely associated.
How long were you acquainted with Henry Dale?
I knew him personally for 2 years. I knew of him before that.
Ah, you'd heard of him from your family.
Yes.
Tell the jury, please, in your own words, the way in which you met Mr. Dale.
It was at a masquerade. I was dressed as Pierrette and standing on a balcony just off the ballroom, getting a breath of fresh air when...
Tonight, we present They Who See Not Shall See, a drama of spiritual vision based upon an episode in the greatest life ever lived. Our scene is a roadside not far from Jerusalem. Two men, the apostles, John and Peter, carefully tend a small fire over which the day's meal is cooking. Peter stirs the cooking stew. But it is an empty gesture. John notices that. You've still not settled your mind on it, Peter.
No, John.
And when I don't understand, it shows all over this big face of mine.
Then what is it that troubles you?
What he said. That he had come into the world for judgment. That they which see not might see.
And you find it hard to understand.
Was it only to heal the blind?
There are the blind and the blind.
Oh, John, words confuse me. You know that.
Those whose eyes don't see are blind. And yet those whose spirits don't understand, they're blind too. Even blinder than those with darkness in their eyes. Think back to the whole thing as we saw it happen. Back to the time before Joshua and his son Paul met the Master. Perhaps to a day when Joshua stood by the wall of the city, begging for the light.
Father, alms for the poor. Spare a poor man a coin.
Father.
Huh? What?
Father, shall we go home? I'm hungry.
Hungry. The way you talk, you'd think there was a feast spread for us.
Some lentils. I'll cook them and we'll have a hot soup.
Lentils.
Please, Father, let's go home. I'm tired. Besides, it's getting dark.
Is it?
Yes, Father.
Then we'd better go. There'll be no more travelers coming into the city now. Come. Lead me home.
Yes, Father.
How many coins?
Very few.
Things get worse. It's a good thing that your mother died when she did.
Father, how can you say that?
You think I'm being cruel and harsh, son? No. All she had of life was suffering and poverty, taking care of a blind man. And what good did it ever do her?
She didn't mind.
She was too good and loyal a wife to mind. Once there was a great hero named Joshua who blew down the city wall of Jericho with a blast and a horn. He was so powerful. But me, Joshua the blind man, I'm good for nothing.
He didn't blow down the walls of Jericho with a trumpet.
Oh. You'd come along and change the history of our people. Only the young would try that.
No, Father. But you left out something.
Oh, did I?
Wasn't it God who helped him?
And if it was?
Maybe God could help you too.
Help me? I've had enough help from him. Being born blind was his doing.
Please, Father, I didn't mean to make you angry. I only thought...
Don't think so much, son. Just guide your blind father home. As you'll have to do for the rest of my life.
I hope you're hungry, Father, because there's a big bowlful for you. Here, Father. Here's your ladle.
Thank you, son. Paul?
Yes?
You're not going to eat?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll fill my bowl. There we are. Now we can both eat at the same time.
We can?
Why, of course.
Would you like to trade bowls with me?
Trade bowls? Why, I couldn't eat yours. It would be too much.
Hand me your bowl, Paul.
No, Father.
I said hand it to me.
Please, don't bother.
Paul! You try to fool me because I'm blind. Don't you know a blind man's hearing is sometimes better than seeing?
There wasn't enough. I'm not hungry. Honest, I'm not.
So you sit there scooping an empty ladle into an empty bowl. You think I don't have a heart, son? Can anything hurt me worse than hearing that hollow sound and knowing with each scoop you take that your stomach is crying for food? Here. Take mine. I can go without.
We could share it. It isn't much, but it's something.
It isn't much. We never had much. We never will. Because of this curse that's been put on me. What did I ever do that I should have been punished so? Be a man in every way, but not be able to provide for your mother or you. Is it any wonder that I'm bitter?
Please, Father, don't start talking that way again. Every time you do, I become afraid.
And you're not afraid that you'll have to be tied to a blind man all your life? As your mother was?
I'm not, because I don't think you'll be blind forever.
When you're young, it's easy to fill your head with notions like that. You think if you wish hard enough, anything you want will come to pass. Life isn't like that, son.
Father, I believe it can happen. I've heard him talk about it, and I believe it can happen.
Him?
Yes, Father, the master.
Is that where you go every day after you brought me to the city gate?
Yes. You don't mind?
Mind? Fills your head with something besides the poverty we have. Why should I mind?
You don't believe?
Believe? I only believe what I know. Everything else is nonsense.
You wouldn't say that if you'd heard him talk.
I've heard my mother talk since I was a boy younger than you are now. She used to tell me how things would change one day. I believed it then, but I don't anymore. That's why I left my home and my mother and father. I want eyes that see, not excuses or hopes or dreams or anything. I just want to see.
And you will.
You sound as though you feel sure.
I do. About something like this, you've got to feel sure. You've got to.
I don't like to feel so sure of anything so impossible even at your young age.
But I am sure.
Would it break your heart to find out once and for all that the master can't help me? What would you say then?
I don't know.
It might be time you learned a lesson, my boy. And I may have to teach it to you tomorrow.
You're going to the master tomorrow?
He'll be passing through the city gates tomorrow, as usual. You're to lead me up to it. You understand?
Oh, yes, Father. That'll be wonderful.
You feel so sure.
Yes. Oh, and, Father, when you talk to him, don't be, gruff. You know what I mean.
As I am to everyone else, is that what you mean?
I didn't want to say that.
It's true. But go on. What else must I be careful of?
Well, when you speak to him, think of his face as I've seen it, as so many others have. Kind and understanding. With eyes so soft, they seem to suffer for everyone. Think of him that way, Father. I haven't seen him yet, Brother.
He may not come this way today.
But he must.
We forgot. With all that talking of yours last night, we forgot that today is the Sabbath.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Lead me to him, and once and for all we'll prove what he can do and what he can't.
Father, that isn't what you said last night. You promised you'd believe. That you'd really...
Take me to him.
Don't do it, Father, please. Not if you feel like that.
You dare disobey your father. Lead me to him, I say.
All right, Father. Put your hand on my shoulder.
Well, am I before him yet?
Father, it won't help if you don't believe.
You say he does miracles. We'll find out.
Here, Father. Here is the master.
Good. You're the master, they tell me. I can't see for myself. So I have to take my son's word for it. If you are the master and you can do these wonderful things my son talks about, I ask you to make me see. That's Joshua, the blind man. The master can't do that. Blind all his life. Oh, it's going to be the blind. Well, master, can you cure my blindness? Or is it only special miracles you perform? Easy miracles.
Father,
let go my arm, Paul.
No, I won't let go. I won't. You won't talk that way to the master. Master, please listen to me. My father, he's a bitter man. He was born blind through no fault of his own. And he wanted to see. Can you blame him, Master? Is it so much to want?
Oh. He hasn't spoken a word. Has he done anything?
No.
Well, now you know.
No, Father, don't give up. Not yet. Master, if my father doesn't believe, it's because he doesn't know. He's never heard you speak. He's never seen you. But I have. I believe, Master. I know. I know you can help him if you think he should be helped. Please, Master.
I must work the works of him that sent me.
Did you hear, Father?
I could always hear. I want to see.
As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world.
Words again, Paul. Don't you understand? He can do nothing. He can't help me.
Wait, Father. He's bending down to pick up some dust.
Dust? What good is dust?
He's mixing it into clay and... Father, hold still. He's coming closer to me.
Me? What is he going to... Wait. What are you doing to my eyes, Master?
Don't be afraid, Father. He's only putting the clay over them.
Clay? Over my eyes? Would he try to make me see by covering my eyes? I told you, Paul, he couldn't help and he can't. He can't.
Go. Wash in the pool of Siloam.
Did you hear, Father? Come.
Wash? In the pool? Why?
Please, Father, come with me. Do it for me, please.
For you. Please, I'll follow.
I'll go to the pool.
Closer, Father. I'll wash the clay from your eyes.
Foolishness.
Please, Father.
Go ahead. Break your heart if you have to. Go ahead. Wash.
Father. Father. Father, what is it? What?
Paul. Turn to me. Look into my face.
Father.
My son. At last, I can see my son. Father. A whole new world.
Everything. New. I knew it. I always knew it.
Yes, you did. Now hurry. Lead me back to the city gate.
Lead you? But, Father, you can see now.
And if I can. I must become accustomed to this different world of light. Lead me until what was familiar to my touch becomes familiar to my new eyes. And there must be him. His face. As you spoke about it.
We're almost to the gate now. See? There it is.
Yes. Then where is he pointing out to me?
I don't... Not here. The master isn't here, Father.
Gone? You mean he's gone?
He isn't here.
Oh, and I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to thank him, to tell him, Joshua. Joshua. Is it really you? You are Aaron. I know your voice. I know it. Joshua, you can see. Yes. I can see. I washed my eyes in the pool, as he said. And I can see. I can see. Everyone, listen to him. Listen. Joshua, he can see. He can see. The house we live in. How strange to have spent so many years here, and to see it now for the first time.
Yes, Father, it must be.
Son, it will be different from now on. You won't be a beggar's son anymore. I'll learn a trade. I'll work hard. I'll make up to you all the things you've gone without.
These must be more neighbors. They must have heard. I'll open the door.
No, let me. It will be the first time I walk to the door without feeling my way. Welcome, friend, to the house of Joshua, no longer the blind man.
And you're Joshua?
Of course. Come in. Help me celebrate this wonderful thing that has happened.
Celebrate? You've nothing to celebrate. You'll come with me.
With you? But why? What is it?
Michael wants to see you. It's urgent.
See, Michael? The important issue?
Yeah. Well, you better come along at once.
And so I came here quickly as I could with the guard. My boy is waiting outside. What is it? What's wrong, Michael?
A story has spread to the city like wildfire that you, who were blind all your life, have been cured by the Master.
And it's true.
Tell me, have you ever heard of any case where a man blind from birth was made to see?
No.
And you have me believe this now?
He made me see.
And he did it on the Sabbath. Any man who would do work on the Sabbath is a sinner. And you say this sinner cured you?
Is the day so important that a man should refuse his sight because it is afforded to him on the Sabbath?
Come with me, you fraud.
Where?
Through this door. Blind man. I have witnesses there who will prove you've not been blind since birth. Now you'll keep your voice down till I tell you otherwise. I want no more trickery. Quiet. I'll open the door. Look in that room.
Who are they? That old man and woman.
Huh? You don't recognize them?
How could I recognize anyone by looking at them? Everything I see now, I see for the first time.
I'll tell you who they are. They're the parents of Joshua, the blind man, the real Joshua, the one who was blind from birth. Now we'll uncover your little game. Well, my dear people, is this man your son Joshua, or is he an impostor?
Joshua! Oh, Joshua, is it true?
Mother.
Look, Caleb, our son. His eyes move and shine, and they can see.
This is the greatest miracle I've ever heard of, Mother. Father, you look almost as I had imagined you would.
Very touching sight, this whole thing, but I say I've had enough of this prearranged pretense.
Why does he talk that way? Why did he send for us and say someone was pretending to be our son?
Don't play the innocent with me. This is all a great plot to master you, blind man, and your mother and father. Why, this man isn't your son.
You tell me who my own son is?
I refuse to believe this thing. That man is a sinner.
You say he's a sinner. If he were not of God, he couldn't have done this great thing for me.
I refuse to believe it. It's impossible. It couldn't happen.
Isn't that what makes it a miracle?
Look, enough of this talk. You know what will happen to all of you in the event that you persist in this story that this preacher cured your son who was blind from birth.
What would happen to her?
You'll be driven from the city and forbidden entrance here anymore.
But why?
Now, it's still not too late to admit that this whole thing is a fraud. Many men have posed as blind men or cripples in order to eke out a living without working. And that's your only crime. We can forget that. But you must admit that he didn't cure you of your blindness. Now, will you admit it? It's not the truth. Stop saying that.
I feel sorry for anyone who can't believe, even in the face of this great thing that has happened.
The man is a fraud. He must be cured me. Don't say that again.
All our lives we've lived with the curse that our son was born blind. And now you ask us to say it isn't true. Would parents lie about a thing like that?
This master must have cast a spell over the whole lot of you. Now I give you one more chance to admit you've all been lying. Else I'll have you banished from the city. What do you say? Will you admit it?
Only one thing I know. Once I was blind. And now I see.
And we must leave the city, Father? Why?
The authorities say I'm a fraud. But leaving won't be so difficult. It could have been worse.
We'll find another place to live. We can. We can do anything now, can't we, Father?
Now that I can see, now that I know, we can do anything, Paul.
How could they say you were a fraud?
Men can say anything if they have a motive.
But you don't mind, do you, Father?
Mind? Of course not. The only thing is, I would have wanted to be the master at least once before we left. I may never have that chance.
Yes, it would have been a... Father, look ahead there on the road.
Those men coming toward us?
Yes, the one who leads them. The master.
And he seems to recognize us. He knows us.
I think he came looking for us, Father.
Then we must go to meet him. Come, Paul, come. Master! Master! I searched for you. And now I've found you. I can see. And it was your doing. How can I thank you, Master? Dost thou believe in the Son of God? Who is he, Lord, that I might believe in him? Thou hast both seen him, and it is he that talketh with thee. Lord, I believe. For judgment I am come into this world, that they who see not might see.
You said it.
And I meant it, son.
What he said.
Yes. What he said. First, he gave sight to my eyes. Then he gave sight to my spirit. For I didn't believe, because I was blind in spirit. Now, I see. That was how it happened, Peter.
I know. I saw that too, John.
And you're still puzzled.
You mean he cured the blind man and he made him understand all at the same time?
Yes, Peter. The miracle was only a sign of the thing he meant to do. What good is it that a man have sight in his eyes if his spirit and soul are blind? He is with us to bring understanding and light into the world. As he said. For judgment I am come into this world, that they who see not might see.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Oops.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, waiting to explore with you what is often puzzling and always slightly beyond rational understanding. This story is real, and what happened goes back almost 100 years when Joseph Conrad recorded it. Then, even more so than now, the word Congo had acquired sobering connotation. Sobering indeed, as a commercial trader was to discover.
Chaos. Wake up. Wake up, man.
Well, what is it?
Listen. What do the drums mean?
How should I know? Go back to bed, Carl.
I can't sleep. I'll ask my coach.
You stay inside.
inside the house. That's an order, Kalia. I don't want to lose you.
Our mystery story, The Warriors from Luanda, is adapted from a story by Joseph Conrad and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Bob Dryden and William Griffiths. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Man is gregarious. He likes the company of others. When men are deprived of human companionship, they undergo subtle changes. They hold conversations only with themselves. Solitary confinement is brutal punishment. It requires strong nerves to endure it. Mental change causes physical change, and a man released from isolation looks different and sounds different. Keep that in mind as we meet the director of the Dutch Great Trading Company. He is saying goodbye to Caertz and Collier aboard his steamer.
Have you any questions, Caertz?
No, Herr Director.
You are in charge. Collier takes his orders from you. Is that understood, Collier?
Yes, Herr Director.
This is not Amsterdam. It is the Congo. The jungle is dangerous and enveloping. I have left you with 10 men, all employed by the company, but responsible to you. They will keep the trading post clear. Mikola and his wife have survived here for years. He keeps the storehouse with its cloth and trinkets for barter.
I will rely on him.
The responsibility of the post is yours. We expect you to collect ivory. The company is generous with rewards for agents who are industrious. I am proceeding upriver. I will not return for 6 months.
By then, Herr Director, I will have filled the storehouse with tusks.
Good. You have ample food, and if you treat Gabila's tribe with decency and consideration, his hunters will bring you game and produce. Is there anything more?
No, Herr Director, we understand perfectly.
Then I will say goodbye.
We will step ashore.
Goodbye, Herr Director.
Well, Collier.
Oh, he's wonderful.
I feel like an overlord. A raised house with a veranda that overlooks the Congo. 10 men to do the work. Mikola and his wife to manage the storehouse. What more could we want?
And the ivory tusks everywhere in exchange for a piece of cloth or a trinket.
6 months, Collier. 6 months, and we will be rich.
You'll be rich.
Your turn will come. But after you've made your fortune, I will meet your boat in Amsterdam, and we'll celebrate our wonderful adventure in Africa.
Look how the sun casts a bar of gold across the river. Surface doesn't seem to move. I haven't seen Mikola since... Oh, he's coming down to us.
Well, Mikola, we have been admiring the view.
You must be careful, Tuan. It is a dangerous river.
Ah?
The crocodile is very swift. You see there? What looks like a branch. It does not move downstream. Crocodile. You turn your back and he is upon you. That is why our house is on stilts. We fear the crocodile more than any other animals in the jungle.
Just how do we go about the bartering, Mikola? I don't speak the native language. I suppose I could manage the sign language.
I speak the tongues. The natives come with tusks. I speak with them. You make the decision, Tuan.
The director says that Gibola, is that right, Gibola?
Yes, he is chief of the local tribe. Very friendly.
Does he supply tusks?
No, Tuan. His people hunt only for food and have a village. They do not wander through the jungle. It is the wandering tribes who hunt for ivory, and they bring the tusks to our trading post.
And they exchange ivory for cloth and trinkets?
Knives, bells, beads.
We have many things.
Extraordinary.
The director speaks to me about the 10 men, Tuan.
Oh, he did? And what did the director have to say?
Tuan, it is very hot here. Men must be made to work. If they plant seeds, you will have plenty of produce. Over there was a clearing for growing vegetable.
There? Good heavens, it's a thicket. So you say there was a garden there?
Agent before you had men clear the land.
He also had the house built, didn't he?
Yes, Tuan. He was artist. He spent many hours painting on canvas.
Kids, look up there on the hill behind our house, close to that huge banyan tree.
A cross. A tilted cross. Is that where the first agent was buried, Makola?
Yes, Tuan.
Chewed up by a crocodile, Makola?
No, Tuan. Of fever.
Well?
They are no better than first agents I have to bury in ground.
Oh, do you like these men?
They seem nice men.
You should be the agent.
Perhaps one day. But the director pays me well. We will see.
The Congo is not good for these men who come from where it is cold and where heavy fog creeps over the shore and the land has no sun.
This is our land, and the land is their enemy.
Last, the sunset. Day after day after day after day. Like a cauldron of red-hot metal pouring over the black jungle. That silent, deadly river. Sometimes I think I shall go mad, Gaius.
Only a month now, Galia. The steamer will be along in a month. If it weren't for my daughter, Mary, you wouldn't catch me here.
If it hadn't been for that brother-in-law of mine, maybe I'd still be in the army. Or any place but here. He got me this appointment knowing I'd be miserable in the heart of this blasted continent.
Did your brother-in-law persuade you that you'd make your fortune as a trader? Did he urge you to leave the army? No?
That's neither here nor there.
I see.
What do you see? Were you discharged from the administration of telegraphs? Is that why you're here?
No. I left to earn a dowry for my daughter. She's 17. She's all I have. Mary lives with my sister. My wife is dead. When I have saved enough for her dowry...
you'll never have it. You were supposed to collect ivory. Supply is pitiful. The trading station looks abandoned and the men do nothing.
That will do. Shall I remind you, Collier, that I am the agent and that you are my assistant?
Oh, yes, sir. What will you tell the director when he asks to see the ivory? And asks about the garden and the fencing and the new landing stage, that the men wouldn't work?
Hold your tongue, Collier.
If you weren't in charge...
Yeah, but I am, and don't you forget it. Now get down to Macola's hut and tell him to come here to the house. Well,
look. Look down there, Kyle.
Huh?
I've never seen them before. In front of the storehouse with Makola and his wife.
Fierce-looking devils, aren't they? I wonder where the tribe comes from. I'd better go down.
No, wait. Makola's wife is coming up here. Makola seems to be quarreling with her leader, pacing back and forth and gesturing. They don't appear to be friendly.
Makola sends me, Tuan.
Oh? Well, speak up, woman. What is it?
Makola said you are not to leave house. They are dangerous men, Tuan.
Get your revolver, Collier.
No, Tuan. They also have guns.
I will not have Makola threatened.
he will barter with them. Do not go down there.
They have brought tusks.
Well?
Oh, they are fierce men, Tuan.
Well, who are they? Where do they come from?
From the coast, from Luanda. They are warriors. Makola will talk with them, but you stay here. The natives from Luanda are dangerous.
I won't be intimidated by ignorance.
I think you will be, Cats. I will. Against 10 men armed with spears and guns? They'd leave us dead. Now, Director wouldn't like that, would he?
Shut up. Now, when Makola has gotten rid of them, tell him to come up here.
He will come up here, Tuan.
I should thank you, Cats. Not that I would have obeyed you.
When I give an order...
But you didn't, because you're afraid to go down there. So am I. But I admit it.
The men are leaving.
And Makola has gone into his hut. Look, there's his wife coming up from the shore. She circled the clearing. She's afraid, too.
We should always carry our revolvers with us. I intend to.
You cannot, Makola. The director will be angry.
He will never know. I cannot stand up to the men from Luanda. They threaten all of us. They have guns.
But the trader and the assistant...
There will be no trouble.
Oh, they will know.
That may be. I am loyal to Great Trading Company, but also to you, to the children. The warriors threaten to kill us.
How is it to be done?
I have arranged it in my head. It is better you do not know. Better for them, too.
100 years ago, the jungles of Africa were impenetrable. It truly was the dark continent. 2 men are isolated there. What happens to them will unfold when I return shortly with Act 2. From the beginning of recorded time, man has been driven to explore and to plunder for survival. And from England, Belgium, the Netherlands, explorers lay claim to the riches in undeveloped regions. And they were followed by traders, such as Cairds and Collier, who manned outposts on jungle rivers to barter for ivory. 2 isolated men who await Makola and his explanation about those unfamiliar warriors from Luanda.
Takes his own good time, doesn't he?
Well, the sun's going down. That's a blessing. It's positively balmy. Can't be more than 95 degrees. Perhaps we should go for a swim.
You're a fool. Congo gives me the shivers.
For heaven's sake.
Huh? What is it?
Isn't that smoke?
Huh?
See there, off the right. Isn't that smoke rising above the trees?
Yes, it is. 3 columns of it. Makola?
Yes? Just 1 carrot, yes?
What's that over there?
Smoke?
Yeah, I can see that.
Fire. Village is burned.
Shouldn't we take our men and try to help?
No. It is too late.
Is that Gibola's village?
I do not know. It is close by.
And you don't care? Gibola's our friend.
Let's call out the men, Cairds.
Ring the gong.
No, Herr Cairds. When villages are burned, natives have been driven out. No one will be there.
Who drove them out?
Could be the Luanda.
The blighters who were here late this afternoon?
They are bad men.
Did they threaten you, Makola?
We argue about tusks.
Oh. They have ivory?
Very much. Do you get more ivory?
Yeah, certainly. We haven't collected very much in the past 5 months. Of course I want ivory. as much as they have.
Then I arrange for it. The director will be pleased.
I should hope so.
The director also asked about fencing and new landing stage.
The men he left with me simply won't work.
Well, maybe, Tuan, if you show them good time, tomorrow they will work. Give them party tonight.
What a wonderful idea. You to give them a party for doing nothing. Isn't that novel?
Palm wine has gone sour. I give it to them and they enjoy themselves. Tomorrow they will work.
Well, go ahead. Why not?
You stay in house, yes? It is dangerous.
You stay with me, Collier. One of them might go off his head. That's an order.
You and your orders. Ridiculous.
You have fever, Tuan. You stay quiet. Fever will burn away. I will take palm wine to men. You do not leave house, Tuan.
Why should we have anything to fear from our own men?
Let me point out something I've said before. I am the agent in charge here, and you are my assistant.
The person in charge is McCullough, and don't try to deny it.
You will not call me ridiculous in front of a servant. I won't stand for that kind of insubordination. If it happens once more...
Yes, what will you do?
I'll discharge you.
You mean throw me out of our castle on stilts? This vermin-infested hutch of a platform? You're welcome to the whole place. I'll head downstream to the coast.
Well, you may do what you please, but you won't survive a day in the jungle. I've warned you, Collier. Now go to bed. Take your quinine and go to bed.
You may go to hell.
It couldn't be worse than this.
Chaos, wake up. There's trouble in the camp.
Who? What is it? We'll go back to bed.
That's a yell for help. Go down there. Take your revolver.
No, it's just one of the men drunk on the palm wine.
Oh, did you hear that? Go down there, Chaos. That's one of our men.
McCullough.
You're in charge here. That's what you tell me all the time. What kind of man are you?
Intelligent enough not to risk my life for a dead native.
And I'm dizzy.
Fever. Forget what you heard and go back to sleep. We will find out in the morning.
Oh, I have to go to the camp.
No, do what you please, but remember the cross on the hill.
He died of fever.
That's right. Do you prefer a bullet? You're up, Collier. You look better.
Where are the men?
Well, they will straggle down shortly. I'll tell again.
Oh, there's McCullough.
Come up here, and McCullough.
He doesn't appear to be excited. Maybe he didn't hear the gunshot.
When did you wake me up?
It was almost 3 o'clock.
Yes, Tuan cares.
Where are the men?
They went last night with the coast people, the Rwanda.
What? They deserted?
They go away, Tuan.
But they can't. They're company men, employed by great trading companies.
They were no good.
The director will be furious.
He will like the ivory.
Ivory?
Down there, Kayats. In front of the storehouse.
What? Good Lord. I never saw such a collection. The Rwanda returned and...
You say barter with them, and they have many tusks. You wish to see it, Tuan?
Good work, McCullough. I will certainly mention this to the director. Wonderful. Are you coming, Collier?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
You should stay in bed here, Tuan Collier. You have fever. The sun is hot.
Oh, first, I must see the ivory. That's why we came to this desolate place.
Beautiful. I never saw such tusks, McCullough.
I will weigh and store for the director.
What did you have to give for it, McCullough?
No regular trade. They bring ivory. I tell them to take what they want. The Luanda need carriers very badly. Our men were no good here, Tuan. No trade, no entry in books. All correct.
You gave them our men? You exchanged the company men for these tusks? You sold them into slavery?
The men were no good to us.
Oh, you scoundrel. What a vile thing to do, sell our men for ivory. The director will hear about this, I swear it. I've never heard of a more despicable act. You have no more duties here, Macola. You and your family are to leave at once.
You are very red, Herr Kurtz. If you are so irritable in the sun, you will get fever and die, like our first chief.
We will return to the coast, to my people, Macola.
No.
You heard Herr Kurtz.
He spoke out of anger.
It was wrong to sell the men.
No. The chief of the Luanda would accept nothing else. If I do not agree, he and his men kill us, take everything. We have the ivory and we are alive. Do not worry about Herr Kurtz. He will not drive us away.
Oh, what will the two men do now for food?
They have rice, things in tins. The steamer will be here soon.
Oh, let us travel with the director down to the coast, Macola. I no longer feel safe on this outpost.
Where have you been?
I went up to the camp.
You're mad. Have you no sense? You have fever. You're weak. Do you want to die?
I found one of Gebola's men lying dead in front of one of the workmen's huts.
What?
The way I see it, Macola carried the palm wine up to the workmen. They got drunk and fell asleep. That's when that tribe from Luanda pounced upon them and carried them off. One of the men from Gebola's village was there and stayed sober. He protested. I was shot and killed. What will you do now?
We can't touch the ivory, of course.
What a frightful thing to have done. Made slaves in exchange for animal tusks. It's very wrong, Chaos.
They were walking down from the house, Macola.
Of course. Now you will see.
Kalia found one of Gebola's men lying dead in front of a workman's hut. You tell Gebola to have him removed.
Yes, Tuan.
What do you intend to do with these tusks?
The sun is very strong here for tusks. I must weigh them, place them in storehouse. They are very heavy.
Oh, that really is a splendid collection.
The Luanda are great hunters, Tuan.
Yeah, and marauders.
No, when I have stored them, I will go to Gebola as you have ordered.
I will help you, Macola. Oh, one man could not carry so big a tusk.
I can't see a woman doing that work. All right, if I give them a hand.
We'll do as you please.
You are not well, Tuan Kalia.
Oh, the fever will break. Can't leave these beautiful pieces of ivory in the sun.
You will kill yourself.
No matter. I've given up. I don't expect to leave this place alive.
6 months.
I remember when we first put ashore.
Well, perhaps tomorrow the steamer will come.
Oh, that's a great store of ivory, Kurtz. It's a shame We should get credit for it.
I have been giving that a good deal of thought.
You need some credit. The clearing is overrun with rank grass, the fences...
That will do.
6 months, and you haven't accomplished a thing. The station's a disgrace. No ivory, you've lost the company of workmen, you've discharged McCullough, but he's still here. I'm sick and tired of listening to you talk about position. Why don't you face it, Cayets? We're like two blind men in a dark room.
But I intend to emerge from that dark room with credit. You will be dead.
Credit?
Yeah. Credit for the ivory.
You said you wouldn't touch it.
I've changed my mind. Selling the workmen into slavery was despicable. McCullough did that. I'm still horrified by it. But the men he sold to the Lawanda were company men. They worked for the company. They were paid for their work. So the ivory is company ivory.
I see. And McCullough and his wife?
He, too, is a company man. If 10 workmen choose to desert...
Preferring to become carriers for the Lawanda? Yes, I begin to see. Well, you're not an absolute fool after all, Cayets.
As compensation, the Lawanda brought us a fortune in ivory.
The men were worthless to us and to themselves.
Yeah, we've done them a favor, and the Lawanda have rewarded us.
The logic is peculiar.
Well, who will know the truth? The director has seen worse things done on the quiet, believe me.
I do, and I'm relieved.
Earlier, I mentioned the effect that solitary confinement can have on a man. We will soon discover the fate of Cayets and Collier when I return with Act 3. We're unfolding a story written by Joseph Conrad, who in the year 1890 commanded a small Belgian Congo steamboat. He contracted fever, dysentery, and in his words, everything became repellent to him. Men and things, but especially men. From that experience, he wrote this story about the disintegration of a trader and his assistant. 3 more weeks have passed, and McCullough's wife is concerned.
The 2 men quarrel and break things, McCullough. I have heard them.
Stay away from their house. They have revolvers. They are no longer responsible for what they do.
Oh, they are starving.
They have rice.
But nothing else. The boldest people do not bring game or fruit. They are weak and they are starving.
I do not care. I have no respect for them. They do not belong here.
Have pity on them.
No. Leave them alone. Time will tell against them. The steamer is late. The director is busy with other stations. I do not know when he will arrive.
The men will be dead.
Then Gibola's wish will be granted.
We need food. We'll rot of fever and starvation. You sit there. You're in charge of this pest hole. Do something, Cayets.
The steamer
Oh, for all you know, the steamer's passed us by. We have to do something.
I have ivory for the director.
Ivory. Blast the ivory. And the jungle. Burn it down. Exterminate the natives. Set fire to the whole continent.
Oh, you are crazy.
You sit there moaning over that picture of your maiden.
I warn you, Collier.
Free me. Free me from this place. Free me. I'm so sick.
The solitude. It is absolute. Everything has gone out of me. Images of home. Gone. shadows I loved recede into the distance, become indistinct. The great silence of the wilderness, its hopelessness, envelops me. I've lost the will to resist. Death stalks us, and I have no will to resist. No will. Talia? You're alive.
Get away from me.
You slept all day.
Good.
Get up now. Don't lie there and rot. I fixed supper.
I can't choke down any more ice.
There's coffee.
Then bring out the sugar. What are you holding it for?
Only a few lumps left.
Well, bring it out.
It's for when we are sick.
Sick? I'm sick to death. Bring out the sugar or I'll strangle you to death.
I forbid you to speak to me that way.
You what?
I'm your chief.
Chief? Who's chief? There's no chief here. There's nothing here but you and me. Fetch the sugar, you blundering idiot.
Shut up, Kalia. I dismiss you. You miserable scoundrel.
You flabby, good-for-nothing civilian.
Put down that stool.
Make me.
Stop it.
Come back here. Open that door. Open it, you coward.
He's mad. Revolver. Where is my revolver? I have to control my nerves.
If you don't bring out that sugar, I'll break the doors down. I'll show you who's master.
I have to get out of here. The window. Drop to the ground and run for the river. Past McCullough's hut and the storehouse. Run. My legs. This morning I couldn't walk a yard without groaning. Run. Run for my life. He's mad.
I'm waiting for you, kids. You can't escape. Better jump in the river. You come near the house, I'll kill you. Come on now. You're out there someplace and I'm waiting for you.
What is this all about? This madness? What did we quarrel about? Sugar. A lump of sugar. How preposterous. I will remain hidden behind the house.
Where are you, kids? I'm coming for you.
I hear him. Which way do I run? To the left or to the right?
Yes, you are.
I'm hit. My shoulder. He'll fire again. No, I don't hear him. Kalia! McCullough! McCullough!
Yes, Tuan, yes.
Help! I can hardly walk. Help me to the front of the house.
Yes,
please.
Yes, Tuan. Here, hold my arm.
He tried to kill me. Get me back to the porch. A lump of sugar. Civilized men quarreling and killing over a lump of sugar. Thank you, McCullough. Yeah. What was that?
It's Herr Kalia. He's been shot and killed.
But my shoulder. The gunshot. Let me. He's dead, McCullough.
Yes, Tuan.
I don't understand. He came round, threatening to kill me. We collided in the dark, and there was a shot. And my shoulder...
You are not shot, Tuan.
Isn't that wonderful?
I will see to Herr Kalia, Tuan.
That miserable brute, that pompous, lazy, insolent misfit, he's dead. I'm well rid of him. threatening me. He didn't learn very much in the army about obedience. There was mutiny. The director will understand.
Tuan, is this your revolver?
Yes. Yes, that is mine.
There is only one revolver, Tuan. Where is his?
I don't know. He came after me to shoot me.
I will look.
Now what will I do? Bury him, I suppose. Order McCullough to build a cross. Place him next to the first agent. I killed him. Killed in self-defense.
Tuan, I did not find the revolver near Herr Collier. It was in his room. This is his revolver.
I shot an unarmed man.
Herr Collier died of fever, Tuan. Yes, I think he died of fever. Bury him tomorrow. For tonight we leave him on the porch.
I am dreaming. Collier is dead. What difference does that make? Thousands die every day. I am at peace with myself. What if I, and not Collier, was dead? But I'm not. I must wake up. The mist is all around me, penetrating, silent, white, deadly, carrying my guilt through the jungle, calling me to justice, calling me. Help! 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 Help!
He's gone mad.
He runs wildly to the shore.
The steamer. Kids! Kids!
He's gone. He runs into the jungle. Oh, how do we explain what happened to Herr Kerr?
He went mad from fever, ran into the forest. Both men are gone. That is all the director will need to know.
And we go downriver to the coast with the director?
Yes. The company sends stupid men to the station. I want no more of them. They offend the natives. We do not collect enough ivory.
You have a great store of ivory, McCullough.
Thanks to the Luanda.
And to the workmen who are now their slaves.
Come aboard, McCullough. Tie your canoe to the ladder. Well, I'm pleased to see you.
I am honored, Herr Director.
May I ask where Kayetz is? And that assistant whose name I've forgotten?
Collier.
Ah, yes, of course. Well?
They are dead, Herr Director.
Ah. The usual, McCullough?
Fever. Herr Collier died of fever. He is buried.
And the agent?
Herr Kayetz became wild in the head and ran into the jungle.
Madness. He cannot survive. And the station, has the work been done?
No, Sir Director.
I feared as much. Imbeciles.
The company men did not work. Last full moon, they leave station. They join Luandas. This unlucky station, Tuan.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the station. It's the fools the company sends me to mend them. Any ivory?
You come ashore to see.
McCullough, it's a marvelous collection. Heaven's name, how did you collect such superb tusks?
I barter for it, sir.
Yes, well, you bartered well. I see you still have half the supplies I left with you. What tribe brought you this wonderful collection?
Luanda.
Ah, I understand. And it was with the Luandas that the workmen went?
Yes, sir.
Amusing. We think alike, McCullough.
Yes, sir.
Both of us have a shrewd understanding of real values. I think that you could become an outstanding agent for a great trading company. I'll have my men load the ivory aboard. Then you and I will talk further?
Yes, sir.
Strangers in a foreign land, isolated and destitute. Kayerts and Collier gave up respectable positions to become ivory traders in the middle of equatorial Africa. Unqualified, they degenerated so swiftly that in 6 months they died, both violently. Greed drove great trading company, and greed drove the two men. Only a heartless man, such as a director, or a shrewd man, like McCullough, can survive the challenges of exploitation. I shall be back shortly. Conrad wrote this tragic story in 1895. The days of colonial exploitation have ended. Those who hunt and sell ivory are no longer cheated with gifts of cheap cloths, glittering beads, and trinkets. Now they get value for what they sell. This is advancement of a sort, and the dignity we formerly accorded only to each other is now, we hope, accorded to all mankind. Our cast included Robert Dryden, William Griffiths, Joe Silver, and Joan Ollis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Haunted Man and the Ghost's Bargain by Charles Dickens, dramatised by Jill Brooke, with John Moffat as Dickens and Michael Tudor Barnes as Redlaw.
It is now some time since the publication of this, my last Christmas book, but I think it will repay one more telling. Everybody said Mr. Redlaw looked like a haunted man. Who could have seen his hollow cheek and sunken eye, his black-cloaked figure, his grizzled hair hanging seaweed-like about his face, but might have said he looked like a haunted man. His solitary vault-like dwelling was in a remote part of the ancient college where he lectured in chemistry. You should have seen him in his chamber about twilight, in the dead winter time, when he sat gazing at the shadows in the fire. You should have seen him then.
Who's that? Come in.
William Swidger, sir. Come to light your lamp and set the table. I'm humbly fearful, Mr. Redlaw, that your supper's a good bit past the time tonight, sir. But my wife has been taken off her legs so often by the wind that it's a mercy she got home at all.
Yes.
That's what I always say myself, sir. Such as many of us Swidgers. Pepper. Why, there's my father, Philip Swidger, superannuated caretaker of this institution. 87 years old, he's a Swidger. Spoon.
True, William.
And then you come to his successor as caretaker, my unworthy self, Salt. Then you come to all my brothers and their families, knife and fork. Why, what with cousins, uncles and aunts, the Swidgers, tumblers, might take hold of hands and make a ring round England. So it's all for the best, Mrs. William and I have no child of our own. And the butter. Mrs. Williams said she'd dish in 10 minutes.
I am quite ready.
Mrs. Williams been at it again, sir. Not satisfied with being a sort of mother to all the young gentlemen that come to attend your lectures, she's been and went and...
Sir.
Here she is, sir, and my father.
Good evening.
What is that the old man has in his arms?
Oh, holly, sir, to decorate your room.
When I first came here, it was a pleasure to know that one of our benefactors left money in his will to buy holly for garnishing the walls and windows come Christmas. You recollect his picture that hangs in our great dinner hall? Sedate gentleman with a peaked beard and a ruff round his neck and a scroll below him, in old English letters, "Lord, keep my memory green." Freshening up the bare rooms with these branches and berries keeps my memory green, sir.
Oh, come away, my dear. Mr. Redlaw won't settle to his dinner otherwise. I wish you good night, sir, and hope...
Oh, stay. William, what were you going to tell me concerning your excellent wife?
Why, sir, Mrs. Williams got her eye on me.
You're not afraid of Mrs. Williams' eye, are you?
Why, no, sir, but I wouldn't like to... Millie, him, you know, down in the buildings, my love.
I asked William not to mention it. It's a poor, hard-working young gentleman, sir, one of your students who is too ill to go home this holiday time and lives down in Jerusalem buildings. That's all, sir.
Why have I not heard about him? Give me my hat and coat. What house? What number? If he's one of my students, I must help him.
Oh, you mustn't go there, sir. It couldn't be thought of.
Why not?
Well, sir, the young gentleman would never have made his situation known to one of his own sex. They all confide in Mrs. William. They all trust her.
There is good sense in what you say, William. So, take him this, Millie.
Oh, dear, no, sir. Not money. Couldn't be dreamed of. He said that of all the world he would not receive help from you, though he is a student in your class. I can't tell why, sir, for I know he is lonely and lacking comforts, but he is engaged to be married when he can afford it. How very dark it seems in here.
It's turned colder, too. William, my boy, turn up the lamp and rouse the fire.
Yes, Father.
He was muttering in his sleep yesterday afternoon about some great wrong that could never be forgiven.
Not content with being like a mother to him, sir. When she was coming home tonight, Mrs. William goes and finds a creature more like a wild beast than a child, shivering upon her doorstep. What does she do but bring it home to dry it and feed it? It's sitting in the old lodge chimney corner, staring at our fire as if its eyes would never shut again.
God bless you, Millie. I will consider what I can do to help, but I'll not detain you any longer now. Good night.
I thank you, sir. William, you take the lantern, lead the way. I'm forever stumbling down these long, dark passages. Good night, sir.
Good night, Mr. Redlaw.
Good night, sir.
As Redlaw sat musing in his chair alone, he did not notice the healthy holly that withered on the wall and dropped dead branches. The gloom and shadow thickened and slowly formed an awful likeness of himself. The living man and the animated image of himself dead looked upon the other. This was the dread companion of the haunted man.
Spirit of myself, why do you come to haunt me like this?
I come when you call me. I am the one miserably poor and neglected in his youth, who studied and strove and suffered that he might gain knowledge.
Remember, I too am that man.
A stranger took my father's place when I was a child, and my parents cast their offspring loose early, as birds do. In this struggle upward, I found a friend, Longford. Though he had money and I none, we worked together side by side, and I bestowed all my affection and trust on him.
Not all. I also had a sister.
Did Longford love my sister as she loved him? I think he did once.
Let me forget it.
At that time, a pretty young girl entered my life too, and a dream of love arose in my own heart as well as in my sister's, though I was still too poor to think of marriage. But as I strove to climb the ladder of success, what visions of the future did I see?
I saw them again in the fire.
Pictures that were delusions. For my rich friend came between me and my dear love and won her for himself. My sister's frail universe was shattered by Longford's betrayal. She lived to see my ambition rewarded, but then
died, gentle as ever, and concerned only for me, her brother, and my loss. Early unhappiness, a wound from someone I trusted, and a loss that nothing can replace live longer in the mind than dreams.
Thus memory is a curse, and if I could forget my sorrow and my wrong, I would. If I could forget, I would. My life is darkened by that incessant whisper. Then hear what I offer. Forget the sorrow, wrong, and trouble you have known. I have the power to cancel their remembrance, to leave only faint traces that will soon die out.
If I agree to this, what else shall I lose?
No results of study. Only the feelings and associations nourished by your banished recollections. Decide before the opportunity is lost.
One moment. I call heaven to witness that I have never hated anyone. If I have made too much of all that might have been and too little of what is, the evil has fallen on me and not on others. Yes, I will close the bargain. I will forget my sorrow, wrong, and trouble.
Then it is done. But remember, the gift that I have given, you shall give again, go where you will. You shall destroy the power of memory in all whom you approach. Destroy the power of memory.
With a terrible smile upon its face, the phantom melted before him and was gone. As his memories slowly began to fade, Redlaw was still conscious of the science that he taught. In the material world, no atom can be spared without a blank being made in the great universe. Were not good and evil, happiness and sorrow, all necessary in the memories of men? Once deprived of kindly recollection, how would the balance of people's lives be changed? Would their hearts not harden, and their souls give way to irritation and despair? His thoughts were broken by a shrill cry far off in the wind.
Where are you?
Hello?
Where are you?
What is it? Come to the light.
As Redlaw raised the lamp and tried to pierce the gloom, something rushed past him into the room like a wildcat and crouched down in a corner. A bundle of tatters held together by a hand. A baby savage.
I'll bite if you hit me.
Who are you? What do you want?
Where's the woman? I want to find the woman what brought me here and set me by the fire. She was gone so long I went to look for her and lost myself. I don't want you. I want the woman.
Try to run, would you?
Let me go. I've done nothing to you.
What is your name?
Got none. Let me go. I want to go back to the woman.
Oh, this way. I'll take you.
Remember, the gift that I have given, you shall give again, go where you will.
I will not go to the lodge tonight. Go straight down this passage and into the yard. You see the fire shining on the window there? Now, be off with you and leave me alone.
Tetterby's the Newsagent's was the corner shop in Jerusalem Buildings. There was a good show of literature in the window, chiefly consisting of out-of-date picture newspapers. Walking sticks and marbles were included in the stock in trade. It had once extended into the light confectionery line, but nothing connected with that branch of commerce remained except a glass jar containing a languishing mass of bullseyes which had melted and congealed until all hope of getting them out was gone. In another jar was a heap of minute wax dolls. Time was when it had put its trust in cheap jewellery, for in one pane of glass there was a card of signet rings and a black talisman of inscrutable purpose labelled 9pence. Mr. Adolphus Tetterby sat in a small parlour partitioned off from his small shop by a small screen pasted all over with small scraps of newspapers. In company with this small man were a number of marauding small boys, fighting and arguing and scuffling in and out of bed.
You bad boy!
Little Johnny Tetterby was tottering to and fro, considerably affected in his knees by the weight of a very large baby, his only sister Sally. It was a very Moloch of a baby, which usually roved from door to door in its brother's arms. He was content to stagger about with it like a very small porter with a very large parcel.
Oh, ain't you any feeling for your poor father after a hard winter's day, but you must wither his rest with your vicious tricks? Isn't it enough, sir, that your big brother, young Dolphus, is toiling and moiling in the cold to sell his newspapers, and you rolling in the lap of luxury with a baby and everything you could wish for? But must you make a wilderness of home and maniacs of your parents? Must you, Johnny? Hey? There. Don't take on so. Hey, your brother's late tonight, Johnny. He'll come home like a lump of ice. And what's keeping your precious mother?
Here's Mother now. And Dolphus too, Father.
Ah, yes, that's the footstep of my little woman.
I must have a sit down.
Hey, are you very wet, young Dolphus, my boy? Come and dry yourself by the fire.
No, Father, thank you. I ain't very wet. Does my face shine much, Father?
Johnny, hang up me bonnet and shawl. Fetch me the tablecloth, will you?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, dear me. Dear me, that's the way the world goes.
Which is the way the world goes, my dear?
Oh, nothing. Oh, dear me. Dear me, dear me. Oh, that's the way the world goes.
My duck, you said that before. Which is the way the world goes?
Oh, nothing.
Sophia, you said that before, too.
Well, I'll say it again if you like. Oh, nothing. There now.
My little woman, what's put you out?
Who said I was put out? I never did.
Boys, your supper'll be ready in a minute. Your mother has been out in the wet all the way to the cook's shop to buy it. It was very good of her to do so, eh?
Oh, how could I go and behave so? Oh. I'm sure, my love, coming home, that I had no more idea than the baby. Johnny, don't look at me, but at her, or she'll fall out of your lap and be killed, and then you'll die in agonies of a broken heart and serve you right. I'd no more idea of being cross than that little darling. But somehow, ever since that man looked at me...
My dear, whatever do you mean?
There was this odd-looking man in the street, a stranger, and dressed all in black. Ever since I've seen him, I've felt very strange. Oh, I don't know. I must be tired.
I understand. My little woman was put out. Hard times and hard weather and hard work make life trying now and then.
Yes. I'm quite better now. Oh, what a wicked fool I was. Do you know, Dolphus, my dear, that when I was single, I might have given myself away in several directions. Why, at one time, there were 4 after me.
Yes, my love.
Well, I'm sure I never think of such things now. And I'm sure I've got as good a husband as any in the world. But you see, well, I did get a little out of sorts in the street just now. There were such delightful things to buy, such delicious things to eat, and there was so much calculating to be done before I durst lay out a 6pence. You hate me, Dolphus, don't you?
Not quite, as yet.
Well, I'll tell you the whole truth, and then perhaps you will. It was after I saw that man, and I was trudging home in the cold when I began to wonder whether I mightn't have done better and been happier if...
If you had married somebody else?
Yes, that's what I really thought. Do you hate me now, Dolphus?
Why, no. Not as yet.
Oh, I don't know whether I was ill or mad or what, but suddenly I couldn't recall anything that ought to bind us together. All the pleasures we've ever had seemed so cheap and insignificant that I hated them. I could think of nothing except our being poor and the number of mouths we have to feed.
Well, my dear, that's truth after all.
Oh, but since I've been at home a little while, I felt as if a rush of recollection has come over me that softened my heart. All our cares and wants since we've been married seemed to speak to me and say they'd made us one, and that I never could have been, or would have been, any other than the wife and mother I am. Oh, how could I have ever behaved so? Oh, look! That man in the shop! What does he want?
What? Whatever's the matter? How you shake?
He's the one I saw in the street just now. I'm afraid of him.
Afraid of him? Why?
I can't remember. Oh, what is it that's going from me again? What is it?
What may be your pleasure, sir, with us?
I fear that my coming in unnoticed has alarmed you, but you were talking and did not hear me.
My little woman there says it's not the first time you've alarmed her tonight.
I am sorry, I had no intention of frightening her. My name is Redlaw, and I lecture at a college nearby. A young gentleman who is a student there lodges in your house, I believe.
Mr. Denham's room is upstairs, sir, if you wish to see him. I'll light your way, if you'll follow me up this little staircase.
No, I'd rather go alone. He does not expect me. Please, give me the candle, and I'll find my own way.
Very well, sir. Come! Here! There's enough of this! Get to bed there!
The place is small enough without you!
Get to bed!
What has upset them?
What have I done?
Redlaw was beginning to understand enough of what he was and what he made of others to fear contact with his fellow man.
Is that you, Millie? Mr. Redlaw?
Don't get up from your couch. I will sit here, by the door. I heard by accident that one of my class was ill and alone. As luck would have it, I have found him.
An attack of fever has weakened me, sir, but I'm greatly better. I cannot say I have been alone in my illness, or I should be forgetting my kind nurse.
You were speaking of Millie, the caretaker's wife?
Yes, sir.
I remember your name, and now I recollect your face, though we have had very little personal communication together.
Very little.
Why have you tried to keep your situation from me?
Mr. Redlaw, I fear you have discovered my secret. But think how innocent I am, except in name and descent of any wrong inflicted on you.
Wrong?
For heaven's sake, sir, let me return to my old, reserved and distant place among your students. Know me only as Denham, the name I have assumed, and not by that of Longford.
Longford?
My mother's name, sir. The name she took when she might perhaps have taken one more honoured. My parents' marriage was not a happy one, and from my infancy my mother has spoken of you with honour and respect. It may be presumptuous of me to mention the subject, but since you once felt no common interest in my mother, it may mean something to hear with what affection I have regarded you, and how reluctantly I have kept aloof from your encouragement.
Remain where you are. Don't come nearer to me.
What have I to do with your distempered dreams? If you want money, here it is. I came to offer it, and for no other reason.
Take back your purse, sir. I wish you could take the memory of your words from me, too.
You do?
I do.
I can see very well now, thank you, Dolph. Don't cry, dear.
Millie,
Father and Mother will...
I'm afraid to meet her. There is a quality of goodness in her that I fear I might influence. Hide me!
There is an inner room in there, sir. Come in.
Dear Mr. Edmund, they told me you had a visitor.
As you see, Millie, there is no one else here.
Then I'll sit with you a while. Your pillows are not comfortable. I will soon put them right.
Please leave them alone. You make such a fuss over everything.
I'm sure health will seem more precious to you after this illness than it has ever been, Mr. Edmund. I've seen you so touched by the kindness of the poor people downstairs. You must have thought that without some trouble and sorrow we should never know half the good there is around us.
The people downstairs will be paid for any little extra service they may have rendered me. I can't be made to feel more obliged to them by your exaggerating the case, Millie. I am much obliged to you, too. What more do you want? I have had an indisposition which your solicitude makes a great deal more of than it merits, and now it's over.
Would you rather be alone, Mr. Edmund? You don't seem yourself at the moment.
There is no reason to detain you.
If you should need me, I will come back willingly. But you mustn't be afraid that I shall be troublesome to you. You owe me nothing. Good night, Mr. Edmund.
What I have overheard sickens me.
Oh, what have you done? What change have you wrought in me? Give me back myself.
Give me back myself. I am infected. I am infectious. Where I felt interest, compassion, sympathy, I am turning into stone. Selfishness and ingratitude spring up in my footsteps. But I am not sunk so low that I cannot hate the wretches I transform.
As Redlaw spoke, the young man caught at his cloak, but he threw him off and struck him before rushing wildly into the cold night air, where the phantom's words loomed in the darkness. The gift that I have given, you shall give again, go where you will. As he was going along, Redlaw recollected that of those with whom he had communicated since the phantom's disappearance, only the boy who had rushed into his room had shown no sign of being changed. He determined to seek out the wild thing, to prove if this were so, and hurriedly directed his steps back to the keeper's lodge.
Get up, boy. You have not forgotten me.
You let me alone. This is the woman's house, not yours.
Where is the woman's husband and the old man?
Out. Something's the matter. They were sent for in a hurry and told me to stop here.
Come with me, and I'll give you more shillings than you ever saw. Do you know the way back to where you came from?
I'm not going to take you there. Let me be, or I'll heap some live coals at you.
Listen, boy. You may take me where you please, but take me where the people are very miserable or very wicked. I want to do them good by making them forget, not harm them.
Give me some money first. Oh.
There. Now come.
Redlaw followed the savage creature, who led the way, shifting his money from his hand into his mouth and back again, and stealthily rubbing it bright upon his shreds of clothes. Redlaw stopped briefly to listen to a plaintive strain of music he thought he heard, and glanced down at the child. He shuddered as he saw with horror that the expression on the boy's face was the same as his own, without humanity or pity. They journeyed on for some time until they arrived at a ruinous collection of houses. The boy touched Redlaw's arm and stopped. He pointed to one house where there were lights in the windows and a dim lantern in the doorway with "Lodgings for Travellers" painted on it.
In there! I'll outside.
Will they let me in?
Say you're a doctor. There's plenty ill here.
Redlaw saw him trail himself upon the dust and crawl within the shelter of an arch as if he were a rat. He had no pity for the thing, but feared it, and when it looked at him with that frightful likeness of expression on its face, Redlaw hurried into the house as a retreat. He pushed open the yielding door and placed his hand upon the broken stair rail. He passed a man who drew back with much emotion in his manner, and, as if by a sudden impulse, mentioned Redlaw's name aloud. Redlaw had no time to consider, however, for, to his greater amazement, he was greeted by old Philip Swidger.
Mr. Redlaw, how like you, sir. You've come after us to render any help you can, but you're too late. Come in, sir. Here's my son William, too.
Who is the man on the bed?
My eldest son, George. It was more his mother's pride than all the rest.
As I entered the house, I saw a man who seemed to know me. Who was he?
A gambler and a ne'er-do-well, I'm afraid, sir. Having been wayfaring towards London with my unhappy brother, he come to fetch us.
Father?
My boy.
You spoke just now of my having been my mother's favourite. It's dreadful to think now of what happened long ago.
No, it does me good, George. Your mother loved you dearly, and with her last breath said, "Tell him I forgave him, blessed him, and prayed for him." Those were her words to me, and I've never forgotten them, though I'm 87.
Do I see a man in a black cloak over there?
Why, yes, George. It's Mr. Redlaw.
Oh, ask him to come here. My time is very short, but what I can do right, I'll try to do. Mr. Redlaw, there was another man here just now.
I saw him downstairs.
He's penniless and destitute. Look after him. Lose no time. I know he has it in mind to kill himself. Don't you know him? Don't you remember?
No,
Then, damn you! To the devil with you!
William, come away from here. We'll go home.
Are you going to leave your son?
That's no son of mine. No such restless that as any claim on me. My children are pleasant to look at, and they're useful and wait upon me. I've a right to it. I'm 87.
You're old enough to get no older. I don't know what good you are. We could have a deal more pleasure without you.
The cold eye with which William now regarded his father impressed itself no more on Redlaw's observation. He broke his way from the spot to which he seemed to have been fixed, and ran out of the house. His guide came crawling forth from his refuge, and readily obeyed his instructions to take them back to the college. The chemist made no pause until they reached his chamber, where the boy withdrew behind the table and watched him as he made the door fast. The stillness of the room was broken at last by a knock at the door.
It's Millie, sir. Please let me in.
What is the matter?
My brother-in-law is worse, and his father has turned childish in a moment. William himself is changed. Oh, Mr. Redlaw, help me.
I am the last one who can help.
George has been muttering in his sleep about a man you saw there, who was your friend once, long ago.
Let me out! I want to go back to the woman.
Shadow of myself, come back and haunt me day and night.
Let me
Undo what I have done and restore those whom I have cursed.
Redlaw, he will kill himself. He was your friend. Let me in.
A ghostly silence succeeded to the knocking. In time, the boy fell asleep, and in his chair the chemist sat, like a man turned to stone. He raised his head and saw the phantom standing looking at him. It was not alone, but was that really Millie beside it, smiling down on the sleeping child?
Do not bring her here.
This is merely a shadow. When morning comes, seek out the reality whose image I present before you.
To destroy her peace and make her what I am myself.
I have said, Seek her out. Nothing more.
Can she set right the wrongs I have done?
Seek her out.
I will obey you. But there is one thing I would ask. Why has this child been proof against my influence?
This wretched creature has been abandoned since birth to a worse condition than the beasts, and has received no humanizing touch to make a softening memory of sorrow or wrong spring up in its hardened heart. Woe tenfold to the nation that counts its monsters such as this by hundreds and thousands. He is the perfect example of what you chose to become, and you can banish nothing from his memory. He is the symbol of man's indifference, you of man's presumption.
Redlaw stooped beside the boy, and with the compassion he now felt for both of them, covered him up as he slept. Soon the sun rose, red and glorious, turning the smoke and vapour of the city to a cloud of gold. The Tetterbys were up and doing, though their tempers were sadly changed. The hand of every little Tetterby was against the other little Tetterbys, and even Johnny's hand rose against the baby.
You brute! You murdering little boy!
Why don't her teeth come through then, instead of bothering me? How would you like it? If you was me, you'd go for a soldier. I will too. There ain't no babies in the army.
I wish I was in the army myself. I'm a slave here. I never have holiday from one year's end to another year's end. Why don't you do anything, Dolphus? You'd better read the paper than do nothing at all.
What's there to read in a paper?
Police, suicides,
No business of mine.
births, marriages and deaths. Are those nothing to you?
I don't see why births or deaths should interest me till it's my turn. As to marriage, I've done it myself. I know quite enough about him.
How old and shabby he looks. I never saw such a change in a man. Oh, dear me, it was a sacrifice.
If you mean your marriage, my good woman, I was the sacrifice, and I wish the sacrifice hadn't been accepted.
You can't wish it more than I do, Tetterby.
I don't know what I ever saw in her. She's fat, she's aging, she don't compare with other women.
He's common-looking, he's small, he's beginning to stoop, and he's going bald.
I must have been half out of my mind when I did it.
My senses must have forsook me.
I can see Mrs. William coming down the street.
Why? Oh, Lord, forgive me. What evil tempers have I been given way to?
How could I have ever treated him badly again after all I said last night?
Sophia, my little woman, I shall never forgive myself.
So it was me. Me?
No, I wondered how I'd ever admired you and thought you didn't look, well, as slim as I could wish.
And I thought you were small. And so you are.
Yeah.
And I'll make much of you because of it.
Merry Christmas, Mrs. Williams!
Are you all so glad to see me too this bright Christmas morning?
We are.
Mr. Redlaw came to see me at sunrise and implored me to go with him to the house where William's brother is lying ill. When we went into the room, the sick man sat up in his bed and, bursting into tears, stretched out his arms to me and entreated me to ask his poor old father for his pardon and his blessing. He held my hand until he sank into a doze. All this has made me very happy.
Dear kind nurse, forgive me. I heard the children calling out your name, and suddenly I was myself again. Oh, dear Milly, don't weep. Don't reproach me so.
It's not that. No, it's joy. Oh, dear. Now, there is news from home, Mr. Edmund.
Johnny, you come along with us.
Your not writing when you were very ill created some suspicion of the truth. Your fiancée was unable to rest without satisfying her doubts and came up to town last night. She came directly to the college and I spoke to her before sunrise.
Where is she now?
Why, she is in my little parlour at the lodge, waiting to see you. Now hurry!
When Milly arrived back at the lodge, Mr. Redlaw was already there. Old Philip was sitting sullenly in his chair, coldly watched by William. But as Milly came in, and father and son both turned to look at her, a radiant change came upon their faces, and they threw wide their arms to embrace her.
Why, where has my quiet mouse been all this time? But I fancy I've been dreaming.
Well, that's what I say myself, Father. I've been in an ugly sort of dream, I think. How are you, Father?
Well, it's strong and brave, my boy. Begging your pardon, Mr. Redlaw, but seeing you here on a Christmas morning reminds me of when you were a student. Yes, I recollect you came here one Christmas morning with a young lady. Asking your pardon, but I think it was a sister you was very much attached to.
I had a sister.
Well, it began to snow, and my wife invited your sister to sit by the fire burning in the great dinner hall. As I was stirring up the blaze for her to warm her feet by, she read the scroll out loud that's underneath the picture, "Lord, keep my memory green." If I should die, she said, may the Lord keep my brother's memory of me green, and not let me be forgotten.
You speak to me of what I cannot follow. My memory is gone, and I have lost all that man would remember.
Mr. Redlaw, can you remember what I said about someone who was your friend and stood on the verge of destruction?
Yes, I remember that.
Well, he is the father of Mr. Edmund, the student who has been ill. His real name is Longford.
I recollect the name. Did he ever wrong me?
Yes.
Oh, then it's hopeless. Hopeless.
I went back to the house last night alone and thank God managed to trace him. I was not a moment too soon. He's waiting outside, sir. Let me bring him in.
Very well.
Come in, sir. See how low he's sunk, how lost he is. Do you not think it would move your pity if you could remember all that was connected with him long ago? Seems to me to be a good thing we remember wrong that has been done us, that we may forgive it.
Indeed. Pardon me, great heaven, for throwing away thine own high attribute.
Perhaps you now see Mr. Longford in a clearer light.
I do.
He cannot go home. He knows that he could only carry shame and trouble to those he had so cruelly neglected. A little money would enable him to live and try to atone for the wrong he's done his unfortunate wife and son.
It shall be done. Tell him that I would forgive him if I were so happy as to know how he wronged me.
Come closer, Mr. Longford.
You are so generous, Redlaw, that you will try to banish your feeling that the force of retribution has been at work when you look at this decayed wretch standing before you. But I do not try to banish it from myself. I took my first downward step the day I dealt falsely by you and took your loved one from you. I might have been a different man if I had avoided that first fatal step. Your sister is at rest, and better off than she could have been with me, even if I were the man you once thought me. Without this kind lady's help, I should have made my own grave last night, and I have dared to come here, at her suggestion, to take your bounty, and to thank you for it. I hope my son may deserve your interest for his mother's sake.
As he went out, he raised his eyes to Redlaw, who looked him in the face and held out his hand. Longford, returning, touched it with both his own, and slowly left the room. The chemist dropped into a chair, his face in his hands, as Milly knelt down to put some warm clothing on the boy.
You know, sir, there's a motherly feeling in Mrs. Williams' breast that must and will out. I wish we had one of our own to love and cherish. She built such hopes on our little dead baby.
Oh, I am not unhappy, though I think of it every day. It is a comfort to me. It speaks to me in many ways. It has given me greater sympathy for others' disappointed hopes. When I see a beautiful child, I love it all the better, thinking my child might have been like that, and I am proud and happy.
Millie, you are the spirit of goodness and affection, and by your teaching an example of pure, unselfish love, I feel my memory is being restored to me, and I thank God for it.
So Redlaw folded Millie to his heart as the student entered, leading by the hand a lovely young girl, and he embraced them too and entreated them to be his children. Then he laid his hand upon the child and vowed to protect and teach him. Then he shook old Philip's hand and said that they would hold a Christmas dinner in the great dinner hall. And it was done. Gazing from the darkness of the panelled wall like life, the sedate face in the portrait with the beard and ruff looked down at them all from under its verdant wreath of holly, and clear and plain below, as if a voice had uttered them, were the words, "Lord, keep my memory green."
In The Haunted Man and the Ghost's Bargain by Charles Dickens, dramatised for radio by Jill Brooke, Charles Dickens was played by John Moffat, Redlaw, Michael Tudor Barnes, and Millie Swidger, Dilys Lay. William Swidger, Ronald Herdman, Philip Swidger, Godfrey Kenton, George Swidger, Timothy Carlton, Adolphus Tetterby, Timothy Bateson, Sophia Tetterby, Maxine Audley, Johnny Tetterby, Stuart Heath, Adolphus Tetterby Jr., Winston Ede, the boy, Ricky Belsham, and Denham, Andrew Winkert. The play was produced by Glyn Dearman and directed by Kay Patrick.
RLD, the CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Relax and listen to the strange tale of a strange man, though no more strange than anyone who has suffered what you might call a mutilation of the soul. And who of us has not, at one time or another, suffered such a mutilation? What means did we use to restore ourselves? How quickly did we recover? How well did we heal? The answers vary even as we vary. One man's answers are revealed, we trust, in the story which follows.
I'm cold.
So am I. It's the darkness I mind the most, not to be able to see you.
Oh, touch me.
That would help. Oh, my God, where are you?
Right here. Right here.
I can't find you. Keep talking. Keep talking.
I'm here.
I can't. Oh, here you are.
Oh, darling, don't let go.
Never. Oh, never. Never.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Hour, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In 1919, someone had a big idea. Let's help youth understand big business by starting them in small businesses of their own. And Junior Achievement was born. Each group elected a board of directors, chose a product, set up a production line, sold stock, and went into business. That year, 314 students made and sold products and learned the business of business. Today, Junior Achievement has grown to nearly 200,000 members. Junior achievers are designing and marketing their own products and services, from cutting boards to printing. They're organizing sales efforts, writing marketing plans, calculating profit and loss. Running these small businesses helps junior achievers understand how big business works. Support junior achievement, where youth learns the business of business. Call your local junior achievement office.
Hello.
Hello, Mrs. Ken Driggs of Salt Lake City, Utah?
Yes?
Mrs. Driggs, my name is Ted Brown, and I'm calling for Campbell's Soup. And we're calling ladies in the Salt Lake City area asking if they'd like to sing the Campbell's Soup jingle.
Come on, you're kidding.
No, honest, I'm not. And if you sing the Campbell's Soup jingle for me, why, I'd love to send you a case of Campbell's tomato soup.
All right, but if I sing it and you don't send it, I'll be awfully disappointed.
Well, you just sing it and you see.
Okay, goes, good, good. That's what Campbell's soups are, good.
That was just marvelous, really. And we're going to send you a case of Campbell's tomato soup.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding. How cold does it get in Salt Lake City, by the way?
Below zero sometimes. But if you like skiing, you don't mind.
Uh-huh. When it does get cold, good hot Campbell's soup warms you up.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, you enjoy yourself, you hear?
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
The preceding recorded message was selected from random phone calls.
A person who seems strange, we call grotesque, incredible, not to be believed. We make a feeble effort to deny that he could exist. But he does exist. There he is, before our eyes, in all his strangeness. We do not believe in him because we do not know him, because once we know, we will have to believe. And this can be a long and painful process. Listen now to the story of Martin Jerome. See if you can believe it.
Mr. Jerome, I only consented to see you because your letter sounded quite desperate. As a rule, I only see patients on referral. But your letter, may I read it to you? Perhaps it will help us to get started. Last night, I heard you being interviewed on a radio program. In the dark of my room, in the darkest hour of the night, I thought, here is a man who can help me to solve the awful predicament in which I find myself. I enclose a stamped, addressed envelope for your reply, since I have no phone. I am counting on you. Sincerely, Martin C. Jerome. Well, Mr. Jerome, the hour is passing, and I don't want you to waste your money. Take your time. Take your time if you have difficulty in talking. I'll wait. Doctor. Did you say something, Mr. Jerome? Doctor, you... Yes.
You are the first person I have spoken to in 25 years.
You said 25 years?
Yes.
I begin to understand your silence. Can you tell me what drove you into this silence?
I married a woman.
Yes.
The most desirable woman in the world. My Helen. My adored one. I never thought that an insignificant man like myself could even aspire to possess such a woman. And the day she said those words to me, I could scarcely believe my ears.
You're a dear, Martin, and I'd love to marry you.
Helen, I can't think why you'd want a man like me.
Because you're sweet. Let's get married right away. What about next week?
The world changed completely for me. Everything became important, immediate. The sun shone just to keep me warm, and the breeze blew to make me cool. Me, Martin Jerome, me. I had been so blessed.
Yes.
It was a beautiful wedding. Helen had a great deal of money, and I was fairly well off. Many people came to the church, and even more to the reception. People of prominence. I knew them all. All but one. He was tall. Unusually tall. As I am unusually short. He was handsome. As I am not. He was charming, self-assured, very much at his ease, all of which I have never been. You couldn't help noticing him. Helen, who's that very tall man talking to your mother? The pale man with the black mustache?
I've no notion, love. It's probably someone Mother invited.
Good looking, isn't he?
Sort of. Come on. It's time to cut the cake.
We sailed for Europe. My head was swimming with visions of the life I had embarked on. The good life, the beautiful life. One night on the ship, we were at dinner. Helen, look over there. To your right, against the wall, sitting by himself. Isn't that the man who was at our wedding?
500 people at our wedding, love.
He's getting up from the table. The tall man, black mustache. Your mother must have invited him, you said.
Well, then I guess she did.
After dinner, we danced for a while. Then Helen said she had a headache, but I should stay and enjoy myself. Well, I tried, but I couldn't enjoy myself without her. I was too much in love for that. I watched the dancers for a while, drank a brandy. I managed to kill an hour, and then I went down to our stateroom. Helen wasn't there. When I stepped back out into the corridor, there she was, coming out of another stateroom about 6 doors from ours.
Darling.
You weren't in our room. I didn't know what to think. You said that you had a headache.
I'd been doing a little detective work. You were so anxious to know who the tall man was. Well, I found out. He's not precisely a friend. His mother came to the wedding and dragged him along.
Helen, you were in his stateroom.
I ran into him in the corridor, and he said to come in for a nightcap. Let's go to bed. Our stateroom is much nicer than his, by the way.
We went to Paris. And then because she loved to ski, we went to St. Moritz. She was very good on skis, effortless as a bird flying. I watched and watched and never got tired of watching. And then, one day, there he was again, the tall man.
I've got to catch the ski tow. Wait for me.
Helen, he's here.
Who's here?
The man from the wedding, the man from the ship.
Oh, is he here? Oh, so he is. Well, I'm off. Wait for me.
After St. Moritz, we came back to the city and moved into an apartment. I went to work. We made friends. Helen grew lovelier every day, and she was her loveliest the day she told me that we would have a child.
Tell me about that.
Well, Helen was very, very light-hearted, very casual about the prospect, but I...
Yes? How did you feel?
Well, it's hard to tell you, Doctor. Oh, I know every man is what, excited, happy, I don't know, but I felt bowed down, Doctor, actually crushed by my own good fortune. That a man like myself, so petty, so pitiable, should be given a child by a woman like Helen.
Have you always thought of yourself as petty and pitiable?
I have.
Why?
Because I am.
Go on, please.
I could scarcely concentrate on my work once I'd heard the good news. Helen was on my mind all the time. And one day, I suddenly couldn't bear being in the office, couldn't bear being anywhere except where she was. And I rushed home. I suppose you know what I found.
I think you'd best tell me.
I hurried to the bedroom, looking for her. I burst through the door. And in the bed, our bed, there he was.
The man from the wedding.
From the wedding, from the ship, from the ski tow. He looked at me, standing in the doorway. He said not a word, but his red lips smiled. And then the bathroom door opened, and Helen took a step into the room. Helen, all scrubbed and fragrant. She was wearing something pink. I think it was made of lace. And she smiled too. While I stood in the doorway, she smiled. And then she said, "Well, love, now you know." And the world rocked, and I felt as though I had died, but I hadn't. I was still standing there. Doctor, I've never told what I just told you to anyone before.
Not to anyone?
It wasn't simply grief that I felt. It was my pride that had been destroyed. My marriage to Helen had built up a sort of pride. I thought, if she loves me, then I must be something. Oh, it is not a good thing, Doctor, to build your pride on what other people think of you. Or seem to think.
No, it isn't.
So I cleared out. That was 25 years ago. And I have not said a word to anyone until today.
How have you lived?
Well, I had a business, import and export. I kept the business, but I dismissed my staff. I had the phone removed and made arrangements to conduct my affairs by mail. I took a one-room flat with a little kitchen, a bed, a chest of drawers, an easy chair with an ottoman. And to one side of the chair, my hi-fi stereo set and my records. To the other side, my books. After my work, I'd sit in my easy chair with my feet on the ottoman, listen to my records and read. Only writers who are dead, however. I'd read till about 10 o'clock, eat a little something, and go to bed. The next morning, go to work all day, and do the same thing all over again.
No relaxation of any kind? No enjoyment?
Well, vacation in the summer. I shut down the office for 2 weeks and take my vacation.
Where do you go?
I take a train. 2 trains, actually, and a bus to a little town on the coast called Marsh Hills. You've probably never heard of it.
I'm afraid I haven't.
No one has. And there's no reason why anyone should.
And you spend your 2 weeks in Marsh Hills?
Oh, no. No, I merely stable my horse there.
You have a horse?
About 15 miles from Marsh Hills, Doctor, close to the sea. There's a cave hollowed out of the rock by the waves. And when I get to Marsh Hills, I arrive every year on the same day. They have my horse ready for me, and I ride the 15 miles to the cave, and there I spend my vacation.
In a cave? For 2 weeks?
I walk. I canter my horse on the beach. I gather what edible herbs there are growing in the rocks. I boil them. They're very tasty, really. And at the end of 2 weeks, I return my horse to the stable and take my bus and the 2 trains back to the city.
And you've lived this way for 25 years.
Oh, yes. But, Doctor, last summer something happened. I arrived in Marsh Hills as always. My horse was waiting for me, as always. And we started off at a walk for the cave by the sea. There is always a certain excitement when I begin to smell the sea. And I know that soon I shall be out of sight and sound of any human being. There will be only the sea, the sun, the wind, and my cave. It is the most thrilling moment of the year for me. I suppose it's the only one. Soon I will have my solitude. At last, I'm on the sand. My horse feels the excitement as I do. I feel him extend himself. And as we round the last bend in the shoreline, I see it. I see it, my cave, my refuge. But last summer, yes, I pulled my horse up at the entrance to the cave. I sat listening to the rhythms of the ocean. And then, all at once, I heard a sound. A sound that I'd never heard before in that deserted spot. And the sound, Doctor, was coming from inside my cave. Never had I felt such anger. I was faint with hatred. I dismounted and I crept to the side of the cave where I knew it sloped to the ground. Quietly climbed the roof. I found a tiny chink in the stone, no more than 1/8 of an inch wide. And I put my ear to it. Beneath me I heard laughter. Laughter and tender words and all the sticky, silly sounds that lovers make.
Are you my girl?
Oh, so much your girl.
How much?
This much.
I can't hardly see how much is this much. It's too dark in this place.
Then come here. Oh, darling, darling love.
They were kissing. They were using my sacred sanctuary for lovemaking. I almost fell from the roof of the cave. I struggled to stay where I was, and my feet dislodged a shower of stones.
What was that?
Sounds like a rock slide.
Yes, some rocks in front of the entrance. Lots of them.
Hey, maybe we better move them.
Oh, we can still get out. Let's stay a little longer. I love this place.
All right.
I climbed down. My brain was on fire. My whole body was on fire. I had never felt such hatred as I felt then. Not since... Well, Doctor, you know when, I've told you. I took hold of a big boulder. Yes, these skinny arms went round it. This puny body pushed it. Pushed and shoved till it stood against the mouth of the cave. Was tight against the mouth of the cave. I heard the voices of the lovers, fainter now from inside.
George, it's really dark. Darker than before.
Aaron, there's no light at all.
I had sealed them in.
What is darkness? It is the state from which we emerge, and it is the condition to which we return. We come from the darkness of the womb. We leave for the darkness of the tomb. In between is light and life. I'll be back shortly with Act Two.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference. And they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
I love you.
I love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
That's why Hallmark makes over 1,000 different kinds of Valentines to get everybody's message across on Valentine's Day.
I love you!
Let Hallmark say you care enough to send the very best on Valentine's Day, Thursday, February 14th. That's Thursday the 14th.
Marvin Jerome, 50 years old, has not uttered a single word to a living soul in 25 years. But now, in the office of an attentive psychiatrist, it seems the dear man can't stop talking.
After I had pushed and shoved the big rock into the entrance to the cave, Doctor, I stood for a few seconds, panting from the exertion and oppressed by the silence. There was only the sound of the wind and the water. I thought of the lovers locked inside. What were they doing? What were they saying? I felt that I must hear their voices again, as though their words, which had driven me near to madness, were essential now to keep me sane. I scrambled back to the roof of the cave and put my ear once again to the narrow crack through which I could hear them.
George, there was a little light before, now there's none.
More rocks must have fallen.
I didn't hear them. I heard something that didn't sound like rocks falling.
Oh, come on, we've got to clear the entrance.
Come where? I don't know where the entrance is anymore. It's so dark.
Well, take my hand. I think I know which direction.
I can't even see your hand. Don't you have a match?
I may have, boy. Yeah, I have a few.
Well, light one.
I will.
Oh, went out.
Now, don't panic. Light
another. We've got to get out of here.
Just don't panic.
All right, now, careful. Be careful.
I am being careful.
Oh, darling.
Huh?
Now, I found the one that went out. It was right by my foot. Let me light it from yours.
Yeah, good girl.
All right, George. There's the entrance.
Don't let your match go out.
Don't you let yours.
Hey, look, see? Just a whole bunch of stones. Come on, let's start clearing them away.
Oh, both matches went out.
That's all right. Now, we know where we are. We're right by the entrance. Come on, let's get started.
George.
What, Dolly?
We'll get out, won't we?
Of course we'll get out. Now, keep working. Don't stop.
At my listening post atop the cave, I heard them, so kindly toward each other, so reassuring, so united in their purpose. I pressed my ear closer to the crack in the cave's roof. I was frantic to hear every word.
George, it isn't getting any lighter. Shouldn't it start to get lighter?
Yes, it should.
Oh, why doesn't it?
How should I know why? I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, that's all right.
Marion.
What, darling?
We've cleared all the stones away.
But there's no light.
No. None.
Why not? Why isn't there?
Because there's something huge. A big boulder, I think, up against the entrance.
Oh, move it.
I will. It's heavy. It must be huge.
Well, how did it get there?
It fell from someplace, Lord knows where.
Can't you move it?
I'm trying.
Let me help.
Put your shoulder up against it.
That's what I'm doing. Can't you see?
No, I can't see. Do you think I could? Can you see?
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
All right, let's try together now. 1, 2, 3. Jump!
I don't think we moved it at all.
No, not a centimeter.
Darling, you know what the trouble is? We're tired, that's all. Clearing away all the stones just took our strength. I haven't had anything to eat since this morning. We need to rest for a little while, then we'll be able to move it.
Oh, you're probably right.
So let's lie down right here by the entrance so we know where we are.
First, I want to light a match.
Why do you want to do that?
I want to look at your face.
Oh. Light it.
This is the face I love.
This is the face I love.
It's dark again.
No matter. When we wake up, we'll find our way into the light. Sleep now, my darling.
The thought of them, lying there. No, the vision of them, for I could see them. The image was so strong. The two of them pressed close, their arms entwined, their hands clasped. The two young bodies fitted so tightly together against the dark and the cold. The nameless memory crowded in on me, and I knew what it was I remembered and would not name. And it was love. Love. It was love that I remember. I'm sorry, Doctor.
For what?
For crying like this.
If there is anything to be sorry for, it's that it took you so long to cry.
All I really know is that when that word came into my head...
What word?
The word love. I shrank from it as though it was tainted, poison.
Yes. And then?
Then, Doctor, I climbed down. I got on my horse and rode back to Marsh Hills. I took the bus and the 2 trains back to the city.
You what?
I opened up my office. I took the dust covers off the furniture in my flat, and I resumed my old routine.
Didn't you ever think of them?
I'd shut them out of my mind, just as I'd shut them in the cave.
You didn't worry about them or anything?
Well, they had each other.
Mr. Jerome, I have to tell you, I can't help being shocked. Forgive me. Go on.
Well, after a while, the old feeling of loneliness came back. You see, I missed them.
Missed them?
Yes, it may sound strange.
Indeed it does.
I began imagining what they might be saying to each other. I couldn't know for sure, of course, but I imagined.
I'm cold.
So am I.
And hungry.
I can't find you. Keep talking. Keep talking.
I'm here.
I can't. Oh, there you are.
Oh, darling, don't let go.
Oh, never. Never.
I invented their conversations, of course, but I was fairly sure my inventions were accurate, or nearly so.
You simply left them there.
For 2 weeks. And then I was suddenly seized with the desire to hear their voices once more, before they were silent forever. I closed the office, closed the flat, took the 2 trains and the bus to Marsh Hills. They were surprised at the stable to see me back again so soon, of course, but they saddled my horse and I set off for the cave. The old excitement came back when I started to smell the salt air. There was the familiar thrill which I had looked forward to each summer for 25 years, till they had invaded my kingdom by the sea. Such a tiny kingdom, a cave no bigger than a tool shed, with no comforts, no conveniences, and they had taken it away from me. On the sand at last, we round the last bend, and I see it. My cave, my refuge. And even from a distance, I can see that the big boulder still stands wedged into the entrance.
What did you do then, Mr. Jerome?
I dismounted. I climbed to the roof of the cave. After all, I had made the long and rather arduous trip to hear their voices once more, if I could. I crouched down. I put my ear to the narrow crack.
And were they still alive?
Oh, yes. Yes. Weak, of course, but alive. Oh, yes, they were still alive.
Are you all right, George?
Yes. Are you?
I'm all right. If we only had something to eat. Anything.
Don't think about it.
You think there's any use trying to move that big rock again?
No.
I guess you're right.
Oh, we've got about a third of the energy we had to start with. We gotta save whatever we've got.
Save it for what, George?
I don't know.
I know. For when somebody finds us, it's possible, isn't it, for somebody to find us?
Of course.
Oh, George, I'm thirsty.
Can you find the place where that trickle of water runs down the side?
I think so.
Feel along the cave wall to your right.
It's so black in here.
You should be there by now.
Light the match.
No, it's the only one we have.
George, wasn't there a sort of a ridge, an indentation where the water trickled down in some moss?
That's right.
Well, I think I found it.
Oh, good.
There's no water.
There must be.
There isn't.
Then you're in the wrong place.
Then you find it. You're so smart.
I know exactly where. It's about here. I remember this. It ought to be right here.
Yes, it ought to be, but it isn't. It ought to be, but it isn't.
Marion, shh.
There's no food. Now there's no water. What will become of us?
Doctor, I wanted to call to them. I wanted to say, wait for rain, because as soon as a good rain came, the water would start to trickle down the cave wall again. But I couldn't speak. I don't know why I couldn't. Do you?
I have some notion, yes.
Why couldn't I?
I'd rather you told me the rest of the story first.
All right, Doctor, if you say so. Well, they must have gone to sleep after that. I think they probably slept a lot. I know that I didn't hear anything more after that until much later.
I wonder what day it is.
Well, it was Saturday when we came down here, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, it must be, I don't know.
We've been here a week, I think.
More than that.
Much more?
About a week and a half.
Oh. You think it's Wednesday? Or?
I think so.
If it's Wednesday, then we've been here 11 days.
Something like that. What difference does it make?
I'd just like to know, that's all. Oh, don't be angry, darling.
Doctor, I had the craziest impulse to whisper to them, "It's Tuesday." I almost laughed. Why do these ludicrous ideas come into our heads at the weirdest moments of our lives?
Perhaps it wasn't as ludicrous as you thought.
Of course it was. I was there to watch these people die. Listen to them die is more like it. And I still wanted to tell them what day of the week it was. If that's not ludicrous, I don't know what is.
Tell me, what happened next?
I went to sleep on the roof of the cave. After the sun came up in the morning, I got a sandwich out of my saddlebag and a flask of brandy and sat on the sand for a while, watching the ocean. And then I went back to my listening post.
George.
Yes?
I'm going to try walking around a little. Oh, Lord. This darkness is driving me mad.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Let me have a match.
No.
Oh, give it to me.
I won't.
What was that?
I heard something.
I stumbled over something.
Well, look for it. Fish
That's
around.
what I'm doing. Got it.
Well, what is it?
Feels like a little sort of a pan.
Pan?
Well, about 4 or 5 inches wide.
What?
Enamel, I think. Feels like enamel. It's a little pan to cook things in, the sort of thing campers might use.
Wait. That means somebody's been here before.
And that means whoever was here could come back.
Or somebody else could. I mean, this cave is a place people come to. We're not the only ones. We're not the first. Other people have...
They'd stumbled across the little enamel pan I had used to boil my herbs in. I couldn't bring myself to speak to them, but I took a packet of matches, the cardboard kind, and I wrote on it, "I am here." Just that. I am here. And I slipped it through the crack in the roof of the cave.
Three little words. I am here. I suppose the most cherished trio of words in our language consists of I love you. But surely there are times of trouble when I am here is even more welcome. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K presents
Last Tango in Pittsburgh.
There I was at Raoul's All-Night Tango Lounge.
My little orchid, will you tango with me?
It was Raoul.
You're a splendid dancer. But what was that?
I was what?
That sound effect.
Oh, I'm a few pounds overweight, and this ball and chain points out how my extra weight can get in the way.
I'm pointing you back to your chair.
Our heroine decided to lose that extra weight. She exercised and ate smart at every meal, starting with a Special K breakfast. A bowl of Special K, skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and 100% delicious. After a while, she was rid of the ball and chain and back at Raoul's.
Darling, you're looking fantastic.
What a happy ending.
What ending? We're just getting started.
Raoul, get lost.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
And that's another tale of the ball and chain.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your heart. Give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes one contact for up to 12 hours, continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just one contact. The tiny Tide pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I'd choose the one contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Get it cold. Contact, the sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
It is the disease of not listening, the malady of not marking, that I am troubled withal. So said Henry IV, according to William Shakespeare. But the disease that troubles Martin Jerome is listening too closely, and his malady is marking too well.
I pushed the packet of matches with its absurd message down through the crack in the cave with a little stick. I heard it drop. I knew it had reached them, even before I heard Marion speak.
George. Huh? Something just dropped onto my shoulder. George, light the match.
Marion, it's our last match.
I don't care, light it. I have to know what fell on my shoulder.
I don't like to use
George,
up our last...
please, if you don't...
All right. All right. Take it easy. Do you see anything?
It hit my shoulder, and then it... Here it is. George! Well, it's matches. It's a whole fold of matches.
You're kidding.
I'm not. There's something written on it here, George. Wait a minute. It says, I am here.
Who? Who's here?
I don't know.
Oh, my God, that's the end of the match. I held it till I burned my fingers. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
It's all right. What? We have matches now. Can you see?
It isn't signed at all. It just says, I am here. That's all.
But who's here?
Doesn't matter, does it? Somebody's here. That's what counts.
Why doesn't he say something? Call out to us or something. Tell us that everything will be all right.
Maybe he's gone for help.
Oh, yes, that must be it.
Yes, that is it. It's all right now. It's all right as long as somebody's here.
I couldn't stand their joy over my simple-minded message. They seemed like silly children, as silly as I felt myself. For I hadn't the faintest notion what I was going to do once I had made this strange contact with them. I climbed down and sat on the beach staring at the water until I fell asleep. I must have slept the rest of that day and all night because it was the sun coming up behind the horizon that woke me. I went back to the cave, climbed to the roof, and put my ear to the crack.
George, I can't stand it. Where is he?
How should I know? Stop asking me.
He wouldn't give us a message like that. He wouldn't write, I am here on a package of matches and then just go away, would he?
How do I know? You keep asking me as though I had an answer.
Oh, I'm not hungry anymore.
I haven't been hungry for a long time.
I just feel terribly weak.
Damn it, I know. Now, will you shut up? Just shut up.
We'll die here, George.
Be quiet.
No water. No food. We'll die here.
I said shut up.
Whoever wrote that note must have been a madman.
Wherever he was, he's gone away.
Yes. And we'll die in this cave.
I don't intend to die in this cave.
Oh. And just what do you think you'll do about it?
Something.
Nothing you can do.
I'm just not going to die.
Yes.
Not yet.
Yes, you are. Make up your mind to it. What are you doing now?
I'm going to light a match.
Matches? We have matches. No food. No water. Just
coming at you. George, what?
I'm not going to die. Not yet. Not me.
George!
Not me.
I felt as though the world had stopped. Actually, I had stopped. All at once, I knew what I must do. I didn't want to go completely out of my mind. I clambered down from the roof. I ran to the cave entrance. I tried to move the big boulder that blocked it. I knew even before I tried that I wouldn't be able to do it. But my mind was working brilliantly. I ran to where my horse's saddle and bridle lay on the sand. And after taking it all apart, I began working to put it together again for a new purpose. Oh, I used everything. The girth, the reins, the stirrup leathers. And in an hour, I had fashioned a crude device. I led my horse to the cave entrance. Somehow, I wrapped the girth around the boulder and made it firm. The reins circled my horse's shoulders. And then I stood back and gave him a sharp rap on the flank. He moved. And the boulder moved. The boulder moved away from the entrance to the cave. There was room for me to squeeze through. Just inside, I found them. She lay there in a faint. He lay across her. And his teeth were sunk in her breast.
Mr. Jerome, would you like to wait till another time to tell me?
No. I must tell it to you now. I carried their bodies out, and I put them on the back of my horse. I threw a halter over his head and led him the 15 miles to Marsh Hills. It took all day because I stopped every hour to be sure that they were both breathing. There's a doctor in Marsh Hills, and I left them on his doorstep. I rang his bell and fled. The next day, I waited outside the doctor's house until I saw an ambulance drive up and take the young couple away. They were able to walk, so I knew they were all right, or soon would be. I went back to the city, but not before I had memorized the name of the hospital, which was printed on the ambulance. And from the city, I wrote to the hospital. I pretended to be a concerned relative. They answered me. They said that the girl, Marion, had already been discharged, but that they were keeping the young man for a few days more. They would let me know when he could go home. And they did let me know. I remember it was on a Sunday. And as he walked out of the hospital, I was waiting for him. He didn't seem at all surprised to see me. I took his hand. He came with me quietly. We boarded the bus. We took the 2 trains, no trouble at all. And when we got to the city, we went to my flat. He undressed, bathed, and got into my bed. And he went to sleep. That was, 6 months ago, Doctor. And he's been there with me ever since.
He's all right?
Oh, he's very well. I sleep on the floor now. He sleeps in the bed. I cook his breakfast, come home from the office and cook his lunch. And, of course, I make dinner for us both at night. And, we listen to music. I read a book, but he just listens to the music. Oh, yes, he's in good health.
Mr. Jerome, the hour is up.
You want me to leave?
Not quite yet. You've told me an amazing story. As amazing a story as I've ever heard. But tell me, just what is it you expect of me? What do you want me to do for you?
Huh? Oh, why, nothing, Doctor.
Nothing? Nothing at all?
I don't want help for myself, Doctor. I want help for the young man. You see, in the 6 months he's been staying with me, he hasn't uttered a word. Not one word.
Go see the doctor, young man. Yes, George. He can help you to unburden yourself. He will make the words pour out in full confession, and you'll feel the better for it. Why, look. Look what he has just done for Martin Jerome. As the deadly hour passed. I'll be back shortly.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life and be free as the sea. Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? And then it's the school, but what lies ahead? Don't want to get trapped, want to feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000. That's 800-841-8000. Or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
You've heard of the 7 wonders of the world? The Grand Canyon, the Taj Mahal, Niagara Falls, and I forget the other 4. No matter. Because they are simple things compared to the human mind in all its deviousness, all its twists and drifts. Why, I could sit in wonder at the human mind for the rest of my life. Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, John Barragray, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
That's impossible. Why is it impossible? It's all right for the simple-minded Hicks up here to swallow that superstitious nonsense, but me, I'm a doctor. There has to be a reasonable, logical, rational explanation for what happened to George Morrissey. Oh, there is. He offended the spirit of the mountain. Oh, you consider that reasonable, logical, rational? Would you feel better if I said there's something up in that mountain, a virus, a bacillus, a fungus, which somehow causes immediate aging? It would be a more rational explanation. You mean more acceptable? I want to know what you believe. I believe the evidence. If you go up there, you can die.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
From the records of Scotland Yard, London, 1885. Name, Alice Alquist. Address, 9 Thornton Square. Cause of death, strangulation by person or persons unknown. After exhaustive investigation, the commissioner reluctantly orders the case closed, pending the possible disclosure of new evidence.
It's many years later, and memories of Alice Alquist and 9 Thornton Square are all but forgotten. On the shores of Lake Como in Italy, a young bride and her husband are on the terrace of their villa, gazing enraptured at the beauty of the early morning.
I shouldn't have awakened you, Paula, darling, but it's such a wonderful morning.
Thank you for waking me, Gregory. Oh, you know, I was dreaming of our life together.
How did you see it, Paula?
I saw all the places where we'd be together, lovely places like this.
I was thinking of our life, too, only I heard it in music, something alive with happiness, with all the feeling of the early morning.
This morning?
Yes, with the sun rising light in your hair as it is now.
When will you write it, darling?
Oh, someday when we've settled down.
Where?
Where would you like?
Paris, perhaps?
Paris? Mm-hmm. What about Rome? Or London? How do you feel about London?
London?
Oh, Paula, If you won't laugh, I'd like to tell you something.
I won't laugh.
It's silly, but I was in London once in the winter. A poor and unsuccessful composer. It seemed to me no city in the world could be colder to the homeless or warmer to the ones who had a home.
Oh, my darling.
I used to long for one of those quiet little houses in a square with a woman I should one day come to love. Paula, could we settle down in London? Wouldn't have to be a house in a square. Perhaps... Paula, why do you look like that?
There is a house in the square.
What house?
9 Thornton Square. She left it to me.
She? Oh, you mean your Aunt Alice Alquist?
Yes, I'd lived with her ever since I was a baby. Then after it happened, I came here. I've been in Italy ever since, and that house comes into my dreams sometimes. But I haven't dreamed of it since I've known you. I haven't been afraid since I've known you.
Oh, Paula, if it were true, it would make me very happy.
It is true. I've found peace in loving you. I could face even that house with you.
Oh, no, Paula, beloved.
Yes.
I would not ask that of you.
Yes, you shall have your wish, darling. We'll go there. There's a lawyer who looked after the estate, Mr. Muslin. I'll write him today. You shall have your house. A house in London, Atchison Square.
Remember me. I'm Miss Swift. I live just across the square, number 16.
Oh, yes. How do you do?
Paula, dear, we mustn't keep Mr. Muslin waiting at the door.
You're coming, darling. I'm sorry.
Don't tell me you're coming to live here again.
Yes, my husband
Please,
and I...
dear.
I'll call on you directly you're settled.
Yes.
Goodbye for the present.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm so glad we are to be neighbors.
I'm sure you'll find everything in the house in order, Mrs. Denton. Well, here are the keys. Now, if there's anything further I can do...
You've been most kind.
Oh, about your income, Mrs. Denton. Shall we send a monthly draft here or to a bank?
Well, Gregory...
Well, I would think here, darling, at least temporarily.
Send to here, if you please.
Certainly. Just one more matter, and then I'll be going. You inquired about servants.
Oh, yes.
I'll send in a housekeeper tomorrow. She's very capable, but a little hard of hearing.
Hard of hearing?
Of course, if you'd rather...
No, send her in. We can interview her, at least.
Her name is Elizabeth Morgan. I'm afraid I haven't yet found a housemate.
Oh, please, don't think about it. We're deeply grateful for all you've done.
Thank you. And need I say that I hope you'll both be very happy. Good day.
Good day.
Well, this is our house, Gregory. Shall we go in?
How well you remember everything. Paula, what room is this?
The drawing room.
Well, come, dear. Aren't you going to show it to me?
Will you light the gas, please?
Oh, the gas. There. That's better. Paula, what a handsome room.
But to see it like this, all the furniture covered up and so quiet. There was always parties in this room and flowers. There are always flowers.
Those must have been wonderful days.
It's so dead in here now. The whole place seems to smell of death.
I'll open the window. There. All be fresh again in a moment. Oh, what is it, dear? His glass case.
Oh, that's where she kept all her little treasures. All the things she collected on her concert tours. She was so proud of them.
The glass is broken.
It was broken that night. All the things were disarranged, but there was nothing missing. Oh, I know all these by heart. This glove...
Oh, be careful, darling. The glass.
She wore this glove in Romeo and Juliet, the command performance in Covent Garden.
One little glove.
I used to ask her what happened to the other, but she'd only laugh and say she'd given it to a very great admirer. She would never tell me who.
I wish I could have seen her.
You can see her. On the wall. Her portrait.
Paula, it's unbelievable. How much you look like her. Only you are still more beautiful.
She's painted there as Empress Theodora. That was her greatest role. When she sang it in St. Petersburg, the Tsar came to every performance. It was here that I found her. That night, here in front of the fire. And her own portrait.
Darling.
I was in bed when something woke me. I came running down the stairs, frightened as if I already knew what had happened. She had been strangled. Her lovely face was all... Oh, I can't stay here.
Paula, that's all past. It's long ago. You must forget about it.
Gregory, your arms so strong and safe.
All those things that remind you so of her, we will put them away. We'll make it a new house with beautiful new things for a beautiful new life.
Yes, darling, yes. And then later we'll have people here and parties again. Wouldn't you like that?
Oh, of course, dear. But later. First, let us have another honeymoon here by ourselves, just for a little while.
Oh, yes, I only...
Now, where do you suppose all this could be stored away?
Oh, there is an attic under the roof. Her trunks are there and all her costumes.
Well, then that's where it shall go. And then we'll board it up.
Board it up?
So you'll
yeah.
never have to see them again. Oh, a piano. This too must be. Fine instrument. The action needs regulating, but the tone is still quite good.
That song. Why are you playing that song?
Why not?
That was her song. It was always her last encore at every concert. She said it... Oh, look, Gregory, here's an old letter.
Letter?
I beg of you to see me just once more. I followed you to London. Oh, the date. It was written just 2 days before she was murdered, 10 years ago.
Where did you find that?
It was here among this music, Nancy. It's from someone called Sergius Bauer.
Give it to me.
Gregory.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snatch it. It's just that...
But why should a letter upset you so?
It isn't that. I'm upset for you, darling. All these things reminding you of her. Oh, my dearest. While you're afraid of anything, there cannot be any real happiness for us. You must forget her.
No. Not her, Gregory. Only what happened to her.
Of course, darling. Of course. Elizabeth, I'd like to see you, please. Elizabeth.
Yes, sir?
Elizabeth, you've been with Mrs. Anton and me now for 2 months. Are you happy here?
Oh, indeed, sir.
Good. You've been to market?
Yes, Mr. Anton.
While you were gone, I've been interviewing a housemaid.
Is she hired, sir?
I'm not through talking to her. She's in the kitchen. You may tell her to come in now.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a moment. Outside just now, didn't I see you talking to our neighbor, Miss Thwaites?
Oh, yes, sir. She seems so anxious to call here, sir.
What did you tell her?
You told me that seeing people is not good for Mrs. Anton.
I asked you a question.
Of course, sir. I told Miss Thwaites that the mistress hadn't been feeling too well lately and perhaps she should wait.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You may send the girl in now.
And might I ask about wages, sir?
£16 a year. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, sir. What about her?
Her?
Elizabeth, the housekeeper. She looks strict like. Did you see the way she looked at me?
Well, perhaps it's the dress you're wearing. It is a little, shall we say, loud. I hope you're not a flighty girl, Nancy.
I don't think so, sir. Do I have to share a room with her?
No, if you prefer, you may have a room downstairs. Now, remember, your mistress is very particular about everything being correct.
Is she, sir?
Oh, Paula, dear, this is Nancy, our new housemaid.
Yes, how do you do?
You may go now, Nancy.
Very good, sir.
Well, she seems a nice girl, Paula.
Yes, I'm sure she'll do. Are you ready, dear?
All ready. All ready to have my wife show me a wonderful city of London. Let me to get you. You're like a summer's day.
Oh, it's because I'm so happy.
You know what this is?
Oh, yes.
3 months ago today, we became man and wife. Oh, I have a little present for you, Paula. Here.
Oh, Gregory. Where did you ever find anything so beautiful?
Oh, it's just a cameo brooch that belonged to my mother. And now it belongs to you.
Oh, I shall wear it always, always. How sweet of you to give me this. No. Oh.
What's the matter?
The clasp. Oh, darling, I've broken the clasp.
No, I'll have it mended.
It just seemed to break off.
Your bag?
Yes.
Here, let me put it in your bag. You might lose it. You know, you are inclined to lose things, Paula.
I am. I didn't realize that.
Oh, just little things. There now. The brooch is in your bag for safekeeping. Now, you'll remember where it is.
Of course, I'll remember.
I was only teasing, darling. Now, where shall we go first?
Well, I have it all planned. St. Paul's Cathedral, then Buckingham Palace, and then the Tower of London.
Are you sure you feel equal to such a schedule?
Oh, I feel perfectly well, really, I do.
Oh, you say that because you know how it worries me. Well, just promise you won't overtax your strength. Promise me?
Of course I shall.
Come, then. We'll take it easy. We must not rush.
Do you mind terribly, Gregory, but I just had to get out in the fresh air again. All those horrible things in there in the tower, the torture chambers with the headings.
Are you sure that's why you wanted to leave?
Oh, yes.
That
yes.
young man back there, he nodded to you. Who is he, Paula?
Oh, I don't know. He seemed to know me, but
Do you usually bow to people you don't know?
No, I suppose I've met him somewhere.
Are you telling me the truth?
Of course. Why should I lie?
You smiled at him. I wonder why.
Oh, I did it without thinking, Gregory. I don't know why I did it.
Like the other things.
What other things?
Oh, nothing, darling. Only I've been noticing you're quite forgetful lately.
Forgetful?
Well, losing things and... Oh, now, please, don't look so concerned, dear. It's nothing. You get too tired?
Yes, that's probably what it is. I get tired. I'm tired now. Gregory, can we go home now?
Oh, we still haven't seen the crown jewels. They're in that building up there.
They are? How do you know?
What did you say?
I said, how do you know? You haven't been here before.
The guide told us inside. But are you becoming suspicious, Paula, as well as absent-minded?
No, of course not, Gregory.
After we see the jewels, we'll go home. Oh, jewels are wonderful things, Paula. Yes, a man could sell his soul for jewels and find that he has made not too bad a bargain. Well, you were right, Paula. There's nothing more beautiful than London sunshine.
And I had to spoil the day by bringing you home so early.
Won't you lie down now and rest for a while?
Yes.
Would you like me to stay with you? Not go out this evening?
No, you go to your studio as usual. Gregory, can you really compose in that little room you've rented?
Of course. I have a piano. That's all I really need.
I wish you'd let me see it sometime.
Oh, Paula, you might let me have your brooch so I can have it repaired.
Yes, of course. I'll get it for you. But I don't understand.
What's the matter?
Gregory, I can't find it.
What?
Well, it must be here in my bag. I'll turn everything out just right. I know it was here. I couldn't have lost it. It must be him.
Sure it is.
No, it's gone. Gregory, it's gone.
Oh, Paula, didn't I tell you?
But
how did you come to lose it?
I must have pulled it out with something. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Gregory. Please forgive me.
Oh, my dear, it's not as serious as that. It was not valuable.
No, but your present to me, your mother's brooch, I don't remember opening my bag. You did put it there, didn't you?
Well, don't you even remember that?
Yes, of course I do. But suddenly I'm beginning not to trust my memory at all.
Oh, I tell you, you're just tired, that's all. Don't worry so, Paula. Don't worry.
You rang for me, ma'am.
What time is it, Elizabeth?
Close to 9 o'clock, ma'am. How do you feel?
I'm all right.
You look fine to me, Mrs. Anton.
Has the master left yet?
Yes, ma'am. A little while ago.
Please see that he has plenty of coal on the grate in his room, won't you?
You already told me, ma'am.
When did I tell you?
After dinner. Don't you remember?
Oh, yes. Elizabeth?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you just turn the gas up in the hall?
Why, no, Mrs. Anton.
Oh, the light here in the room, it just went down. The way it always does when another light is turned up.
I didn't touch it.
Oh, but this one went down. Or perhaps Nancy lit another jet in the kitchen.
It couldn't have been hers. This is her evening off.
Oh, yes, that's right. Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, ma'am.
Elizabeth?
Yes, ma'am?
What's that? That noise. Listen.
Noise, ma'am?
Yes, can't you hear? It's coming from up there, from the attic. It's like footsteps and things being moved around.
But, ma'am, the attic's all boarded up.
But I tell you, I hear something. Elizabeth!
My hearing, ma'am, it's not too good, you know.
Oh, you hear very well when I speak to you?
Yes, ma'am. I've got them so I can tell from a person's lips what they're saying.
It's stopped now. Yes, it's gone. Well, you may go, Elizabeth. I'm very sorry.
Please, ma'am, is there anything I can do?
No, nothing. Good night.
Good night. I hope you rest, ma'am.
What is happening to me? I must be ill. I must be... Oh, no.
In the few days that have passed, the sedate little community called Thornton Square has seen a new visitor, a discreet young man with innocent questions, but who, for some reason, has avoided the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Gregory Anton. At the moment, the young man is in the office of the superintendent of Scotland Yard.
Now, look here, Cameron. The Alquist case is ancient history. What's causing your sudden interest in a murder that happened 10 years ago?
Well, it's hard to say, sir. It impressed me very much at the time, probably because I'd met Alice Alquist.
Oh?
I was just a boy. I know it sounds foolish, but I still think she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Do you wonder why I was startled when I saw that girl last week in London Tower? The girl who might be the twin sister of Alice Alquist 15 years ago?
And what does that prove?
Nothing, I'm afraid. But number 9 Thornton Square is no longer an empty house.
The girl's her niece. The house belongs to her.
Well, it's just a feeling I have that something peculiar is going on.
Because that nosy old maid, Miss Thwaites, because she thinks so. Oh, come now, Cameron.
Yes, I'm afraid Miss Thwaites' suspicions are somewhat distorted by her frustrated ambitions to go calling on the Antons. But they've been very careful to avoid visitors. I wonder why.
Well, stop wondering. We gave up the case as hopeless. As for the matter of jewels, that was dropped by the order of a most important personage.
Jewels? What jewels?
Oh, they'd been given to Alice Alquist by someone very highly placed. Crown jewels of another country. They disappeared.
That's why she was murdered.
Who'd murder a woman for jewels that are far too famous to dispose of?
But they've never turned up.
No, now run along, Brian. I'm very busy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Williams?
Yes, sir?
Where's your duty these days, Williams?
Still in the East End, sir.
How'd you like a more fashionable beat? One that includes Thornton Square?
Oh, very much, sir.
It also includes a pretty young housemaid named Nancy Frost. She might be susceptible to a policeman's uniform, and I need information.
Well, now, sir,
Say nothing about it. We'll see what can be done.
If you want coal on the fire, Paula, why don't you ring for the maid?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gregory. I didn't mean to wake you.
Oh, well, now that you have interrupted my nap, we may as well be comfortable. Now, please, pull the bell cord.
Oh, but it seems so unnecessary.
What are servants for, Paula? Answer me. What do you suppose servants are for?
To do things, to serve us, I suppose.
Exactly.
It's only I think we should consider them a little. Oh, don't be cross with me.
I'm not cross with you. Oh, there are a lot of things.
You ring, sir?
No, your mistress rang. Well, my dear, tell Nancy why you rang her for.
A little coal on the fire, please, Nancy.
Yes.
Well, Nancy, tonight is your night out, isn't it?
That's right, sir.
Whom are you seeing tonight, Nancy? They have changed the policeman on the beat. Is his heart going to be added to the list of those you've broken?
I don't know I've broken anything.
Oh, no, I'm sure that's not true. That complexion of yours, that's something not quite true also. Oh, you do it very cleverly. In fact, I'm hoping you'll pass your secret on to your mistress and help her get rid of her pallor.
I'm sure I'd be pleased to do anything I can, sir.
Gregory, how can you talk to Nancy like that?
But, my dear, you're so anxious to regard the servants as your equals, I thought I would treat her as
No
one.
wonder that girl despises me the way you encourage her in it.
Despises
Her whole
you?
manner, the way she looks at me.
Looks at you? Paula, you're not imagining things again. You're not, are you?
Of course I'm not.
Paula, don't turn away. You must have this out. You really think Nancy despises you? Paula?
No, Gregory.
Well, I'm glad of that. It hurts me when you're ill and fanciful.
I beg your pardon.
Nancy, have you been there listening to us?
Oh, no, sir. Miss Waits is calling. She wants to know if the mistress is at home.
Oh, that old busybody again?
She has a nephew with her, a Mr. Cameron.
Tell them Mrs. Anton is not at home.
Gregory, really, she's been
Oh,
so
if you
bad.
let her in once, you'll always have to have her. And I do not want people all over this house. Well, don't stand there, Nancy.
Yes, sir?
I would have liked to have seen her.
But, my dear, I thought you were only trying to be polite. Why didn't you say you really wanted to see her?
How could I? In front of that girl.
Oh, Paula, you must get over this ridiculous fear of the servants. All you had to say was, "Show her in, Nancy." Well, am I right?
Yes, Gregory.
You wouldn't have had time to see her anyway.
Why not?
You'll want to dress. We're going out tonight.
We are? Oh, you didn't tell me, or have I forgotten?
Paula, you silly child. Of course you haven't forgotten. Look, theater tickets. A surprise for you. We're going to the theater tonight.
Oh, Gregory. Oh, wonderful. Oh, my darling.
And you thought I was being cruel to you.
No, you're not cruel.
Keeping people away from you. Making you a prisoner.
I'm sorry.
It's been days since I've heard you laugh like this.
It's been days since I've been so happy. I want to laugh. I want to dance. What is it, Gregory?
The wall. Something is missing from the wall.
Missing?
Oh, Paula, I don't want to upset you. If you will put things right when I'm not looking, we'll assume it didn't happen.
But what?
You mean you don't know?
No, I... The little picture's been taken down again. Who took it down? Why?
Why, indeed. Why was it taken down before? Paula?
But I haven't taken it. Why should I, Gregory? I swear... No, don't ring for the servants.
I must.
No, please. Oh, Gregory, don't shame me before the servants again.
Will you stop being hysterical? You must get to the bottom of this once and for all. Things like this cannot... Oh, Elizabeth, come in.
Yes, sir?
Elizabeth, did you notice anything missing from this room?
Missing?
No, I don't think so, sir.
Look at the wall. Well,
Oh, yes. The little picture.
did you take it away?
Oh, no, sir. Why ever should I?
You go to church, don't you, Elizabeth?
Why, yes, sir.
Please hand me my Bible there.
The Bible. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You will kiss this Bible as a solemn oath that you've been telling us the truth. Thank you, Elizabeth. Now send Nancy in here.
Yes. No, Gregory, please. No, not that girl. I'll say anything. I'll say I did it, Gregory. Please, I cannot have that girl in here. Please,
Paula, please have the goodness to control yourself. Now, you've thrown suspicion on the servants. They must be clear of it. Now, sit down. Did you hear? Sit down. Nancy, a picture has been removed from the wall there. I want to know if you took it.
Oh, no, sir.
Shall I ask Nancy to kiss the Bible, Paula, or will you accept her word?
Of course, I'll accept it.
That's all, Nancy. Thank you.
It was there this morning, I'm sure.
Give me that Bible. Give it to me. I swear on that Bible I didn't take that picture down.
Go and look for it. See if you can find it. Perhaps here in the library.
We found it in here the last time, didn't we? But
I think it may be here again.
The shelf. It's there. On the shelf.
So, you knew where it was all the time?
No, I didn't, Gregory. I didn't.
Paula, I think you better go to your room.
Then we're not going to the theater?
Oh, I'm afraid you're far from well enough for the theater, my dear.
Gregory, if I took that picture down...
If?
If I do all these senseless, meaningless things, they're so meaningless, then I don't know what I do anymore.
I know, Paula. That's just the trouble.
Then, if that is true, you must be gentle with me. Please, Gregory, please.
You better go to your room.
What are you going to do?
I'm going out to work to try to forget all this.
No, please don't leave me now. I get so frightened when you go out night after night.
Frightened? You never told me that before.
I'm frightened of the house. I hear noises and footsteps. I imagine things. The light in my room, the light dims. I'm frightened of myself. No, Gregory, please take me in your arms. Please, please, take me in your arms.
Good night, Paula. I hope to find you much better in the morning.
Gregory.
Well, Williams, come in.
I just wanted to report, sir. Miss Nancy Frost and I, we're going out this evening.
Oh, fine.
Any luck this afternoon, sir?
Not very much, I'm afraid. I persuaded Miss Thwaites to adopt me temporarily as her nephew and go visiting. But the Antons wouldn't see us.
Too bad, sir.
But meet her I shall. I've just called a friend of mine, Lady Dalroy. She's giving a music out at her home Friday night. She knew Mrs. Anton slightly years ago. She's been kind enough to add her name and her husband's to the list of guests.
I hope you're properly ashamed, arriving so late.
Covered with remorse, Lady Dalroy.
Business at Scotland Yard, I suppose.
Oh, my lady, not so loud. Tonight I'm just another guest.
Well, you're in for a disappointment, Brian. A note came late this afternoon. Mr. and Mrs. Anton were unable to accept the invitation.
Oh? Oh, I see.
She's apparently ill. Very tiresome of her.
Did she send the note?
No, her husband. Brian, who is this Mr. Anton? What does he do? Where does he come from?
I was hoping to find that out tonight.
Oh, don't look so glum. Come into the music room. Suretsky is going to play for us. You still enjoy the piano, don't you? Brian.
Oh, sorry. I'm afraid my mind was miles away.
Answer me, Paula. Why are you all dressed up like this?
Because I'm going to Lady Dalroy's reception.
But I sent a note.
Yes, you told me. But I'm quite well enough to go, and I must get out of this house, Gregory.
Very well. But I'm afraid you'll have to go alone.
If you prefer.
Paula. No, Paula, wait. I didn't realize this party meant so much to you. I'll change immediately. You didn't really think I'd let you go alone, did you?
I don't know. Please hurry then, Gregory.
Of course, my dear. I won't be a moment.
Why, what a wonderful surprise, Mrs. Anton. I'm so glad you could come. Thank you, Lady Dalroy. May I introduce my husband? How do you do?
I hope you will forgive all the confusion, Lady Dalroy, but Paula suddenly felt much better, and we were so anxious to attend.
But of course. Now, if you'll come in, Suretsky's playing. You'll find some seats over there. Later on, we're serving a little supper. We'll have a nice long talk.
Thank you, Lady Dalroy.
wrong?
Wrong?
You keep turning.
No, it's nothing. I thought I saw a man I knew, that's all.
Imagine being able to play like that.
Yes, I heard Siretsky once in... Paula.
Yes.
My watch is gone.
No. Gregory, no, I didn't. What are you doing?
Your handbag.
Please.
I can feel it in your handbag. My watch is in your handbag. Open it up.
I didn't put it there.
Have you seen? I was right. You took it.
I didn't put it there. I swear I didn't put it there. Quiet, please.
Paula, you must control yourself. Paula, doing a scene like this in public. Come, we must get out of here immediately. Come along, Paula, come.
I've tried so hard to keep it within these walls, in our own house. Now, because you would go out tonight, the whole of London knows it. I could only understand what makes you do these crazy, twisted things.
Gregory, are you trying to tell me that I'm insane?
That's what I'm trying not to tell myself.
But that's what you think, isn't it? That's what you've been hinting for months now, ever since...
Well, ever since what?
Since the day I lost your mother's brooch. No, before that. The first day in this house when I found that letter.
What letter?
From that man called Bauer, Sergius Bauer, I remember.
Yes, you're right. I can see you still, standing there and saying, look at this letter, and staring at nothing.
What?
You had nothing in your hand.
Oh, Gregory!
I was staggered, but I didn't know then how much reason I had to be.
What reason?
I didn't know then about your mother.
What about my mother?
Your mother was mad. She died in an asylum when you were a baby.
Oh, that's not true.
I've been making inquiries. I've talked to the doctor who attended her. Would you like to see him?
No.
He described her symptoms to me. It began with her imagining things. Noises, footsteps, voices. And then the voices began to speak to her. And in the end, she died with no mind at all.
Stop it, no.
Now, perhaps you will understand why I cannot let you meet people. Oh, by the way, he must have been rather disappointed that you left Lady Dalroy's home tonight before he could talk to you.
Who?
Who? The man who was sitting behind us. You went there only because you knew he was going to be there.
But Gregory, who?
The same man who bowed to you that day in the tower. Who is he? Someone from the past, perhaps? Some disappointed shooter?
I never met him. I have no idea who he is.
Why'd you lie to me?
I never lied to you.
No, I'm sorry. I know. You never lied to me. It's worse than lying. You've forgotten. You've forgotten him as you forget everything. Oh, but I'm wrong to try to handle this myself. Paula, we shall have visitors here, and shortly.
A doctor?
2. Yes, I believe 2 is the required number. Good night, Paula. I'm going out.
It's a little later the same night. Gregory has just left, and alone in her room, Paula crouches in terror, staring up at the petals of flame that burn evenly in the chandelier. Then, from the attic above, she hears footsteps, and the muffled thud of unknown objects moved by an unknown hand. And the light in her room grows dimmer.
Oh, no, I can't be very again. No. Elizabeth, I wanted to help you, so die.
Why, of course, Mrs. Anton.
Elizabeth, did you turn on the gas anywhere just now?
Why, no, ma'am.
I thought it went down in here as if...
Oh, it's just that the gas comes in pipes, ma'am, and I expect they get more gas in the pipes sometimes than they do at other times.
Yes, I suppose that could explain it.
Now let me get your shoes on.
Elizabeth, do you hear anything?
Mrs. Anton?
Those sounds, those noises up there.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Like someone moving about. Oh, Elizabeth, listen, please.
You know what my hearing is, ma'am. But there just couldn't be anyone up there. The whole floor is boarded up. You know it is, ma'am.
Oh. I hear it, Elizabeth. I hear it.
Now, there, ma'am. I'll go and get you some nice hot...
No, please, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
wake you up so early, sir, but seeing as how you told me to come here to your house if anything...
No, don't apologize. What is it?
Well, about 2 hours ago, I'm on the corner of Thornton Square when suddenly there he is, popping up out of the fog. Our friend, Mr. Anton. I can't figure it out, sir. The way he disappears and then reappears. Every night.
Well, don't let it amaze you any longer, William.
Sir?
He never leaves Thornton Square. We only thought he did. Number 5 is an empty house. He turns at the corner of Thornton Square, comes back to number 5 through the alley, goes to the roof, crosses to his own house, and goes in through the attic.
But why would a man want...
Never mind now. What happened last night?
Well, I tell you, that man's been up to something. Clothes untidy, cravat all on one side, dirt and dust all over him, even on his face.
Had he been in a fight?
No, more like he'd been digging in a cellar or something.
Oh, sit down, Williams. I'll stir up some breakfast.
Oh, I had my breakfast, sir. In the kitchen at number 9, as a matter of fact.
Oh? How's Nancy?
It seems the master's told her mistress might be going away for a long time.
For a long time?
What do you think that means?
It means I've got to get into that house tonight.
But Nancy says he's told her not to let her mistress see anyone.
Then you'll have to see to it that Nancy isn't home tonight either.
Any little thing I can do for the yard, sir. But how do you know the lady herself will see you?
I don't know. Wait. There is a way. Yes, I'm sure she'll see me, Williams.
Go away. I can't see anyone. I'm ill. Elizabeth, stop him.
I must see you, Mrs. Anton.
I couldn't stop him, ma'am. He pushed his way right in.
Mrs. Anton, my name is Brian Cameron.
You mustn't be here. Go away.
Not until I've given you this.
A glove? It's a glove.
Years ago, Alice Alquist gave me this glove. I was a little boy overcome with admiration. Will you trust me now?
She gave it to you. The great admirer she used to make such a mystery of. That little boy.
Mrs. Anton, are you planning to leave here?
Leave? Oh, I have nowhere to go. Unless my husband sends me away. Is that why you were here to take me away?
Are you as frightened as all that?
I'm sorry, but I can't talk to you. I'm afraid
You're afraid you're going out of your mind? Well, I'm here to prove that you're not. Now, please. Where's your husband now? Where has he gone?
He's taken a studio where he can work. I guess composing. He says he can't work in this house.
Is there anyone else here now except us and Elizabeth?
No. Why?
Because the gas light just dimmed a little.
You saw that?
Of course.
Oh, then it really happens. I thought I imagined.
It means that someone has turned a light on somewhere in this house.
No. I thought that too. But every night I've been all over the house and there's never been another light turned on. Oh, at last I can tell this to someone. Every night when my husband goes out.
The gas light goes down?
Yes.
And then what?
Then I think I hear things. I watch and wait, and then later the gas goes up again.
And he returns?
Yes. Quite soon after, always quite soon.
These things you hear, what things?
Sounds, noises over my room in the attic.
What's up there?
The whole floor of trunks and furniture, her belongings, my aunt's.
Like that sound just then? Is that what you mean?
Yes, but who?
Mrs. Anton, you know, don't you? You know who's up there.
No. No, how could he be? Why?
Tell me, has he any weapons in the house?
He has a revolver.
Where is it?
Well, there. I think he has it in his desk there.
Locked. I'll have to force it open. This letter opener will do it.
No, you mustn't. Whoever you are, you have no right to. He'll think that I... No, what shall I say to you?
You won't have to say anything. Well, a gun case without a gun. Perhaps it's a good thing
Oh.
What's the matter?
There, in the drawer, the brooch he gave me and the letter. I was right.
Letter?
Here, it was from someone called Sergius Bauer.
Bauer?
I found it, but my husband said I dreamed it, and now it's here.
Bauer? There was a Sergius Bauer connected with Alice Alquist, a young pianist who played for her in Prague. Let me see that letter. Handwriting. Yes, now something else, anything else he may have written. This note. It's addressed to Lady Dalroy.
Yes, he said he had to send Lady Dalroy an apology.
Look, the handwriting, it's identical, Mrs. Anton. Your husband and Sergius Bauer are one and the same.
He said there was no letter. He said I was going out of my mind.
You're not going out of your mind. You're slowly and systematically being driven out of your mind.
But why? Why?
Perhaps because you found this letter and knew too much. Or because then he would have control of your property, of this house, and could search in the open instead of in the dark like this.
Search for what?
For the things for which Alice Alquist was murdered. Her jewels.
Well, I have her jewels.
There are jewels you didn't know she had. Famous jewels. Jewels for which he was searching that night 10 years ago.
No, you're wrong. I know him. He's my husband. I've lived in the same house with him. If that were true, then from the beginning there would have been nothing. Nothing real from the beginning.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Anton, but you must believe me. Your whole life depends upon what you're going to do now. Don't you see the way everything is... The gas. Gas is brighter again. How long has it been up?
I don't know.
You'd better go to your room, Mrs. Anton.
Why? Where are you going?
I'll wait for him outside the house. He'll cross the roof to the empty house next door. When he comes out the servant's entrance in the back, I'll be waiting for him.
What will you do?
You have nothing to worry about, Mrs. Anton. Elizabeth?
Yes, sir?
Whatever happens tonight, Elizabeth, have her welfare in mind.
Oh, you can count on me, sir. But what am I going to say to the master when he comes back?
He won't come back anymore, Elizabeth.
Paula?
Gregory.
What are you doing here, Paula?
I was lying down.
In the drawing room? Why?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you know anything about anything you do?
Oh, you startled me. I didn't hear you come in the door.
I didn't come in the door. I came down the stairs. I've been in the attic, Paula.
The attic is boarded up. You couldn't have...
It's no longer boarded up. I have found what I've been looking for. Did you ever see jewels like these, Paula? Did you?
Jewels. Oh, jewels.
Do you know what you remind me of as you walk across the room? Like a girl walking in her sleep. But you're not asleep. You're awake. Fully awake. Or you would not have broken open my desk.
I didn't open it.
Why did you do it, Paula?
No, I didn't. It was he. He opened it.
He? What are you talking about?
A man. A man who came to see me.
Who let him in?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth! Come here. Elizabeth.
It's some... Mr. Anton.
Come in here, Elizabeth. Who was the man who came here while I was out?
A man? What man, sir?
Come, Elizabeth. You must have answered the door.
No one was here, sir. No one.
Elizabeth, you saw him. You opened the door yourself.
No, ma'am. I didn't see anyone at all.
But he was here. I know it. I saw him.
You see how it is, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. I see just how it is.
But I couldn't have dreamed it. I couldn't have... No, did I dream? Did I really dream?
Yes, Paula. You dream all day long.
All that happened?
All that did not happen.
Oh, then it is true. My mind is going.
Haven't I told you, Paula?
Take me away now. I can't fight it anymore.
Yes, Paula, I will.
Take me away. Take me away.
And was I any part of this curious dream of yours, Mrs. Anton?
You?
Perhaps my presence may help you recall your dream.
Who the devil are you?
Only a figment of your wife's imagination.
How did you get into this house?
Down the attic stairs, Mr. Anton. The same way you did. Mrs. Anton, don't you think you'd better go to your room? You must be very tired.
Don't you think you'd better explain your business?
As a mere ghost existing only in your wife's mind, I could hardly be said to have any business.
Paula, go to your room.
No.
Please, Mrs. Anton.
All right, I'll go.
Those jewels, I see you found them after all, Sergius Bauer.
I'm afraid I don't know your name.
Cameron, shall I tell you my business address also?
No, I think I can guess it.
So we've both ended our search tonight. Where were the jewels?
Sold in one of her costumes. The dress she wore in the Opera Theodora. How clever she was to conceal them there. 4 priceless jewels among a lot of paste imitations.
How does it feel, Bauer, to have planned and killed and tortured for something, then to find it's all been for nothing?
For nothing? Oh, no. I don't think so. Not for nothing. Put down that gun!
Elizabeth? There was a shot, ma'am. I heard a shot. And then you ran up the stairs, the master. You ran to the attic, ma'am, and the gentleman after him.
They're up there now. They're fighting.
Oh, I got to get help, ma'am. But who? Oh, Mr. Williams. The constable, Mr. Williams. I'll fetch you, ma'am. Don't worry. I'll fetch you right away.
You sure you're all right, Mr. Cameron, sir?
I'll feel a little better as soon as I finish tying Mr. Bauer to this chair. There.
Gregory,
Mrs. Anton, you shouldn't have come up here.
I want to speak to my husband.
Do you believe me now?
Please, I want to speak to him alone.
I assure you I'm quite helpless, Mr. Cameron.
Please.
Come, Williams. We'll be waiting on the stairs.
Paula, go and see if he's listening.
He's not listening.
He told you a lot of things about me, didn't he?
Yes.
They were lies. Because he's in love with you. I can feel it.
Can you? Can you really, Gregory? Or shall I call you Sergius?
So he told you that too. Well, have you never heard of an artist taking a stage name? They don't hang a man for that, do they?
No, they won't hang a man for that.
Paula, do you remember our first days together? Do you remember Italy? Lake Como.
There have been times when I thought I only dreamed those days.
Come closer, Paula. Look into my eyes. Paula, If I ever meant anything to you, and I believe I did, then help me, Paula. Give me another chance.
Gregory.
Look, in the door of that cupboard there is a knife. Get it, Paula, and cut me free.
Here?
Yes. The first door.
I'll find it, Gregory.
Oh, be quick, Paula. Hurry.
But there's no knife here.
Huh? Yes. I put it there tonight. Yes, that's it. Now bring it here.
I have no knife, Gregory. What? You must have dreamed you put it there.
What?
Are you suggesting this is a knife in my hand? Huh? Have you gone mad, my husband?
Paula.
Or is it I who am mad? I'm always losing things, hiding things. Oh, that was a knife, wasn't it? And I threw it on the floor. I have lost.
Paula, it is there. Pick it up.
I must look for it, mustn't I? If I don't find it, you'll put me in the madhouse.
No.
Now, where could it be now? Behind this trunk? No, perhaps over here. I'm trying to help you, aren't I? Trying to help you to escape. But how can a mad woman help her husband to escape?
Paula, you're not mad. You're not.
Yes, I am, as my mother was mad.
No, Paula, that wasn't true. Pick up the knife. Please help me.
If I were not mad, I could have helped you. Whatever you had done, I could have pitied you and protected you. But because I'm mad, I hate you. Because I'm mad, I betray you. And because I'm mad, I'm rejoicing in my heart without a shred of pity, without a shred of regret. Come, Mr. Cameron, take this man away.
You're ready, Bower?
Quite ready.
Untie his feet, William.
I don't ask you to understand me, Paula. Between us was a time where the fuse, like a fire in my brain that separated us. Those jewels which I wanted all my life. I don't know why.
The cab is coming, Mr. Cameron.
Goodbye, Paula.
Goodbye, Gregory.
I'll be down in a minute, William.
Oh, this will be a long night.
But it will end. In the morning when the sun rises, sometimes it's hard to believe there ever was a night. You'll find that, too.
I shall try. I shall try.
The greatest story ever told. Presented by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight we present And Her Name Was Mary, the first of 5 Christmas season dramas about the birth of that child who was to live the greatest life ever lived. Galilee, north of Jerusalem by some 50 miles, and in Galilee, Nazareth, a small town, little different from other towns in that country, which suffered under the Roman tyranny. And in Nazareth lived a carpenter, a good man, kindly, an honest craftsman, yet more, for he was descended of kings. In his veins flowed the blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. A prince of the house of David he was. And though destined to play a great role in the dramatic events of Bethlehem, he was unmindful of it as he worked one day in his carpenter shop.
There, the traveling box is finished. Strong, workmanlike. I hope Samuel is pleased with it.
Why shouldn't Samuel be pleased with it?
Samuel, you surprised me while I was talking to myself. A habit one develops from living alone so long.
Is that the thought? Good. Sturdy. Able to take the hard service, I'll put it to.
Samuel, you're planning a long journey.
I may never come back.
You mean I'll never see you again? And we've been friends so long.
We could go on being friends, and even fellow soldiers in a good fight. A hard fight.
You know how I feel about force, Samuel.
And I think you're wrong. Joseph, why don't you join the resistance with me? There's so much to do. So tough a fight ahead will need every man. Don't you see, Joseph, Herod must go if Israel's to have any peace.
It's not for me, Samuel. I don't believe in force.
Maybe because you don't know. Tucked away in your carpenter shop in Galilee all the time, you hear little of what's going on in the outside world. If you'd come to Judea with me, if you'd see what goes on there. No, Joseph, we're not alone in this. There are a great many of us. You couldn't find one of us by day who doesn't seem to be just an ordinary worker or servant. But at night, it's different. At night, we meet in secret in the hills of Judea. And there are many of us. We work by dark, in caves, underground. But we have strength.
And if you match strength with Herod, only bloodshed can result.
Maybe you talk that way because you don't know. Don't know what's really going on.
I think I've heard my share about Herod and his tyranny.
Herod, an Edomite, an outsider set by the Romans to rule over Israel. What have we come to, Joseph? Doesn't that in itself make you want to fight?
The thought is bitter. But bloodshed isn't the way, Samuel.
What if I could prove to you that it is?
I don't think you can.
When you hear this, you'll change your mind. This is secret, Joseph. Men have died to get this information for us.
You know you can trust me.
Of course. The resistance has its sources of information all over, even in Herod's palace. Nothing Herod does is secret from us. And the cruelty of the man knows no bounds. Let me tell you what happened. And when you hear it, even you must realize that peaceful ways are not the answer. This Herod is a monster. And it wasn't long ago that he was talking to Asa, his prime minister, about a matter very important to us all.
They complained, Asa, did they?
Yes, Majesty. Herod, this time we may be coming too close to rebellion.
Don't whisper it to me as though it were a secret.
Well, I'm sorry, Majesty. I only thought...
I do the thinking, Asa. The people groan about the taxes. We must do something. Isn't that right, Asa?
If you would, it would make my job easier.
Then we'll do it. We'll raise the taxes.
Raise them? But I told you...
Very simple, Asa. If people think the taxes are too high now, we'll show them they can be even higher. We'll break them. That's what we'll do. Break them.
Majesty, I must ask you to clear the court. I have something important to say. No one else must hear.
What?
Please, Majesty, not before the others, for your sake.
The way you cringe, Asa. All right. I'll clear the court. Clear the court! Everyone! Everyone leave! Now, Asa, we're alone. What's the secret? Word from Rome?
No, Herod.
Well, what is it?
Herod, you know there are those among the Israelites who fight us.
And that's your secret?
No, of course not, Majesty, but joining them are others who are not Jews. Some of your own people are with them.
And that's no secret either.
Well, Herod, don't become enraged. Hear me out. Say nothing, do nothing before you hear all I have to say.
Stop trembling and speak up.
One man has thrown his lot in with the Jews. He's an important man. A prince.
I'm king. The prince would have to be my own son.
You just said what I tried to tell you.
Asa.
Please, Majesty.
Asa, are you telling me that my own son Aristobulus has put his lot in with the rebels? That's a lie.
Would I suggest such a thing if I didn't have proof?
What proof?
We captured a rebel. We questioned him. How much of that can a man endure? He talked. He told us. Yes, and he's popular with the people. Maybe because they know.
You miserable, conniving wretch. You're lying to me.
Majesty, please, would I lie about such a thing and expect to live?
Presume you have proof?
More than enough.
Asa, send my son to me.
Father, you sent for me?
Yes, Aristobulus. I have news. Upsetting news.
Bad news has a way of coming to this palace.
And what does that mean, son?
The news you spoke of, what is it?
A band of rebels attacked one of my strongholds. We captured one of them. And under persuasion, he gave us certain information. Valuable information. If it didn't appear so ridiculous. He talked. He talked indeed. He said you were one of them.
Oh?
Is it true?
Yes, it's true.
Treason against your king is bad enough. Treason against your father.
Treason and tyranny have a way of going together, Father.
I'll take no reproaches from you. You talk like the fool that you are. And I've permitted you to have your own way long enough. You've got to realize your responsibilities. You're heir to my throne.
It may not be as much of a legacy as you think, Father.
What does that mean?
You're giving away something you don't have. Rome has lent you this kingdom, and Rome can take it away.
I'll take care of Rome.
And who'll take care of the people? For they can take your throne away, too.
I refuse to listen to such talk any longer.
A truth is a truth whether men listen to it or not.
Now you listen to me. Rome is powerful. Rome rules the world. No one dares stand against them. I'm trying to keep you from making some foolish mistake that might cost you your life.
And what good is my life if I can't risk it for a cause in which I believe?
You call that a cause? To protect the Jews against Rome? Are they your people? Why take risks for them?
Any people is my people. And its troubles are mine.
Aristobulus, I order you to discontinue your treacherous actions. Look, son, you can travel, visit foreign lands, even Rome itself. Do anything you please, but stay out of trouble.
The life of royal exile doesn't appeal to me. I must go on doing what I've been doing, even though it means your death or mine.
I command you to be quiet.
You may have quiet by crying out commands to your servants, but you can't command the people to be quiet. And when your conscience cries out, command that to be quiet, too.
Conscience? You are a boy, aren't you?
And you, Father, are a poor, miserable shadow of a man.
You shouldn't have said that. Now, get out! And think over what I've said!
Your Majesty has spoken to your son?
Yes, they son.
Does he admit his guilt?
Admit it. He boasts of it.
A young, impetuous prince. He could cause trouble. A great deal of trouble.
I know.
And the way gossip travels these days in Israel, it might become known.
You mean that Herod is weak? He refuses to punish his own son.
It could be said.
It could be said. It will be said.
In Rome, too, perhaps?
You're very clever, Asa. You know my every thought.
And you know the Romans, Majesty. They'd be the first to say that Herod is a weakling. The strong warrior of old now can't even manage his own son. How can he manage Judea?
I know.
Well, I was only exploring the possibilities. We must look ahead.
I'm looking ahead, too, Asa. This is something I can't risk. Asa?
Of course, Majesty. There's no other way.
You think so, too?
It will remove the greatest obstacle you have. But it must be done subtly.
It will. I have an idea.
An idea?
We must give a party, Asa. His Majesty invites a few well-chosen friends
to a party in honor of his son.
In honor of his son? I don't understand.
You said it would have to be done subtly. It will. Now, arrange the party. It must take place out in the garden, near the pool.
Yes, Majesty.
And all this, my son, is to show you that I don't harbor any grudges against you.
You mean...
I mean that your father is not the tyrant you think he is. He respects your opinion and the strength with which you voice it. Although back in his mind, the old warrior feels he's stronger than you are.
They say you're still one of the strongest of men.
They say I am. And if you don't believe that, let me show you. Stand up, son.
But why?
I'll show you how strong I am. Some hand wrestling.
Please, Father, at a party?
I feel I've been challenged. I can't refuse. My friends, a little sport to begin the evening. My son has challenged me to the hand wrestle, and I have accepted. Now then, clear a space. Come on, son, out here. Take your stand.
Father, please, you're too old.
Too old? That's exactly what I'm going to prove I'm not. Hold out your hand. Come now.
All right, Father.
Now we clasp hands and start.
The prince is strong. Look, the prince is budget. He recovered nicely, didn't he? Look there, the king is giving way.
You did it, son. You did it. I didn't know you were that strong.
You're all right, Father. I didn't hurt you.
Hurt me? Just because I'm perspiring a little? You don't know your own father.
But the exertion...
Nothing that a cold plunge into the pool won't remedy. And then each man shall retire to his room where servants are waiting to rub them down with fine oil and freshen them with rare perfume. Then the banquet itself.
Of course, Father. Exactly what I need.
Good. Into the pool, then. And everyone, come, join us.
Asa?
Yes, Majesty.
The room is ready?
I've appointed the man myself. A big man with large, muscular hands.
My son's no weakling.
The man I picked will do the job. Once Aristobulus goes into that room, once he lies down on the couch, he's as good as dead.
Everything is ready, then.
Come, Aristobulus. Time to be anointed and perfumed. Come.
Shall I lead him into the room?
Yes. And the strangler had better do his job well.
There, Joseph. That's the story of the tyrant Herod. The kind of man he is. Murderer of his own son. Doesn't that make you want to go to Judea and help us fight against the man? It's unbelievable. I could tell you more, too. But that should be enough. Well, Joseph, will you join with us? We could use a strong man like you. A man with skill.
His own son?
Yes. The son is dead. One of the servants who was there is a member of my own band. He swears to every word of it. Well, what do you say?
We must have faith, Samuel.
Is that all you have to say? Well, I'm through with bowing down to an alien king placed over Judea by the Romans.
Are you through with faith, too, Samuel?
Faith? Yes, I'm through with faith. Can faith shield you from the tyrant's sword? Tell that to the dead of Israel whom the Romans have killed. No, extravagant, cruel, despotic Herod lives on Israel's blood. And you want me to have faith.
Our people have come through other evils before. We'll outlive this one, too.
Don't be too sure. Just because Herod doesn't rule in Galilee yet doesn't mean he won't reach out for power here, too. After all, Judea, Galilee, they're both part of Israel. No, Joseph. We have a choice between two fates. Revolution or destruction.
It would seem that the time must come soon.
The time to fight? It's here already.
I didn't mean that.
What other time can be so important?
The time for the third way. Neither destruction nor revolution. He was promised when the hour was darkest.
He? Whom do you mean?
The Messiah.
Messiah?
Yes. Samuel, you're forgetting God's place in all this. The same Jehovah who led our people through the desert with a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If times are difficult, we must never forget that the same Jehovah has promised that the Messiah will come and deliver Israel.
For too long we've been promised a Messiah, and he's never come. We must fight now, Joseph. Don't you see? No other way can prevail against the planned and calculated tyranny of the Romans. Herod must be driven from Israel, and fighting is the only way to do it.
And fighting is bloodshed, killing. No.
Joseph, somehow freedom is such that human blood must always be part of it. And as long as blood must flow, let it be the tyrant's blood, Herod's blood. Join us, Joseph.
I know I'm just a plain man, a carpenter. I know little of these things. But my way is the way of peace and faith. I have faith it will happen. The Messiah will come.
When? How? Answer me that.
How? The prophet Isaiah tells us. He shall be born of a virgin, and shall not be the son of any man, but of God. When? I should have to be gifted with the divine knowledge of a prophet to know that. But I'm content to wait.
And some of us aren't. We know what the answer should be, but it's not the Messiah. Can he help throw off the yoke of the Romans or of Herod?
If you mean, is the Messiah to come to us as a general leading great armies? No, I don't think so.
Then what chance will he stand against Herod? Herod would think no more of destroying your Messiah than he did of killing his own son. Anything that stands between Herod and his throne must die. And that goes for Messiahs, too.
That's no way to talk, Samuel.
I'm sorry, Joseph. I know how dear the belief is to you.
To all Israel.
Not to all Israel. For some of us have decided on action. This prediction of the prophets that a Messiah will come. It could be a mere legend handed down, a tale born in time of stress and brought to light to keep up hope in other times of trouble. Joseph, I don't believe it.
Oh, Samuel. I didn't want to hear that. Not from you.
It's said, and I don't retract it. Think, Joseph. Maybe you will join us.
No, Samuel. And I give you my answer for two reasons.
Two?
One, that I know the way can't be through bloodshed and killing.
And the other?
Somehow, my future is here in Nazareth.
You love the place so much?
It's not the place. It's a strange sense connected in some way with a maiden.
A maiden? You, Joseph? After all these years, you're not so young anymore?
You may laugh when I tell you.
Why should I laugh? If it's important to you, Joseph, I'd like to hear it. Who has a better right? Who's a closer friend to you?
No one. Since we were boys together and played games in the hills of Galilee, you've been the only one I could talk to about the feelings that go on inside me. Now, there's this maiden. And I haven't been able to talk to anyone else about her.
Joseph, you've fallen in love.
I don't know if anything like this has ever happened before.
Every man feels the same when he falls in love for the first time.
You must understand. She's so very different. This maiden is unlike any I've ever seen before.
It's a man's privilege to suppose that when he falls in love.
It must be more than that.
But what makes you think there's no other like her?
I've never seen one.
And you've never been to Jerusalem either. There are thousands of women there, fair and dark, tall and short, with different kinds of beauty. Surely among them there must be one who can compare with this maiden you speak of?
No, Samuel, no. There is no other like her.
That's the talk of a lovesick boy. Not a grown man like yourself.
Now you're laughing at me, Samuel.
Forgive me, Joseph. But it's impossible for me to believe that any one maiden could be so different from all others.
This one is. When she walks, it's like the walk of angels, so light and graceful. And when she smiles, the sun seems dark by comparison. And her eyes, there's deep understanding there and compassion. and a soul so great, all else seems small.
For you to feel that way, Joseph, that is unusual. But tell me, how does she feel about you?
I don't know.
You never talk to her about the way you feel?
I've never talked to her at all.
And yet you know all this about her?
Does that strike you strange?
That's impossible. How can you know anyone so well without having had a word pass between you?
You can see it. At least I can see it. It's all within her.
Surely, Joseph. Now you must be joking.
No, Samuel.
I've never heard of any such thing. Never expected you would talk that way.
Would you like to see for yourself?
Indeed, I would.
Well, you can. It's almost time now for her to take her daily walk down to the well to fetch water. Come. We'll stand in the doorway of my shop, and you can see her as I've seen her every day now.
I've seen many women, but none who ever lived could be as fair or good as you say this one is.
Come.
Joseph, I don't know.
Wait. Look, here she comes now.
From here, she looks like any other maiden in Nazareth.
Not to me.
I will say that she appears to be more graceful than any other.
Such grace as I've imagined queens must have.
Yes. And her face. Her face. Joseph, she is truly beautiful. Most beautiful.
Quiet. She passes now.
Joseph, there is something about her. Feeling I can't describe. It's not her graceful walk, or her lovely face, or even her eyes, which have such depth and feeling. Joseph, I don't know what it is, but there's something about that maiden that I shall never forget.
And that's the way I feel. And the feeling has grown greater with every day.
Now I understand, Joseph. I'm sorry for what I said before. Joseph, tell me, don't you even know her name?
Her name? Her name is Mary.
This has been And Her Name Was Mary, another episode in the greatest story ever told, from the greatest life ever lived. This program was the first in a special series of 5 to be presented this week through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
For 9 years, I managed to live on a communist diet, a diet of indigestible ideals and poisonous philosophies. But even I was shocked to learn that red poison came in cans. This story may save you from a violent case of political ptomaine.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Now, here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Treason Comes in Cans.
I should have been used to darkness by now. My life had become a series of grotesque shadow dances for the FBI, with the commies playing the music. But you never get used to darkness when the shadows are alive with treachery, when the mist is like the breath of disaster. The fog hung like a soggy veil over this tiny waterfront town. The buildings, the bleary street lights, everything seemed without shape or form, swimming in a limbo of mist and darkness. And what was I doing here, walking the wet pavements of this waterfront street? I was looking for one particular building, the home of the Oceanic Import Company, a food importing concern that no one ever heard of. That is, no one but me and the commies who'd sent me here. And then, almost too suddenly, the fog swirled with movement. A light appeared over a doorway just ahead, and the darkness spoke to me.
Cvetic.
Who's that?
Wagner.
Oh, I've been looking for you, comrade.
Never mind that. This way, in here.
I stepped out of the darkness into the lighted doorway. A door closed behind me. When it stopped blinking, I found myself facing the distinguished director of the Oceanic Import Company, Comrade Eric Wagner. He welcomed me with typical commie friendliness.
You're late, Cvetic.
I know. That fog is...
Of course, the fog. Nevertheless, you're late, aren't you?
Well, I suppose I am.
Aren't you?
All right, I'm late. Do you want a note from my mother?
I suppose your record for competence makes up for your lack of discipline.
Yeah.
Come along. Here, sit down.
Thanks.
You've been briefed on this project, I imagine?
No. I was told to report to the Oceanic Import Company. I was to find you there. It looks like you found me.
Yes. This is the Oceanic Import Company.
This? Well, it's practically a barren room.
All we need. Now, about your reason for being sent here. You know nothing about it?
Well, nothing.
Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, a foreign freighter will dock at Pier 2.
A freighter? I didn't think this port had any overseas traffic.
Very little. It's primarily a fishing town.
But as I say, tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Here, too. Okay.
In that freighter's cargo is a small crate of canned tuna. It's listed for delivery to the Oceanic Import Company.
Canned tuna?
That's right.
What in the world does the party want with
Everything in time, Svetic. Everything in time.
All right. Go on.
You will meet that freighter in the morning, comrade, as a representative of Oceanic Imports. You will check with the cargo inspectors to see that our crate is properly dispersed.
That's all?
That crate of canned goods must not go astray.
Why not?
Because, Svetic, in those cans are microfilm of top-secret documents from the Communist International.
Oh, I see. Oh, what sort of documents?
The new revised plan for Red action within the United States. The new timetable for the proletariat advance.
I see. Canned goods seem to be going up in value.
Yes. But if you should permit these canned goods to reach the open market, the price will be frightening.
Let's see here. Here we are. Oceanic Import Company. That it?
Yeah, that's it. Has the crate been checked through yet?
Not going to be checked through at all. Crate's gone.
Gone?
Yeah.
What are you talking
about? Here's a manifest straight from the ship. Says that the canned tuna was damaged in shipment. Started to spoil, went bad.
Here, just a minute. Let me see that.
There it is, black and white. Your crate of canned stuff went bad. Last night, the crew dumped the crate overboard.
It was there in black and white on the cargo report, all right. The crate of canned tuna had been tossed to the bottom of the murky harbor. Now the official red timetable had been put to sleep in the deep, out of reach of the eager commies. But I was still very much within reach of Comrade Wagner.
This report from the cargo inspector, Svetic. You're sure it's complete?
I'm afraid so, Comrade.
Get your coat.
What?
Your coat. Put on your coat.
Where are we going?
I'm taking you for a boat ride.
Now, look, Wagner, it's not my fault that the crate
You
was
needn't try explaining anything, Svetic. Just get your coat and come along.
Just 1 minute.
Are you afraid of the water, Svetic?
All right. Let's go.
Just like the American bourgeoisie, eh, Svetic? Our own little yacht and everything.
Yeah, everything.
Why so glum, comrade? Don't you enjoy the sea air?
I'm a little fed up with this mystery routine you've been giving me. My stake in this project is as great as yours, Wagner, and I don't know...
Relax,
I think I'm entitled...
Relax. I'm about to show you exactly where our crate was thrown.
Our crate is at the bottom of the harbor.
There's Point Frugas over there, the entrance to the harbor. Just beyond it, our diligent comrades tossed the crate off the freighter into the water.
Comrades? You mean we had party workers on the ship who...
Svetic, you really didn't think the party would let so valuable an item out of its hands for even a moment.
Well,
The crate was tossed overboard at a specified point by specially instructed comrades on the crew of the freighter. In this way, we avoided the risk of a possible cargo inspection on the dock. Understand now?
Yeah, I guess so. Seems like the hard way to do things, though.
Difficult, perhaps, but safe. Now, note this location carefully, Svetic. It will be up to you to get the crate with the microfilm out of the water.
Oh, I see. I see.
You'll hire a diving crew, dredge the bottom. Oceanic Imports will secure the permit.
Hey!
Now,
Hey, signore! Hey, you with the motor!
Who's that doing that hollering?
Go away with the motor, signore! Por favor, signore, go away! You scary fish!
one of those fool fishermen.
Better change your course, Wagner. You're heading toward his net.
Go the other way, signore! Go away with the motor, please!
Hey, take it easy. What are you doing?
Let him change his course. He's out to snare some measly fish. We're out to haul in the world.
Well, thank you, operator. Here you are. Beaker. Beaker, this is Red. Oh, hi, man. Where are you? Still sloshing around the waterfront. Listen, Beaker. My little chums have tucked away a crate of hot microfilm. The FBI can use it. Yeah? Where is it? At the bottom of the harbor. At the bottom? Oh, fine. Can we reach it? I'll give you the location. I've been ordered to dredge it out for the commies, but I'll stall it off till We'll you can... put the Coast Guard right on it. Take it. Hey, wait a minute. What's the matter? What about you? Won't your red playmates get wise? Well, if you get the job done tonight, they'll... Look, Matt, we don't want to be fishing you out of the drink, too, you know. Get it done tonight. I'll keep Wagner away from the shore. Now, look, here's the location. Got a pencil? Right. Let's have it. The fog that night was thicker than ever. A sodden blanket that smothered all activity in the harbor. I kept Wagner away from the shore, all right, but the fog kept the Coast Guard away, too. When Wagner met me the next morning, the commie timetables were still asleep in the deep. Wagner, however, was very much awake.
The diver to get the crate, Spetic. All arranged?
Well, you know, the crews around here are pretty expensive. I've been shopping around for a decent price.
Price? Spetic, do you realize what the price will be if we lose those microfilms? No time for false economy now, idiot. Just get that job done.
It just couldn't be done last night, Matt. If you can figure a way to sweep the fog out of the harbor, we'll get that crate lifted. But... Beaker, I can't stall Wagner any longer. You've got to get that job done tonight, fog or no fog. Well, we'll try, Matt. We'll do it somehow.
Spetic, just why are you in the office now?
I just got in. Why?
This is the second day you postponed the diving job.
I know. That fog's been awful soupy out
At night, yes. But the days have been clear enough. If you can't handle a simple task like this, comrade...
I can handle it, Wagner. Don't worry about that.
I'm not worrying, Spetic. But I suggest you start worrying a little more. If the crate isn't out of the water and in our hands tomorrow...
Beaker. Well, this is Red, Beaker. Oh, I've been waiting for you to call. What's the matter? Matt, are you sure you gave me the right location for that crate? Sure. We checked it twice, didn't we? Well, the Coast Guard had divers walking all over the harbor bottom. They combed every inch of it. No crate, no microfilm, nothing. Nothing? Beaker, it's got to be there. I know it's there. Maybe the tide or the currents or something. The Coast Guard knows enough to allow for that. The crate just isn't there, Matt. Somebody has picked it off the floor of the harbor, and it's not the FBI. Oh, great. Great. Well, keep your boys around, Beaker. They may be picking me out of the harbor next. To Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Sevetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story. The United States Coast Guard had spent the night scouring the bottom of that murky harbor, searching in vain for the crate of communist microfilm. Now it was my turn. By early afternoon, I was on the barge with a diving crew and Comrade Eric Wagner, who had come along, evidently, to expose his nerve endings. We inched toward the area beyond Point Frugus, with Wagner becoming increasingly jumpy every bit of the way. I was wondering how he was going to react when he learned the bitter truth when one of the crew hopped from the deck of the tug to the barge.
Hey, which one of you is Mr. Svenik?
I am. What's up?
Well, I was up there checking these instructions with the pilot of the tug, and
They're all right, aren't they? Your crew can understand them, can't they? I mean, nothing is wrong.
No, everything's fine. You're sure you want the divers to go ahead with this job?
Well, yeah. That's what we hired them for.
Huh? Okay. You're the boss.
Now, just a moment. What's on your mind?
Well, this crate we're looking for, it's a crate of canned tuna fish, ain't it?
Yes, of course it is. Is there any doubt about that?
No, just that one of them Portuguese fishermen pulled in a whole crate of canned tuna the other day.
What? What's this? Where? Where was he fishing?
He'd spread his nets right out there where we're going. Leastwise, that's what I understand.
And you say he pulled in a case of canned tuna?
Yeah. I saw him tie up at the dock. He was one happy fisherman, that guy. No, I ain't sure it was your crate he hauled in, but...
Turn back. Tell the pilot to turn back.
Don't be foolish, Wagner. We've gone this far. We might as well
Turn back, I said. We can't let that fisherman... You. Who's the fisherman? What's his name?
How do I know his name? I just see him once in a while on the docks.
Who is he, man? For the love of heaven, who is he?
Quit yanking up my shirt.
Mike, we'd like to find that fisherman. What did he look like?
Well, like a fisherman. They all look alike to me.
Well, isn't there anything that... Well, you saw his boat. Did it have a name or anything?
Yeah. I come to think of it, in Spanish name, or maybe Portuguese. A pal. You know, like the song. Paloma, that's it, La Paloma.
Turn back. We have to find him. Turn back, I said.
Listen, will you quit clawing at me?
Tell that pilot to turn back immediately.
It'll be a pleasure. More ruckus about some crummy Kansas spoiled fish.
For the sake of that unsuspecting fisherman, I had to find him before Wagner did. If he'd opened those cans and found the secret commie microfilms, the Reds were licked. But if Wagner got to the fisherman first, he was in for trouble. Bad trouble. Searching the harbor area, we found that most of the fishing boats were out at work on the water and wouldn't return until about sundown. As for the inevitable fog, it didn't help a bit. The only thing I could find with no trouble was Wagner. He stuck to my side like a barnacle with a complex.
Static, I hold you fully responsible for this mess.
Me? Why me?
If you hadn't postponed the diving for 2 days...
Oh, cut it out.
I intend to file a complete report of your laxity with the Control Commission as soon
Look,
as...
Wagner, we're wasting time this way. We ought to split up. Go in different directions.
Might be wise.
Look, you search the south end of the harbor, and I'll cover this bay area. We'll cut the time in half.
Good idea. And Static, don't stop looking till you find that boat, the La Paloma.
Don't worry, comrade. I'm as anxious to find that fisherman as you are. The murky waterfront was well covered that afternoon. I roamed the bustling piers, creaking docks. I studied the flocks of fishing boats huddled at anchor in the crescent of the shoreline. But La Paloma seemed to have flown from her nest. I walked along the edge of the seawall, trying to read the names on the boats that swayed at anchor below me. One boat swayed more than the others, as if to keep time with the loud singing that flowed from her deck. That boat bore the name La Paloma.
Hey, mister. You call me, senor?
Yeah, is that your boat?
Si, she's mine. My bonita.
Mind if I come aboard?
Come down, amigo. You can jump from the wall, all right?
Well, I can try.
Okay, amigo, take a chance. Please.
There goes.
Buenos dias, senor. You know how to mend the net?
No, I'm sorry. I came to talk business.
Fishing's my business, senor. So we talk about mending nets, eh?
Well, I'm with the Oceanic Import Company.
Huh?
Yeah, we import food, canned goods, tuna fish, that sort of thing.
Tuna fishing? I import, too. I catch a whole crate of canned tuna in my net. Big importer, that's me. I give you competition, eh?
Oh, that tuna you found. That's why I want to talk to you.
You want some? I sell you some pretty cheap.
No, I don't think you'll want any either. The fish in those cans is bad. It's spoiled.
Bad fish in cans?
Yeah, I hope you haven't eaten any. Spoiled tuna can poison you, you know.
Si, I know. You sure my tuna is bad, senor?
Look, I spent all day looking for you so I could warn you. I didn't do it because I needed the walk.
Si. Maybe I'd better tell my wife, eh?
Well, look, I'll do it for you if you like. After all, my company's responsible.
See, you do it. You tell my wife I'm in the nest.
Okay. Where do you live?
Right down the Bay Shore. 221 Bay Shore. Over that way.
Okay. Oh, my name's Savetic. What's yours?
Tamorina. Pietro Tamorina. My wife, she's Marie. You see her. Make her give you up the canned fish.
I hope she won't mind my butting in.
Go on. You tell her. But, amigo, hey. You be quiet about it. Do not wake the baby.
Well, I was in the lead now. I'd found the fisherman, and I knew now where the crate was located. I was all set for the home stretch. I looked up to judge the distance for my little leap back to the seawall, and suddenly I knew my lead was gone. There on the seawall, looking down at Tamorina and me, was Comrade Wagner.
Come up here, Static.
Sure. Give me a hand.
You found the boat and the man, I see, Static.
Uh-huh.
Does he have the crate?
No.
He hasn't? Then who has it?
Well, I'm not sure. Come on, let's walk.
Hey, signori!
Oh, what is it, Tamorina?
You head for the wrong way, amigo. I told you my house is that way.
Losing your sense of direction, Static? Come on.
Mrs. Tamorina?
What do you want?
I'm Matt Svetic. This is Mr. Wagner from the Oceanic Import Company.
No, nothing today.
It's imperative that we talk to you, madam.
My baby is sleeping.
We must talk to you now, right now.
Por favor, senor, not so loud, eh?
We just talked to your husband. It's about that crate of canned food he hauled in the other day.
So? It is his, no?
It belongs to our company, madam. We've come to claim it.
Oh, nobody claim it. Pietro hauled it from the water in his snare. What's not yours?
Well, let me explain, Mrs. Tamorina. That canned fish is bad. It's rotten, spoiled.
Bad? Why so bad?
Bad. No good. Can't you understand that?
Senor, if you wake my baby, I'll call a cop.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You. There
you see, you wake my baby. Adios, senores. Go away, adios.
Mrs. Tamorina, please. This is important.
Adios. Go away, go.
Madam, you're a fool. If you eat that canned stuff, you may kill your whole family.
Eh? Kill, huh?
The tuna fish is no good. It's poison.
What?
That's why we threw it to the bottom of the harbor. Food like that is dangerous.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, my sister. I gave some of them to my sister.
Will we never see the end of this chase?
Where does your sister live?
Oh, come in. I must fix the baby. My sister, she lives on the street, right close to the bait shop. Por favor, senor, the baby.
Static, stay here. I'll get the sister.
No, you stay with Mrs. Tamorino. I can make it faster.
You get along better with this woman.
Just stay put. I'll be back.
Static, just a minute. Static.
There was no time to argue now. I had to get away from Wagner in a hurry. I ran toward Mrs. Tamorina's sister's house, passed it, and kept right on running till I reached the bait shop. There was a payphone on the rear wall. I started dialing the local FBI office, but I realized that by the time they'd covered the distance, Wagner and the microfilms would be gone. Hello? Police headquarters? Oh, senor, a policeman to my house. Hurry. I live at 221 Bay Shore, senor. A man is trying to steal from my house. Hurry, please. A name? Or me? My name is Tamorina. You got that? Pietro Tamorina. I knew the local police would find Wagner there, all right. But to make sure the evidence was found, too, I called the FBI and told them to follow through on Wagner's arrest. Once those microfilms were linked to Wagner, one more red would be erased from the commie spectrum. In a matter of minutes, The police car zoomed by the bait shop and stopped at the Tamburina home. I walked away from the phone and turned inland, away from the shoreline. The fog was beginning to roll in from over the water. A soggy veil to hide the face of the waterfront. But this time, the fog was like a welcome friend. It gave me cover, obscurity, the security of darkness. But when you must wallow in treachery to defeat treachery, you learn to greet the gloom more readily. You walk more securely in darkness, as long as you walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews, ladies and gentlemen. It was Ralph Waldo Emerson who said, "We want a state of things which allows every man the largest liberty compatible with the liberty of every other man." We have that state of things in America today. 150 million definitions of the word liberty, one for every citizen of the United States, and room for every one of them to flourish. That, in itself, is the essence of liberty. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Cvetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you?
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun in A Doll's House.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's your purchases of our products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, ladies and gentlemen, that make this program possible. For the splendid loyalty you show us, our sincere gratitude. Last week, we announced an offer of a beautiful compact. So many of the ladies in our audience have taken advantage of this offer, that we are making it again tonight at the end of our program. So please listen carefully and have your pencils ready. Starred tonight are Joan Crawford, Basil Rathbun, Sam Jaffe, Netta Harrigan, and Vernon Steele in A Doll's House. As special guest, Miss Frances Manson, head of the story department of Samuel Golden Productions. Our orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is the work of one of the loneliest figures in literature, Henrik Ibsen. Poverty-stricken as a boy, Ibsen exiled himself for many years from his native Norway because of the lukewarm reception that country gave his plays. First produced many years ago, A Doll's House provoked a storm of angry criticism because the playwright dared express the belief that a happy marriage must have a foundation of truth, freedom, and intellectual companionship. Like all masterpieces, A Doll's House has a deathless quality and has brought fame to a score of world-renowned actresses, to which list we add tonight the name of Joan Crawford. And no one is less conscious of her success than Joan herself. She tackles each new job with the same I've got to make good attitude that she had when she first arrived here, fresh from a Schubert chorus. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Joan is seen next in The Shining Hour and is heard tonight as Nora Helmer. Co-starred as Torvald Helmer, a part more sympathetic than his usual roles, is that master of glistening villainy, Basil Rathbun. one of Hollywood's more gentle and considerate citizens, off the screen. This splendid actor is currently flaunting his darksome deviltry in the adventures of Robin Hood, and is with us this week straight from the set of Paramount's If I Were King. Sam Jaffe, who gave such a remarkable performance of the ancient llama in Lost Horizon, plays Krogstad, the same role which brought him unstinted praise when A Doll's House played on Broadway this season. Netta Harrigan plays Mrs. Linden, and Vernon Steele is Dr. Ronk. And now, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun in A Doll's House. The year is 1890. We're in a little town in Norway on a gray September afternoon. Along the windy street in a quiet section of the city, a young woman walks hurriedly, her long dress whipping out behind her, her face half buried in an old-fashioned muff. She glances frequently over her shoulder, as if to assure herself that she's not been noticed. Then she stops, and after a final nervous glance, darts quickly into a doorway.
Well?
It's I, Mrs. Helmer.
Oh. Come in, please. Sit down, Mrs. Helmer.
Thank you.
Wasn't it a little indiscreet of you? To come here, I mean.
Oh, I was very careful, Mr. Krogstad. I'm quite sure no one saw me.
I hope not.
Did you think it over, Mr. Krogstad? The matter we spoke of yesterday?
Yes. The lending of money, Mrs. Helmer, is a serious business.
Oh, I know it is.
It's even more serious when the loan is to be made to a wife without the consent or even knowledge of her husband.
Oh, but he mustn't know. He mustn't even dream that I've borrowed the money. That's why I came to you. You've known him at the bank.
Yes, at the bank and at school. But we were never very friendly.
Well, you worked with him. You must know how he feels about being in debt. He has a dread of it, Mr. Krogstad. He thinks debts are immoral, almost criminal. He'd never allow me to owe the butcher or the baker a single krona.
And now you wish to borrow a great many kronas.
Because he needs it. Oh, you know how ill he's been. And now the doctors say that he must go away to rest. A long rest in Italy. And if he doesn't go, he'll never be well again. I want to save my husband's life, Mr. Krogstad.
Mrs. Helmer, I wish I could help you.
Does that mean you won't? Oh, but I'll pay it back. I promise I will. I'll save and I could make money other ways. I'm very clever at copying.
Mrs. Helmer, is there anyone you could get to sponsor the loan?
Sponsor it?
To sign the note with you and act as surety. I mean a man, of course.
Well, I don't know. There's no one I'd like to ask for fear Torvald would find out.
Well, you have a father living.
My father? Oh, would he do?
If he'd sign the note with you, yeah.
Oh, then he will. I'm sure he will.
Very well.
Oh, thank you.
Now, here is the note.
Yes?
When you come back to me with the note signed by you here and your father's signature down here, I'll let you have the money.
Oh, how wonderful. It really isn't difficult at all, is it? Oh, I almost wish Torvald could know. Then perhaps he'd see how clever I really am. Oh, but he mustn't. All he must know is that we have money from somewhere and that we're going away to Italy.
Nora, come and sit down. Don't tire yourself out dancing like that. Now, sit down, Nora, please.
Oh, Torvald, isn't it wonderful? I feel as if I belonged here, as if I'd lived in Italy all my life. Oh, and now I've learned to dance the tarantella.
Yes, and you dance it beautifully, Nora.
Oh, it's so easy to dance here, where your heart is light. Aren't you glad I teased you until you brought me?
Very glad.
Oh, and the rest has been good for you, Torvald. So good.
Oh, nonsense. I never needed a rest.
Oh, no, of course you didn't. It was just for me, and I love you for it.
Well, you can hardly thank me. I could never afford a trip like this. It was strange, your father leaving you that money.
Strange, Torvald?
I always thought he was rather improvident. I was sure that he'd die quite penniless.
Well, he must have had some put away.
Yes. Yeah, nevertheless, it's almost gone, my dear. We'll have to be leaving for home soon.
Oh, I know. But I'm so anxious to see the children again. Ellen, you can put these flowers in water.
Oh, flowers, too, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ellen, and so awfully expensive. Oh, did the Christmas tree come yet?
Yes, ma'am. I put it in the kitchen so the children wouldn't see it.
Is that you, Nora?
Oh, Torvald, I'm so glad you're home. Come and see all the presents I have. Look, Torvald.
You mean to say you've bought all these?
Oh, just a few little things for the children and Ellen and Anna and Dr. Ronk and...
I suppose you spent every penny I gave you.
No, I did have some left, and then I saw those heavenly roses.
Oh, but that's so extravagant.
Oh, I know, Torvald, I know, but I just couldn't resist.
And what did you buy for yourself?
Oh, I don't need anything.
Nonsense. Tell me, what'd you like? Something useful, something sensible.
Well, if you really do want to give me something, you could give me money.
Now, Nora.
And then I could buy myself something, just what I needed.
But there's no Christmas spirit about cold, hard money.
Oh, yes, there is.
But you're so extravagant, Nora. On that trip to Italy last winter, we simply can't afford to go on throwing money about, you know.
Oh, but you'll be making lots of money now, and we could always get a little credit.
Credit? Nora, have you ever known me to borrow money?
No, but it ought to be easy enough now.
I want no creditors in my life, thank you. We've held out all these years without ever owing anyone a penny, and we're certainly not going to begin now at the last minute.
Yes, darling. Of course, you know best.
At the same time, we're not exactly paupers. Look, what do you think I've got here?
Oh, Torvald, money? Oh, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Here, give that back.
Oh, Torvald, darling, thank you. This will go a long way.
I should hope so. No one would believe how much it costs a man to keep a little thing like you.
A lady to see you, Mrs. Helmer.
A lady? Well, ask her to come in, Ellen.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I must get back to the bank for a while.
Goodbye, darling. Come home early tonight.
I'll try.
This way, please.
Who is it, Ellen? Oh.
Nora, how are you? You don't remember me, do you?
No, I don't think I... Why, yes, Christina. Is it really you?
It really is.
Christina. And to think I didn't even know you, but you're so changed.
Yes, I guess I am in 9 or 10 years.
Oh, good heavens, has it been as long as that? But what are you doing in town?
I arrived on the morning boat.
Oh, yes, to spend Christmas. How wonderful. Oh, what a thoughtless wretch I am. Oh, darling, how can you forgive me?
Forgive you?
Oh, Christina, I forgot that your husband...
Yes, my husband died 3 years ago.
Yes, I saw it in the papers, but, well, you know how it is. Did he leave you anything?
Nothing.
Not even any children?
No.
Nothing? Not anything?
Not even a regret.
Oh, darling, you must tell me the whole story. I never would have dreamed it. It must have been awful. And to be absolutely alone afterwards. Oh, you know, I have two of the sweetest children. Just wait till you see them. They're out with their nurse now, so there's nothing to disturb us, and you can tell me all about it.
No, dear. You tell me.
No, really, darling, I won't be selfish today. But I must tell you one thing. Have you heard of our wonderful luck?
No, what is it?
My husband has been appointed manager of the savings bank.
He has? Oh, how splendid.
It is. Oh, Christina, can you imagine how it makes you feel to have lots of money? Not only what you need, but just heaps of money.
Oh, Nora. Nora, you haven't changed a bit. You're still the same old spendthrift.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I've had to work.
You worked? Oh, but why?
Well, Torvald was ill, you know, and of course you mustn't tell Christina.
Tell what?
Well, we needed money, and of course we didn't have any, so I went... So Torvald thinks we inherited the money from my father.
Nora, wasn't it a little rash of you?
But it saved his life.
But won't you tell him?
Oh, after a great many years, perhaps, when I'm not so young. Oh, don't laugh, Christina. I mean when Torvald isn't so much in love with me. When it isn't fun for him any longer to see me skipping about and dressing up and acting. Well, then it might be good to have something in reserve.
Oh.
Now, what about you? What are you going to do, Christina?
Oh, I wish I knew, my dear. I'll have to find work, I suppose. I was wondering a while ago, Nora, if...
What, Christina?
Well, with your husband a bank official...
You mean he might be able to do something for you?
Well, I was
Oh,
hoping...
darling, that's a wonderful idea.
Nora, do you really suppose...
Oh, just you leave it all to me. I'll give you a note to him, and you go to the bank and see him. Oh, I know he'll give you the position if I ask.
Nora, you don't know how much this means to me.
Poor Christina. I'll write the note at once.
Let me go first. No, I want to see Mama. Ellen, make him let me. Where's Mama, Ellen?
Children, come in, darlings. Mama's here.
Mama, he threw a snowball and hit me. I did not. I hit him back.
Oh, my baby. Such cheeks. Darling, you've been out for hours. Aren't you frozen?
I'm warm. I saw a dog, Mama. He ran after a man and he growled. I saw the dog, too.
Oh, did you, my sweet?
And the man picked up a stick and the dog ran around biting people.
Really? Oh, I know he didn't bite you, though, did he, darling?
I'd like a dog.
I'll just take their coats, ma'am. Oh, yes, Ellen.
Can we play now, Mama?
Of course, darling. Any single thing you want is Christmas Eve.
I want to play Blind Man's Buff.
Blind Man's Buff? All right, now you know what you do first.
I know, Mama.
Oh.
It's a man, Mama.
What do you want, Mr. Crookstead?
You see, the door was open, and I thought...
My husband's not at home, Mr. Crookstead.
Yes, I know.
Children, go to Ellen.
Come on, Emmy. Wait for me.
What did you come here for? It isn't the first of the month, Mr. Crookstead.
It isn't that. I wanted to ask you something. An hour ago at the bank, a lady asked to see Mr. Helmer. She said she had a note from you.
Well?
Would you mind telling me if that lady was a Mrs. Linden?
Yes. Do you know her?
I haven't seen her for a great many years. Naturally, I was surprised when I heard her inquire for your husband.
It isn't surprising. She's going to be given a position at the bank.
She is?
Why, yes.
But how?
Well, you see, sometimes a little influence with the right people, Mr. Cook.
You mean you had something to do with it?
Well, naturally, I did what I could for my friend. Why?
Come now, Mrs. Helmer. You know very well whose job it is your friend is getting.
What are you talking about?
So I'm just to be thrown out, am I?
What?
Oh, you needn't pretend you didn't know.
How dare you talk like that to me? I didn't know. My husband doesn't tell me his business.
Mrs. Helmer, I must ask you to use your influence for me.
But I have no influence whatever.
But you just said you had, Mrs.
That's
Helmer.
quite different. If someone is to be hired, and if Mrs. Linden is capable, being an old friend of mine might help with my husband. But this is different. Do you expect me to be able to tell my husband what to do? I'm truly sorry for you.
Mrs. Helmer, I don't want your pity. I want your help. You really can't refuse me.
You're trying to frighten me, but I'm not afraid of you anymore. In a little while, I'll have paid off the note, and I'll be through with the whole business.
Please listen to me, Mrs. Helmer. Try to understand that it's vital for me to keep my job at the bank.
I'm sorry, but really, I'm quite helpless.
I tell you, I've got to keep it, that's all. I've got children, and they're growing up. They need to have a father who's able to hold up his head in a respectable position. I tell you, my job at the bank is the only chance I've got to get anywhere.
I'm sorry, but I just can't listen.
You've got to listen.
Mr. Krogstad, you're threatening me.
I don't care what you call it.
Would you tell my husband I owe you money?
I don't know.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. When it's all my own secret, and I'm so proud of it. Why, if he heard about it that way, there's no telling how unpleasant it would be.
Unpleasant? Mrs. Helmer, I'm afraid there are some things you don't understand very well. Let me make them clearer for you.
You needn't bother.
When your husband was ill, you came to me to borrow a sum of money. I promised to find you the money in exchange for a written agreement which I drew up. Your father was to sign this agreement.
Was to? He did sign it.
Did he, Mrs. Helmer?
Well, you know he did it. Anyway, haven't I made my payments on time?
Mrs. Helmer, your father was very ill, wasn't he?
Yes, he was on his deathbed.
Tell me, Mrs. Helmer, do you happen to remember the day he died? The day of the month, I mean.
It was the 29th of September.
Ah, that's correct. But you see, I made a little investigation for myself, and I discovered a rather remarkable fact, which I can't quite explain.
What remarkable fact?
The remarkable fact is, or seems to be, that your father signed this paper 3 days after his death.
I don't understand.
Well, neither do I, Mrs. Helmer. Here your father dies on the 29th of September, and here he signs his name on October the 2nd. There's the date, don't you see? Now, isn't that remarkable? Perhaps you can explain it. Your father really did write his name here himself, didn't he?
No. No, I wrote it.
Do you realize what you're admitting? That was a very dangerous thing to do, Mrs. Helmer.
But why? You'll have your last payment in a few days.
Mrs. Helmer, you really don't seem to understand what you've done. Do you know, Mrs. Helmer,
that I did something just about like that once, and it ruined me?
You mean you took a risk to save someone's life?
The law, Mrs. Helmer, takes no account of motives.
Then the law must be very bad.
Bad or not, if I take this paper to court, the law will condemn you exactly as it did me.
I don't believe it. As if I didn't have the right to save my father from worry when he was dying. As if anyone should tell me that I hadn't the right to save my husband's life. I don't know very much about law, and I don't want to if that's the way it is. But I'm certain they'd let you do that. Why, the idea of not knowing they would when you're a lawyer. You must be a very poor one.
Maybe I am. But I do understand something about this business you and I are in together. And now, Mrs. Helmer, you can do exactly as you please. But let me tell you this one thing. If I'm thrown off into the mud again, there'll be others to keep me company.
I must go, Torvald.
No, not yet. It's Christmas Eve.
Well, I don't hear Nora persuading me.
Oh, what? Oh, yes, please say, Dr. Ron.
No. I have patients waiting for me in the morning. People are as sick on Christmas Day as any other day.
Then you must come again tomorrow.
I will, if I'm still alive.
Oh, what a way for a doctor to talk.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Well, I still have a little work to do before bed.
Oh, no, Torvald. I want you to talk with me.
Now, what would that be about? By the way, was anyone here this afternoon?
No, just Christina. You gave her the position, Torvald.
Oh, yes. Yes, but when I came home, I thought I saw Krogstad leaving the house.
Krogstad? Well, he really was here, but just for a minute.
Nora.
Well, it was just for a minute.
Nora, look at me. I'm very, very much surprised. Krogstad has been asking you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he?
Are you going to be angry with me?
And you were supposed to do it just as if you'd thought of it yourself.
Well, yes, but I...
No, Nora. And you could stoop to that, to speak to such a man, to make a promise and then to lie about it, to me. Now, you won't do that again, will you, dear? Will you? Well, we won't say any more about it.
Torvald, tell me, was it really something awful this Krogstad got into trouble over?
Oh, forgery, that's all. You know what that means.
But don't you think he might have been forced to do it?
Perhaps. And I'm not so hard-hearted as to condemn a man for a single slip.
Oh, no, of course not.
And a man can redeem his character if he admits his crime and takes his punishment.
Crime?
But Krogstad didn't. He dodged and used all kinds of tricks. He was disbarred, of course, but he should have been sent to jail.
But don't you think he had responsibilities, children? After all, he might have done it for their sake.
Yeah, that's the worst of it. It's like a poison, especially for the children.
How do you mean?
Oh, I've seen it time and time again. It's really amazing to see how criminal tendencies in children can be traced to lying parents. This Krogstad has been contaminating his children for years.
But how?
Oh, by his life of lies and deceit, of course. They're all drawn into it with him. Sad, isn't it? I can sympathize with you when you feel sorry for him. But you'll promise not to say any more about it. Well, I'm going to my study. I won't be long.
Oh, dear God.
Mrs. Helmer, the children want to come and say good night.
What?
The children. Shall I bring them in to you?
No. No, not now, Ellen.
So ends the first act of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone. Before they return in the second act, we want to present to you in verse our own version of a few historical love affairs. We must admit we've improved on history a little, which is just another way of saying that you'll find our verse historically inaccurate. Anyway, we think you'll find it amusing. Our first subject is the devastating Helen of Troy.
Greek Helen of Troy had a way with a boy that caused the upheaval of nations. To buy her a cloak, Menelaus went broke, and an army went short on its rations. But her jewels counted naught, her robes were but aught we've learned from historical data. We'll give you the dope. She used Lux toilet soap, and her face was what launched the regatta.
We jump now to colonial times and to the comely maiden, Priscilla.
Priscilla was fair and had smoothly brushed hair when John came to woo her for Standish. But she wanted John with no pro or con. Why, the idea of Miles was outlandish. She got her own way and her confidence lay, not in clothes so demure and colonial. It's easy. Why, shucks. It's because she used Lux. It's a passport to things matrimonial.
And now we come to Miss 1938, in whom we're all most interested.
The girl of today wears a suit and beret. She ponders on color selection. But though fashions vary, they are still secondary compared with a lovely complexion. And she knows it still pays, as it did in past days, to keep her skin clear and attractive. And, of course, if she's clever, she'll do it forever with Lux, for its lather is active.
The famous beauties of history understood the relation between lovely skin and romance. The famous beauties of our own day, the lovely stars of Hollywood, understand it, too. 9 out of 10 of them used Lux toilet soap to protect their beauty. Its active lather removes dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Guards against choked pores that cause cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Protect the loveliness of your skin the easy Hollywood way. Use Lux toilet soap before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed. May I remind you that an important announcement comes at the end of our performance tonight. I suggest that the ladies have pencil and paper ready. Now, our producer.
Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun continue in A Doll's House with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Christmas Day finds Nora in a state close to hysteria. Under the influence of her husband's stern philosophy, she's fearful of contaminating her children with her presence. And so she's not seen them for almost 24 hours. Now, late in the afternoon, she knocks timidly at the door of her husband's study.
Come in. Well, Nora?
Am I disturbing you, Torval?
Oh, well, just a little, but what do you want, dear?
Torval, if I were to ask you for something, to beg you for something very prettily, would you do it?
Nora, you can't mean what you were hinting at yesterday.
Oh, yes, for my sake, Torval. You must let Krogstad keep his place in the bank.
My dear Nora, it's his place that I'm giving to your friend, Mrs. Linden.
Oh, yes, darling, and that's so good of you, but instead of Krogstad, couldn't you just dismiss some other clerk?
Dismiss some other clerk? What's the matter with you, Nora? Just because you were impulsive enough to promise to put in a good word for him, I'm to...
No, it's not that. It's not that I said anything to him, but it's for your own sake, Torvald. I'm so terribly afraid of him.
Why?
Well, I hear he's rather malicious, and there's no telling what he might say. That's why I beg you...
Yes, and the more you plead for him, the more you make it impossible for me to keep him on.
Oh, darling, please.
Now, there's no use going any further with this. The matter's closed. I've just sent a messenger out with a letter.
What letter?
Krogstad's dismissal.
Oh, call it back again, Torvald. There's still time for my sake, for your own. Oh, listen, please, Torvald. You don't know what might happen because of it.
Now, come, Nora. What do you expect me to do? Worry about being slandered or blackmailed by a wretched fellow like Krogstad? Really? I can forgive you only because I know it's proof of your love for me. And that's as it should be. Let what will happen when it comes to the pinch. I think you'll find my shoulders are broad enough to bear the burden.
No, you'll never do that. I won't let you.
Well, we'll do it together then. We'll share it. Man and wife. How would you like that? Now. Stop worrying. It's just your imagination. I'll tell you what. Take your tambourine and practice your tarantella.
Tarantella?
Yes. You're going to dance it at the Stenbogs' party tonight. You haven't forgotten, have you?
No, I remember.
Oh, Mrs. Helmer.
Is Dr. Ronkin?
Why, yes, come in.
Come in, Nora.
Thank you.
Well, sit down, Nora. I was just about to leave for your house.
Dr. Ronk, there's something I want to ask you. I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I always have time for you, Nora. I always will have. Just as long as I'm able.
As long as... What does that mean?
Does that frighten you?
Well, I think it's an odd expression, isn't it? Do you expect anything to happen?
Oh, something that's no surprise.
Is there something you've really discovered?
I've been auditing my life account, Nora.
Oh, you've discovered something about yourself.
Yes, and it looks as if I'm bankrupt. Before very long, my poor carcass will be rotting in the churchyard.
What a dreadful way to talk.
Dreadful? Well, it's a dreadful business. There's one final test to be made, and then we'll know exactly when disintegration sets in.
Dr. Rank.
As soon as I'm certain of the worst, I'll send you my visiting card, and then you'll know that really serious things have begun.
I won't listen. You know you're exaggerating. You just like to talk this way. You mustn't think of dying and leaving Torvald and me. You're our oldest friend.
Oh, you will get over it. The absent are soon forgotten.
Do you think so?
People make fresh ties. Although I do hate to leave it all.
Oh, nonsense. You shan't leave us.
And without leaving behind as much as a little token of gratitude. Nothing but some space. The first person that comes along can fill that.
And just suppose if I were to ask you for...
For what?
For a great proof of your friendship. For a very, very great service.
Would you, for once, make me so happy?
Oh, but you don't know what it is.
Then tell me. Don't you trust me?
Oh, I do, Dr. Rank. It's something you must help me prevent. You know how deeply, how really deeply Torvald loves me. He wouldn't hesitate a moment to give his very life for me.
Nora, do you think he's the only one?
What do you mean?
Who'd gladly give his life for you?
Oh.
I wanted to say it to you once, before I go away. I'll never find a better moment. Well, I've told you. Now you know you can trust me as you can trust no one else.
Dr. Rank.
Well?
How could you be so... Why did you say that? It was all so nice before.
Nora,
oh,
please.
I can't tell you anything now.
You mustn't punish me, not that way. Let me help
No,
you,
you can't do anything for me now. Besides, it's not... Oh, I really don't want any help. I have to leave now. Goodbye, Dr. Rank.
Oh, I'm glad you've come home, ma'am. There's a man here to see you. Mr. Krogstad.
Here? Ellen, where's Mr. Helmer?
He's out, ma'am. Gone over to fetch Dr. Rank.
Oh.
Mr. Krogstad's in the library, ma'am.
Thank you, Ellen. What do you want here?
I want some information, Mrs. Helmer.
Be quick, then. What is it?
You know I've been dismissed.
I couldn't prevent it, Mr. Krogstad. I fought and I stood up for you, but it wasn't any use.
Oh. Is that all he cares for?
Oh, please, you won't tell. Think of my children.
Why should I? Did you and your husband think of mine? However, I've come to tell you that you needn't take this matter too seriously. I'm not going to use this information I've got. Not for the present, anyway.
Oh, Mr. Krogstad, I knew you wouldn't.
In fact, no one need know. It can remain just between us three.
Oh, no. My husband must never know.
Why? Are you ready to pay off the balance?
Well, no, not at the moment, but it won't be long before it's all paid. And
I'm going to hold on to that note.
Why? What would you do with it?
Just keep it, Mrs. Helmer. Don't worry. No one else will ever know anything about it. So that if you had any desperate scheme in mind, put it right out of your head. We all think such things at first. I did too, Mrs. Helmer. But I didn't have the courage.
Nor I.
No. You wouldn't have the courage either. Would you, Mrs. Helmer? It would be very foolish. Very, very foolish. Now, I've written a letter to your husband.
To my husband?
Sparing you as much as possible.
But he mustn't ever see it. Tear the letter up. I'll get the money somehow.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Helmer, but I think I've told you I don't want it.
Well, then what do you want?
I'll tell you what I want. I want to regain my foothold in the world. I want to get back to where I belong. I want to rise. And your husband shall help me.
No, he won't.
He will. I know him, Mrs. Helmer. He won't dare put up a fight. And when he and I are together there, you'll see. Yes, within a year, I shall be his right-hand man. It won't be Torvald Helmer. It'll be Niels Krogstad who runs the bank.
No.
No? Who will stop me?
Somebody who has the courage.
Oh, you can't frighten me. A petted, pampered creature like you?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see.
Under the ice, perhaps? Down in the cold, black water? The next spring to come up again ugly? Unrecognizable? No. People don't do that sort of thing, Mrs. Helmer. And anyway, what will be the use of it? I've got your husband in my pocket, no matter what you do.
Not after I'm gone. Not after
You forget. Your reputation is in my hands. You can think of that when you're planning to do something foolish. I'll drop this letter in the mailbox on my way out.
No, please.
I expect to hear from your husband very soon.
Christina.
What are you doing, my dear?
I'm trying to get the mailbox open.
But where's the key?
I haven't one. Christina, look. There's a letter in there, and it's from Krogstad.
Krogstad?
Yes, and now Torvald will know everything.
Oh, believe me, dear. It will really be best for both of you.
Oh, but you don't understand. I forged a name. I forged Papa's name.
Nora.
Listen, Christina. You must witness.
What is there to witness?
If anything should happen, if I should go out of my mind, if anything should happen so that I wouldn't be here.
Nora, you've lost control of yourself.
If anyone else should try to take the whole blame on himself, you are my witness that it was all my doing. No one else knew anything about it.
Nora!
Oh, I'm not out of my mind, Christina. I know what I'm saying. I did the whole thing. You will remember, won't you?
Of course I'll remember, but I don't know what you mean.
Oh, no. No, how could you? Because a very wonderful thing is going to happen. A miracle is going to come.
Miracle?
Yes, a very wonderful thing. But it's so terrible, too, Christina. Oh, it mustn't happen.
Don't, dear. I shall go to Krogstad right now and talk to him.
You? What can you do?
In the old days, he would have done anything for me.
Krogstad?
I knew him very well.
Nonsense. You must come tonight.
No, I'd better not.
Oh, listen.
But everyone will
It's Torvald and Dr. Rank. They're coming up the stairs. Torvald mustn't see
Go
me.
inside. I'll try to find
What in
Krogstad.
heaven's name are
Don't
you
give up
talking
hope,
about?
Nora.
A miracle. It must happen. Oh, it must.
Come in, Rank. And I still say you're quite mad.
Perhaps.
Well, Nora, home again?
Yes. How do you do, Dr. Rank?
Good evening, Nora.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Nora? You're quite upset. Have you been practicing too hard?
No, I haven't practiced at all yet.
But you'll have to.
Oh, yes, I must. I must practice a great deal. But, Torvald, I can't without you. I know I've forgotten everything.
Oh, well, when you've worked on it, it'll come back to you. Sit down, Rank.
Where are you going, Torvald?
Just have a look at the mailbox.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh, why not?
Torvald, I'm sure there are no letters there.
Well, just let me look
Oh,
at
no,
it.
if you don't rehearse with me, I won't be able to dance tonight.
What? You're really as nervous as all that about it?
Terribly, Torvald. Let's rehearse now. There's time before dinner. Sit down and play for me, and you can direct me. You know the way you used to do.
All right. What a creature.
Play, Torvald, play.
Slower.
I can't do it any slower.
Not so violently, Nora.
But I must.
Oh, Nora, that will never do.
Oh, Torvald, please. I told you I needed to practice.
Let me play for her. Perhaps we can do it slow.
Oh, yes, please. Now, look, Torvald, sit here, and then you can watch me.
All right. Now try to calm yourself.
Yes, darling, I will. How's this, Torvald? Is it better?
Nora, there's no need to dance as though it were a matter of life and death. Frank, stop. This is all out of control. Stop, I say. Nora, I don't see how you could have forgotten everything that way.
But I told you I had. Oh, Torvald, you must practice with me right up to the last minute. Promise, Torvald.
Well, certainly, if you wish.
Well, you're to think of nothing but me. Not a letter, not a paper. You mustn't even look at the mailbox until after the party.
Very well, my dear. But you seem so overwrought. Now, let's all go in and we'll have dinner and then we can practice again later.
Thank you, Torvald.
Come along, Rank.
Thanks.
7 o'clock. 5 hours until midnight. And the tarantella will be over. 5 hours to live.
Nora, are you coming?
Coming, Torvald?
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain falls on Act 2 of A Doll's House. Before we hear Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun in Act 3, we spend this brief intermission with another personality from backstage Hollywood, Frances Manson, chief story editor of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. Miss Manson came here from Columbia University, where she taught short story writing and advertising. Today, she's one of that highly important group who, seeking for good motion picture stories, wade through the vast mass of material turned out by the world's authors. And now, Miss Manson, what's your story?
A complaint, Mr. DeMille. We've had a very definite lack of story material. If good stories were only half as plentiful around Hollywood as Lux soap, I'd be a lot happier. There's a cake of Lux in practically every dressing room in Hollywood, but there are only about 10 good motion picture ideas in every 1,100 stories. In spite of the fact that about half the letters that come to producers are from people claiming they have great ideas for film stories, we're still screaming for new material. Many of these unsolicited stories may be great, but every unknown writer who sends us one is certain of receiving it back promptly and unopened.
We can't give them a chance because we can't take a chance.
That's it. A lot of people think we're just waiting for the opportunity to steal their ideas. Obviously, that isn't true, and here's a typical example. We received a letter from a man who said, I have a great idea for Gary Cooper. Make him a cowboy in his next picture and let him fall in love with a society girl. Please send me a check for $1,000 immediately as I am going on my vacation next Tuesday.
I assume he went on his vacation without your assistance.
Right. You know as well as I do, Mr. DeMille, that such a vague suggestion doesn't mean very much. An idea like that is so obvious that it had already occurred dozens of times to writers at the studio and hundreds of times to people outside the studio. As a matter of fact, in reference to this particular case, Mr. Goldwyn had already started work on a picture called The Lady and the Cowboy with Gary Cooper and Meryl Oberon. Imagine how embarrassing it would be if we read every manuscript we received. Without a doubt, a manuscript would be bound to contain an episode somewhere in it that might slightly resemble part of our movie script. And human nature being what it is, we would never convince the would-be author that we had not stolen his play and changed it around to suit ourselves. The safest plan for all concerned is the one we follow, namely not to open any manuscript which comes in unsolicited. This is the firmest rule in Hollywood.
Then what outlets are open to the would-be screenwriter, Miss Manson?
My advice is this. Prove your ability first, write for the magazines, for the book publishers, or the play producers, and we'll grab you without further delay. In other words, if you want to write for Hollywood, don't write for Hollywood until we ask you.
Well, what do you think of the ones we've already asked?
As a rule, the important screenwriters are quite as temperamental as actors. But at times you can't blame them because the producers they work for are temperamental, too.
Heresy, Miss Manson. That requires explanation.
I can recall one producer who summoned in his writers and said he wanted the scope of the story to be much bigger. This isn't big enough, he said. I want it to be great. I want it to be infinitesimal. And the producer was not Mr. Goldwyn. Then there's the producer who reluctantly agreed to read a certain writer's story. All right, he said, I'll read it with an open mind, but I may as well warn you, I think it's terrible.
But writers, in turn, are often something of a problem to producers. For instance, Robert Riskin has to write every line of a screenplay in longhand. S.K. Lauren has to go away and do his creating in a shack. Joe Swirling will spend weeks at wood carving and not write a single line, then suddenly appear, call for a dictaphone, and give forth a complete shooting script without having put a word down on paper.
Still, in my opinion, the screenwriter is entitled to every bit of individuality he cares to assert. The fact remains that he delivers the goods and contributes what, to me, is the most important phase of pictures, the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Manson. Act 3 of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Later the same night, with Christina gone to use her influence with Krogstad, Nora dances at the party. Faster and faster she whirls about the room, her cheeks 2 spots of crimson, her eyes burning, and then the tarantella ends.
Nora, come here.
Oh, Torvald, did I dance well?
You were magnificent, my dear. You remembered everything I told you. Come now. We must go home.
Oh, no, not yet, darling. Just a little longer.
But it's late, Nora, and you're tired.
Yes, I am tired.
Come along, dear. We'll say good night. So slowly, Nora. Let me help you.
I'm even more tired than I thought.
There we are. You see, I was perfectly right not to let you stay any longer.
Yes, darling. Everything you do is right. Torvald, what are you doing?
I want to clear out the mailbox.
So late, Torvald. Won't tomorrow do?
Look at all the letters that have collected. Why? What's this?
What?
Dr. Rank's visiting card. It was right on top. He must have just put it in tonight. I wonder what this means.
What is it?
This black cross over his name. What a ghastly idea. You'd think he was announcing his own death.
He is.
What? How do you know? Has he told you something?
That card is his farewell. He's going to shut himself up alone and die.
Oh, poor old Rank. Of course, I knew we couldn't hope to keep him long, but so soon. And to go off alone, like a wounded animal.
When one goes, it's best to go silently, don't you think?
I just can't realize that he's gone. He'd grown into our lives so. Ah, well, perhaps it's for the best, at least for him. And for us, too, because now we have to depend entirely on each other. Go in, dear. Oh, it's a relief to be home again. Come here, Nora, you enchanting creature.
Torval, don't, please.
Why not? Oh, I know what it is. You have the tarantella still in your blood, and it makes you all the more tempting.
Read your letters, Torval.
Oh, but a moment ago, you asked me to wait. Oh, my darling, I can't hold you close enough. You know, I wish sometimes that you were in some great trouble, so that I could do something really marvelous for you, risk my body and soul, everything.
Please, you must read your letters, Torval.
What an insistent creature. Very well. Let me see. This is strange. A letter from Krogstad. I wonder if he's going to ask... What's this? Nora, do you know what's in this letter?
Yes.
He says that you're a forger. That you forged your father's name. Is it true?
I loved you, Torval.
Answer me. Is it true?
It was all because I loved you.
Stop saying that.
Yes, it's true.
You fool. What have you done?
Torval, you're not going to take this on yourself. You're not to try to save me.
Oh, don't be melodramatic. Do you understand what you've done?
Yes.
You've ruined my future. Do you know that? You've put me in the hands of a scoundrel. From now on, he can do whatever he likes with me. Demand what he chooses. Domineer over me as much as he likes, and I must submit to everything.
When I'm out of the world, you'll be free.
Out of the world? Oh, this is no time for fine phrases. What good would it do if you were out of the world? He blabbed the story just the same, and people might even suspect me of having been a part of it. Did you ever stop to think of that? They'd say that I was at the bottom of it, that I'd egged you on. And it's you I have to thank for all this. You whom I've petted and spoiled all our married life. Now do you understand what you've done to me?
Yes.
I just can't believe it. I've got to keep him quiet somehow. That's it. People simply mustn't find out that there's anything at all out of the way. Well, we'll make things look as though nothing had happened between us. And oh, what can that be at this hour? What is it?
A letter for you, sir. Mr. Krogstad asked me to deliver it.
Krogstad, give it here. Oh, what more can he do to me now?
Torval,
Be quiet. Why? What? Look. It's a promissory note. It's your note. He's returned it. I don't understand. What does he say? Returning your wife's note, I regret my actions in this matter. Mrs. Linden has convinced me that... Oh, Nora! Nora, thank God! I'm saved!
And I?
You too, yes, of course, darling. We're saved, Nora. It's all over. It's finished. I'll tear it up. I won't even look at it. The whole thing shall just disappear like a dream. Oh, Nora, these must have been terrible days for you.
Yes, they have been.
Yes, I see now. You did it because you loved me. It was just that you went about it in the wrong way, dear. You didn't have the experience to know how. But the next time, you see, dearest, you must come to me. You do realize that, don't you? Nora, you're not going to remember the things I said, are you? Why, the whole world seemed to be falling to pieces around me. It's all going to be forgotten. I forgive you.
Thank you for your forgiveness, Torval.
Thank you. Is that all you have to say to me? Why do you look at me so strangely? Now, dear, you'd better go and get some sleep.
I shall not sleep tonight.
But it's late.
It's not so late. Sit down, Torval.
Nora, what do you mean? Your face is so cold and set.
Sit down, Torval.
Nora, you frighten me. I don't understand you.
That's just it. You don't understand me. And I've never understood you. Until tonight.
What do you mean?
Doesn't one thing strike you as strange as we sit here?
Nora, what are you talking about?
We've been married 8 years. Doesn't it occur to you that this is the first time we two have talked together seriously?
Oh, my dear child, what have you to do with serious things?
I've had a great injustice done me, Torvald. First by my father and then by you.
By your father and me?
Yes. When I was at home, Father used to tell me all his opinions, and I always agreed with them. He used to call me his doll child and play with me, just the way I played with my dolls. And then I came to live in your house.
Oh, what a way to talk about our marriage.
Well, I mean, I changed hands. From his to yours. And I heard your opinions and agreed with them. Or pretended to.
Nora.
I've been living here like a beggar by performing tricks for you. That's the way you would have it. You and my father are responsible. It's your fault my life has come to nothing.
Nora, haven't you been happy here?
No. Only merry. You've always been kind to me, but our house has been nothing but a nursery. I've been your doll wife, just as I used to be Father's doll child. And in the same way, my children have been my dolls. That's what our marriage has been, Torvald.
Well, perhaps there is some truth in what you say. But, Nora, from now on, it will be different.
Yes. Very different. I'm leaving you, Torvald.
What are you saying?
I can't stay with you.
You've lost your mind. I won't allow it.
I'll spend the night with Christina, and tomorrow I'm going home.
You mean that you propose to leave your home, your husband, and your children? And have you considered what people will say?
I don't care what they say. From now on, I must think things out for myself.
Oh, you talk like a child. Desert your home, you can't. These things are your duty, your sacred duty.
I have other duties equally sacred.
Name them.
My duties toward myself. Before all else, I'm a human being, just as much as you are. And if I'm not, then I must try to become one.
Nora, you're ill. I almost think that you're out of your senses.
I've never felt so clear or so certain.
Clear and certain enough to forsake your husband and children?
Yes.
Oh, then there's only one possible explanation. You don't love me anymore.
Yes, that's just it.
Nora.
I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I don't love you anymore.
You're clear and certain of that, too?
Yes.
And can you explain to me at what moment you ceased to love me?
Yes, I can. It was this evening when the miracle that I expected to happen didn't happen. It was then I saw that you were not the man I'd imagined.
I don't understand you.
For 8 years now, I've been waiting for a certain wonderful thing to happen between you and me. And I've been waiting patiently because I know that really wonderful things can't happen every day. And when I saw that this catastrophe was hanging over me, I said to myself, it's coming. The miracle is coming.
When was this?
Torvald, when Krogstad's letter was lying in the box, it never occurred to me that you'd think for a minute of submitting to that man's conditions. I was certain that you'd say to him, all right, tell everybody, publish it to the whole world. And I was certain that after that...
After that, what? When I'd covered my wife's name with shame and disgrace?
Oh, then I was sure you'd come forward and take the whole thing on yourself. You'd say, I'm the guilty one.
I? But Nora...
Oh, I'd never have accepted such a sacrifice. Of course not. But what would my word have been against yours? That was the miracle I hoped for and dreaded. And to prevent that, I wanted to die.
Nora, I would gladly work day and night for you. I'd bear any sorrows and want. But no man sacrifices his honor even for the woman he loves.
Millions of women have done it.
Oh, you talk like a child. You think like a child.
When you got over being frightened, not for me, but for yourself, and you knew there was nothing more to fear, then it was as if nothing had happened. I was your doll again, and you would take twice as much care of it in the future because I was so weak and fragile. Torvald, it burst on me in that moment that I'd been married for 8 years to a man I hardly knew.
But you're still my wife, now and always.
Torvald, when a wife leaves her husband's house, as I'm doing, I've heard that in the eyes of the law he's free from all duties to her. At all events, I release you from all duties to me. Here's your ring. Give me mine. Here are the keys. Tomorrow when I've left town, Christina will come and pack up the things I've brought from home. I'll have them sent after me.
Is everything over? Nora, will you never think of me again?
Torvald, I shall often think of you and the children and this house.
May I May I write to you, Nora?
No, never. You mustn't.
But I must send you...
No, I say.
Can I never be anything more than a stranger to you?
Perhaps. Someday. Oh, Torvald, to that, the miracle would have to happen.
What's that?
Both of us would have to change so that... Oh, that I no longer believe in miracles.
Perhaps I do. Tell me, Nora.
So changed that our marriage would be real, with a real love to hold us together. Goodbye.
Nora, wait!
Goodbye, Torvald.
Nora! A miracle. Perhaps someday. Yes, that miracle will happen. It's got to happen.
And so we take our leave of Ibsen's play. A little later, Melville Ruick brings you the important announcement mentioned earlier tonight. But now, we meet the two principal tenants of A Doll's House, Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun. Basil, you're such a scoundrel in pictures, so persistently. How did it feel to take off the whiskers and play a less villainous role?
Well, C.B., getting into A Doll's House was like getting out of a dog's house. I've played villains on the screen so long that every time the steam radiators hiss at my house, I take a bow. But what's particularly interesting to me is that I've never been a villain on the air.
I've often wondered, Basil, what type of letters the fans write to you men who put the menace in the movies.
Oh, I get a lot of letters, Joan. The only trouble is that they all seem to have the same idea. They just hope that someday I'll get the thrashing I deserve.
But the more disliked you are by the audience, the better the producers like you.
Well, that's comforting anyway. I've been perforated by swords so many times, I now train on a bed of nails. Rather sad, don't you think? I never know just how to save my skin from lunging heroes.
Did you ever try Lux soap? 9 out of 10 stars protect their skin with it.
Yes, but Lux soap makes me look so completely lovely, Joan. I'd soon be out of work. Yes, I'd get to look like you, and that would... Oh, I mean...
That's all right, Basil. I understand. And until I want to look like your partner in crime, I'm going to continue using Lux soap, because I don't think there's anything nicer for a lovely complexion. And now, having disposed of Basil's problem, Mr. DeMille, my sincere thanks for bringing A Doll's House to the air and allowing me to play Nora. And my appreciation, too, to Mr. Rathbun and to Mr. Jaffe, who made a special trip from New York to be here. And to Miss Netta Harrigan, Mr. Steele, and all the others in our cast. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Joan. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Joan. Good night, Basil.
There's another real treat in store for you next Monday night. In a moment, our producer, Mr. DeMille, will be back to tell you all about it. But while we are waiting, I want to tell you about our offer of a compact for the ladies. The response to this offer last week has been overwhelming, and it is repeated tonight so that no one need lose out. If you have not already sent for your genuine Van-style double compact, by all means do so tomorrow. Or if you have obtained one and want one or two more for a gift or for a bridge prize, you may have it now. It's difficult for a man to describe this compact and do it justice. All I can say is that it's swell.
Perhaps I could help you describe it.
Oh, would you please? Just tell the ladies in our audience how this compact appeals to you.
Well, this is really the sort of compact every woman wants. Thin and lightweight, a delicate horseshoe shape of graceful design, curved in the front and square at the back. And, of course, there's no advertising on it. The top is finished in gold effect and set in gleaming black enamel. The bottom richly tooled in a harmonizing pattern. It will remind you of a piece of fine old antique jewelry, and it's just as smart as it can be. The black and gold color combination makes it harmonize with any costume. It's a double compact with 2 compartments, one for loose powder and the other already filled with a cake of fine neutral shade rouge. And it's so easy to get rouge refills to match your own complexion. The clear, gleaming mirror is the full size of the cover. In many stores, this type of compact usually sells for $1.
Well, thank you very much, but this compact does not cost our listeners $1. For the time being, our Lux Toilet Soap friends can get it for 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and only 25 cents in coin. Send for yours at once. Now, let me repeat that. You need only 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 25 cents in coin. Hold the coin into the wrappers and enclose in an envelope with a slip of paper on which your name and address is printed clearly. Don't send stamps. Address Lux Toilet Soap, Box number 1, New York City. Your compact will be mailed to you promptly. This offer is good only in the United States. So, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Send 3 wrappers and only 25 cents in coin folded into them, together with a slip of paper with your name and address printed clearly, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box number 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Mr. DeMille.
From the stern drama of A Doll's House, we turn next Monday night to the gay romance of Columbia's highly successful comedy, Theodora Goes Wild. Starring in the title role will be the same delightful comedienne whom you saw in the picture, Irene Dunn. And co-starred with Miss Dunn, the season's sensational comedy find, one of the most versatile stars in Hollywood, Cary Grant. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Irene Dunn and Cary Grant in Theodora Goes Wild. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our cast tonight included Celeste Rush as Ellen, John Russell as Ivar Helmer, Jackie Horner as Emmy Helmer, Frank Nelson as a messenger, and Eleanor Mitchell as Leah. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Josette. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For the 5th. Four radio programs for the 5th War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. And starring on this broadcast, Mr. Fred McMurray. This is a war not only of men and machines, but of ideas. As the third of this special series of broadcasts about the ideas for which we fight, and those which we must fight against, we bring you the play The Laughter, written and directed by Arch Oboler and starring Mr. Fred McMurray.
Mr. President, my name is Don Williams, Staff Sergeant Don Williams. And I want to tell you what happened to me when I was home on leave. Home because I got a little bunged up on that beachhead. I know, so many things are happening, big important things, but I think you should know about this. This happened to me in the last few days. Maybe it's important, too. Maybe it's happened to other people and they couldn't understand it. And maybe hearing about this, they'll understand what happened to them. It started just after dinner a couple of days ago. It was one of Ma's better dinners when she puts her whole heart kind of in it because it's a special occasion. Well, it was special, very. You see, Jean, she's my friend, was getting inducted into the wax in the morning, and this was Ma and me and the rest of the family giving her kind of a send-off.
Now, quiet. Everybody quiet. You listen to me, Jean.
Yeah?
When they put you on the kitchen police, you tell them for me that I said you weren't to wipe any dishes. Or inside of a week, the Army won't have a dish or a plate or a cup to its name.
Oh, Mom!
That was all right, having fun. Jean could take anything that Ma or my 4F brother Mike or my sister Laura could dish out to her, and the laughing kind of made us forget that she was going away in the morning, and that soon I'd be gone again. But what happened next wasn't so funny. It started out all right, just my brother Mike playing the horses again, in a way.
Now, wait a minute. I'm telling you, it was all over the plant yesterday. The big shot gamblers offering 1 to 5 that it's curtains for those Nazis in 60 days.
Well, you hear that, Don? You won't even have time to knit Jean that sweater.
Yeah? Pretty good news, huh?
It sure is.
Yes, but, Mike, how in the world did they know that's true?
Ma, don't you read the papers or listen to the radio?
Look how the invasion went.
Well, they took 3 more objectives.
Oh, it was really 6.
3.
6?
Well,
I heard it on the radio. 6.
Now, don't fight, children.
Hey, John. Who's right?
Don't ask me. I'm home on leave.
Well, anyway, we got him on the run, and that's a fact.
Sure I know, Mr. President. Nothing out of the way or funny there. Just people sitting around and feeling good because we'd had some awfully good news. Nothing wrong there.
Well, I say it was 22 miles.
Oh, now stop arguing, children.
Well, I say it was 26.
Okay, 22, 23, 26. We got him on the run, Ma.
Yeah, and now that we've invaded.
What do you mean invaded? We took over. So there you are. Germans fighting on all those fronts. The Japs are on the run and our side's marching. So it's in the bag. It's in the bag.
Mr. President, my brother said it's in the bag. It's in the bag. And all at once, something funny in my ears. I didn't know what, just a funny sound.
Don, what is it? What's the matter, dear?
Jean, do you hear anything funny?
Of course.
You do?
Yeah, your brother Mike. Listen to
So
him.
I says to the guy, okay. Okay, I'll take $10 of that bet on credit.
Now, Mike, you're fooling. You didn't bet any money.
But I told you, Ma, on credit. That ain't money. On credit, you know. Try and collect.
But that funny sound I just heard, it was still in my ears. I could still hear it. I looked around the room. Ma was talking, and then, as usual, Mike talking. My sister Laura, Jean. But that sound I was hearing wasn't any of them. I thought, well, it's something from outside, something from out in the street.
It does make a difference.
Listen, everybody. War or no war, I'm going to bed.
Oh, so early?
Well, what's the matter, Ma?
No matter at all. I'm tired. Anyway, maybe Don and Jean would like to be alone.
Oh, sure. Come on, Mike. I'll treat you to a movie.
Okay.
Go on, get your hat and coat.
Sure.
They went away, and I was alone with Jean. I didn't think about anything then but Jean. But the next morning at the train...
Hey, there. There she is in the last car.
Yeah, it's her, all right. Jean. Hello, Jean.
Jean? Hey, here's Don and me. Jean. Goodbye, baby.
Goodbye, Jean. Goodbye, honey.
Hey, right. You were golfing with you. We'll run in the wall about it. Get something to eat on the train, Jean. Goodbye, baby. Oh, gee whiz. Well, that's I got to get to work. Don, I said I got to get to work.
Okay.
Oh, come on, Don. She'll be back soon.
Yeah. Yeah, but I won't be here.
Don, for Pete's sake, what's the matter with you? Don't you know the war's going to be over inside of 2 months?
The second time, Mr. President. The minute she said that was when I heard that sound the second time. The station crowds with people talking and laughing and crying and the noise of trains, but But over it all, that sound. Just a little sound, yet so clear. And it was the same sound I'd heard the night before in our living room.
Don, what's the matter with you? What are you listening to?
I don't know, Laura.
What do you mean you don't know? All at once your eyes pop and your mouth hangs open? What's this?
I don't know. I really don't know. I drove Laura down to work. In fact, the south side of town. She'd worked there ever since she left school. I did, too, before I joined up. They made parts for automobiles and shipped them to Detroit. But now it's parts for planes. I went into the plant. I knew most of the girls and fellas. It was good to be there. I would stop thinking about what I'd heard.
Don! Well, how surprised the infantry?
Hiya, Mary.
How do you feel? Wait till I turn this thing off. Your sister said you weren't feeling so good this morning.
Oh? Why, I'm fine.
Yeah? How about a date now the team's gone?
Well,
Oh, come on. What's wrong with me?
Nothing.
I'm only kidding. You know, you shouldn't feel so bad about Jean.
Why do you say that?
Well, my dad says now that we're, getting all those island bases, they'll bomb Japan out of the war inside of 2 months, and then Hitler will be on the run. Well, you know my brother Dan. Dad talked him into cashing in his war bonds and investing the cash in... Oh, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
Again. That sound again. Only louder this time. Scaring me. I couldn't take it. I left the place. My head. Was something wrong with my head?
Well, now, really, Don, I don't find a thing constitutionally wrong with you. You've recovered completely from your injury. Eyes perfect, hearing perfect. As to those sounds you hear, presumably they're head noises. Since I find no physical defects, it follows that it's purely mental, due to perhaps emotional trauma from battle fatigue. Yes, some sort of emotional trauma.
The doctor's words, emotional, whatever it was, I got the idea. But he was wrong. That sound, I'd heard it. I knew I'd really heard it. By the time I got out of the doctor's office, it was lunch hour. Kate's lunchroom, a few blocks from the factory. My brother Mike and I, he was working in the paint shop at the plant. We always had lunch together at Kate's when I was home, so I went over there.
John! Hey, John, back here. Hey, where you been?
Oh, I got tied up.
Well, sit down.
All right, for a minute.
What do you mean, for a minute? Hey, Kate, what's for dessert?
Lemon cream pie, bread pudding, and ice cream.
Well, give me a hunk of pie. Make it big enough so that I can see it, will you?
One pie coming up.
Okay. What do you have, Don? I'll sing it out or you'll never get waited on.
I don't want anything, Mike.
What?
I don't feel it. I think I'm going to go home.
Sure. I know how it is. Jean going away and all that, but why go home?
What?
I'm taking the afternoon off, too. I tell you what I'll do. Seeing as you're down in the dumps, I'll treat you to a show.
Oh, no, Mike, I couldn't.
Come on. It's on me. Do you good.
I went with him. Yes, to the movie.
If you love me, Anne, go away.
Away. Why?
Because this is a house of death. Sudden, horrible death.
Screwy picture, ain't it? Yeah.
You must leave.
Are you trying to frighten me?
No. Warn you. Darling, I love you.
I go for these mystery pictures, don't you?
Please.
What time is it, Mike?
No.
Half past.
No,
Two.
I won't be frightened.
Would you let me take you home? Now?
I want to stay.
Then come into the...
Mike.
Huh?
Do that, please.
I just thought.
All right.
How come they let you off?
They didn't let me off.
What?
What do you think? You were there last night when I told you. Odds 1 to 5 the war will be over in 60 days. So why should I break my neck working? Why should I break it?
I go with my brother to a moving picture show. On the screen, the talking picture's talking. My brother's whispering to me, and all of a sudden that sound is in my ears again. That terrible sound, and I'm so scared I can't talk. I want to yell, but I can't. I get up out of the seat, and I run out of there, and Mike after me, and he wants to know what's the matter, and how could I tell him? What could I tell him?
Sure, it's clear as day. Jean going away. How do you think the poor boy would feel? He'll be all right in a couple of days.
My ma. When I got home, I heard her say that. That's the way she had it figured out. And that was last night. Ma brought my dinner to me.
Here. You just sit there and eat.
Oh, really, Ma, I don't want it.
Now, look, I don't want any trouble with you. Stop acting like a high school kid and eat. Here. Nice cup of hot tea. Look, I'm using the little teapot your Aunt Harriet gave us last Christmas.
It's very pretty, Ma.
Here. I toasted some cheese sandwiches. You eat and drink, and you'll be all right.
All right, Ma.
Sit down. Sure had a day. I wish they weren't coming over.
Over?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Mr. and Mrs. Mayhem. I met her at the grocer's this morning, and so they're coming over after dinner. Gin rummy. You know how crazy he is about gin rummy. And you finish eating and rest a little bit, and when they come over, you come down and play some cards with us, Don. Do you good. You'll feel better.
Stop. Leave me alone. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who's playing this hand? You or me?
Oh, come now, Mr. Mayor. Your wife is only giving you some good advice.
But the more advice she gives me, the more points you win.
Oh, will you listen to that man? I told him distinctly not to try for those queens, seeing as how a child knows that 10 points is more than 3 points, and those threes are what add up.
For heaven's
Here's Don.
sake. Hello, Don.
Hello. How are you feeling? Mother said you were resting. Oh, will you look at that man in his uniform? I wish I was younger.
Oh, do you now?
Hello, Mrs. Mann. Mr. Mann.
Well, how about you and me going dancing now that Jean's gone?
Hannah.
Don't worry.
Any night, Mrs. Mann. Till my leave's up.
You hear that, Fred?
Well, he's just polite.
Oh, is that so?
Here, you sit by me, Don. Maybe you'll bring me a little luck.
Oh, you don't need any luck. You need a new head.
Oh, no, for heaven's sake,
Look,
let
Don, look. 3 games I've won from this expert.
Oh, I'm just warming up.
Oh, yes.
Now that Don's sitting next to me, watch my steam. Come on, deal the card.
I sat there. Mr. and Mrs. Mann. Known them ever since I was just a little kid. It was good to be among people that you knew, safe and sure. The strange sounds I'd been hearing, now it was good to be with them. The way I said, safe and sure. And then my brother Mike came home.
How do you feel tonight, Don?
Okay.
What do you like this guy? I treat him to a movie and he runs out on me.
Now, leave him alone, Mike.
Oh, I'm only kidding. Hey, how about dealing me in?
Oh, no. Oh, no. I've got to have revenge on your mother yet before this evening's over. And this time, I'm dealing first.
Go ahead.
Well, at least I'll give it.
No. Look, Mike. Now, why don't you get another deck of cards and play with my wife like a good boy?
Oh, no. We'd rather sit here and watch the expert, wouldn't we, Michael?
Sure.
That's enough shuffling. Deal him up.
Here, go up and box off of them.
Hey, feel okay, Don?
Yeah.
Oh, look. What a hand. Well, you can take the first one, Mrs. Clark. I don't want it.
I do.
Well, Michael, what do you think of the war news?
I like it fine. Won't be long now.
Michael says it'll be over in 60 days.
Oh, not that soon.
No?
I should say in 90.
90? How do you figure that?
Well, the Japs will take a little longer, but the European thing will be over by then.
Oh, no, not
They began talking about the war again. And suddenly I was afraid. Because suddenly I remembered that it was only when I'd been listening to people talk about the war like that I heard that sound. And now they were talking about those things, and I waited for it. But it didn't happen.
No, but I don't care what
No,
you say.
no,
You
you
can
make it-
disagree with me if you want to. But my money's still 1-5 at the Nazis will fold up in 60 days. From the inside, mind you. From the inside.
And about time, too. If it kept up any longer, we'd all be standing in the bread line.
Oh, it's not quite as bad as all that, is it?
Well, I'm a man who likes to keep his money.
Oh, now don't go off on that, Fred.
And why shouldn't I? We'll win this war a heck of a lot faster than those politicians say we will.
What's your card?
I think you're right, Mr. Man.
Well, I'm dead right. And there's a way to stop all these high taxes and rationing and sacrifices we've had to endure.
Oh, how's that?
By giving up the idea that we've got to march right across the whole of Germany. Yes, sir. There's one certain way to end the war mighty quick. And that is to talk to the businessmen of Germany. Not to Hitler, but to the businessmen.
Hey, that's an idea.
Oh, don't encourage him. He'll talk all night.
Oh.
Don, what is it? Not feeling well again?
I'm all right.
You know, Mike, what you said before, it's right. Now that we've really started in on the Germans, I've got a notion that they're all ready to fold up like a tire without air in it.
Sure, that's common sense. They know they're licked by our production.
Yes, sir. So why not make a deal now? Say to the businessmen, let's make a deal, let's call it off before your whole investment's shot to pieces.
But isn't that just what the German General Staff wants?
So what? 50-50. Take and give. Get the boys home before Christmas.
I don't know much about these things, but like they say, wouldn't that mean another war in 20 years?
Rumors. Propaganda. I say throw Hitler out. Give the good Germans a chance.
But who's got the right to judge the good Germans? You? I?
Well,
How about the millions who suffered twice in a couple of generations at the hands of the Germans? How about the Czechs, the Russians, the Poles, and the French? And our own dead soldiers who fought to win a final victory, not a patched-up compromise.
Hey, will you listen to that guy talk?
Well, Don, you're in uniform, and I'm not. Too old, of course. But that very fact means that I've lived longer than you have. I've studied these things out. Common sense. I say make a deal. Why keep on spending millions and billions when the Germans know they're licked right now?
Yeah, the way them flying fortresses are bombing the German factories, I hear we're outproducing them already 4-1.
Yeah. They can't get the Czechs or the Belgians or anyone else to work for them. And if they do work, they ruin more than they make.
But it did happen. Then, just then, that sound in my head, and it was louder and louder, and I couldn't tell what. Then suddenly I did. I knew what it was. Laughter. Terrible laughter. I covered my ears, but it wasn't in my head. It was in the room, filling the room. Louder and louder. And they, my brother and my mother and those people, they weren't hearing it. They just kept on talking. Louder and louder. Terrible laughter. I couldn't stand it. I cried out. No!
Don, what is it?
Well, what's wrong? What's the matter?
Cried out, Don. Why? Why? Why did you cry out? What was it, Don? Tell us.
Then I was up in my room. The door locked, and they with all their questions were gone. I lay there on the bed. Moments, hours, I don't know. All I knew then was that what I'd been hearing since the day before had been crazy laughing. And no one else was hearing it. Only I. And I didn't know why. I didn't know why. After a while, lying there, I couldn't take it anymore. My head going round and round. I didn't want to be alone, and I didn't want to go down there to them because their questions would... I reached over the radio, turned on the radio and listened to something. Anything to drown out what I was thinking.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for weeks I have spoken to you as one of that peculiar, omnipotent breed of people known as a radio commentator. What I have said to you, I have said with whatever wisdom or foolishness a man accumulates through years of study and experience. Tonight, on this radio hour, I have been asked to give you happy words. Say something to you that would uplift your spirits, strengthen your morale. I cannot do so. I speak to you only in anger. This may be the last time I will be able to speak to you, but it must be in anger. Long before this conflict, I came to this country as a visitor. I chose to become a citizen. For I looked about me and I thought to myself that a people who could have such a great unity of purpose and build such a wonder out of a wilderness, this was a people without the terrible cancer of old-world futility within them. This was a people with the strength within them to face the facts at any time of a changing world and find their fulfillment no matter what the cost. But tonight I am an angry, disillusioned man. For today, walking among some of you and listening to you, I have heard strange laughter.
Laughter. Up to that moment, the voice on the radio had just been talking. I hadn't been listening. But now he had said strange laughter. Had he, too?
And why had I heard this laughter? Because there are some among you who have lived in fatness and ease so long that you have lost the hard realism that is America. In your fatness, you have become fools. Someone else has won a few victories for you, yes, not you, but someone else. And instead of a quiet pride in you and the strengthening of the will to continue to do what must be done to help those who fight for you, you stop working and you blow up your chest, and your breath, when it comes out, is a bugle call of a victory already won. But who says it is won? The men who are fighting and dying for you even at this moment? No. They know this is not a war to be won on one battlefront at one time. It is a world war to be won back to freedom, bloody peace by bloody peace, all over the world. Who is there among you who dare say, I know when this war will be won? Yes, it will be won, but to which one of you has God given the guarantee of victory? A few moments ago I said I heard laughter. Yes, all day strange laughter. For the enemy knows that you who stop working for victory to talk about a victory yet to be won, you who stop giving and who talk a conditioned peace when there can be no lasting peace on such terms, are the same breed of fools who gave other nations to them. And so the enemy listens to you and laughs. For while you puff and blow and scheme for yourselves, they and their slaves work. Work for this war. Work for the next one they hope to make. To boast of a final victory before you have won it may be your way, but it is not your army or your navy's way. And I do not believe it is truly the American way.
And then he stopped talking, Mr. President. And I turned off the radio, and I lay there in the dark. And I wasn't mixed up anymore. I knew why I'd heard laughing while they had talked. My brother and my sister and my friends. But knowing, understanding, didn't make it any less frightening. For it's a terrible thing, isn't it? To sit in your own home, at your own table, among your own family and friends, and hear Hitler laughing.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Mr. Fred McMurray in the play, The Laughter. This program was written and directed by Arch Oboler. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Included in the cast with Mr. McMurray were Bea Benaderet, Gloria Blondell, Ken Christie, Verna Felton, Norma Field, Frank Graham, Joseph Granby, Catherine Lewis, Mercedes McCambridge, Lou Merrill, and Frank Martin. This is has been the third of 4 special radio programs for the 5th War Loan, produced by Arch Oboler and William N. Robeson for the United States Treasury. Consult your local newspaper for the time of the next broadcast in this series, which will present the facts behind tonight's play in a stirring radio document by William N. Robeson entitled E-Day.
The attack by more than before.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring June Allison and Dick Powell in The Reformer and the Redhead. Ladies and gentlemen, by transcription, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is the last Lux Radio Theatre broadcast of this season, when we join the rest of our fellow workers in a short vacation before we return to the air during the latter part of August. We always try to use great care in choosing our last play, because we like the curtain to come down on one of the very best shows of the season. And so for tonight's play, we invited a lovely young star who has topped so many popularity polls as your favorite actress, delightful June Allison. Then we asked June to choose her favorite leading man. And to no one's surprise, she named Dick Powell, one of our most versatile stars. Then, of course, the choice of plays was no problem at all, because I'm sure you remember June Allison and Dick Powell as the very convincing romantic team in The Reformer and the Redhead. Altogether, for our final show of the season, I'm sure you'll approve this gay Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer comedy. And we're also happy to know that you approve our new Lux Flakes with color freshener, because your letters tell us that both the Lux Radio Theater and the new Lux Flakes have added many new friends this year. Here's The Reformer and the Redhead, starring June Allison as Kathy and Dick Powell as Andrew Hale.
The city of Oakmont, California, is deeply concerned these days with an election for mayor. Among the candidates is a young lawyer named Andrew Hale. Andrew represents the reform ticket, and frankly, he doesn't stand a chance. Up until now, that is. Because now he's on his way to see the man who really runs Oakmont.
Now, look, Andy, try to forget I'm your law partner. I'm also your campaign manager, and you better listen to me.
Okay, Artie.
We're calling on Commodore Parker. Now, just remember, you're strictly the Boy Scout. You don't know from nothing.
Oh, relax. Parker wouldn't have sent for us if they weren't stuck for a candidate.
And you're supposed to look like a reformer, too. Throw away that cigar.
Anything else?
Yes. Yes, be simple and clean cut. You know, a sort of cross between Eisenhower and Little Abner.
Look, Artie, I wrote the act. I think I can speak the lines.
I'm not worried, pal. Just be the sort of fellow my mother would like my sister to marry.
That's any fellow. And slow down. You turn left at the next corner.
Now, just take it easy, boys. Take it easy. Frankly, this fellow Hale leaves me cold. Besides, I don't like this rush act. 5 minutes to endorse a candidate I've never even heard of.
But, Commodore, you've been away for nearly a year. While you and your niece Lily were hunting elephants in Africa, the people of Oakmont were hunting for a new mayor. We've got to put a new face in City Hall.
Nobody's telling me how to run Oakmont. Oh, all right. And, what do you know about Hale?
He came from the local orphanage, grew up in town, good war record, pretty popular lawyer. You know, man of the people.
Well, I still don't like the reform angle. You boys think you'll stay in line?
Well, pardon me, Commodore. Mr. Hale and Mr. Maxwell are calling.
Well, show them in.
If you like him, let's move fast. We'll have to.
If I like you. Well, come in, Mr. Hale, come in.
How do you do, sir?
You know the boys here. How are you, Maxwell?
How do you do, sir?
Well, Andrew, seems I've heard nothing but Hale since I came back from Africa.
That's very flattering, sir.
Now, no modesty. Cigar?
Thank you, sir. I never smoke them.
Oh? If you don't mind, Andrew, there are a few questions I'd like to ask.
Certainly, sir.
How does it happen that you have this benign preoccupation for the welfare of your fellow man?
Well, you see, Commodore, when Andrew was a very little boy...
I'd rather hear it from the candidate, if you don't mind.
Oh. Well, I think I can tell you, sir. Down the road from the orphanage was an old cemetery. One day, when life was almost too much to bear, I ran away to the cemetery and threw myself on the ground, sobbing.
Oh?
Yes. When I looked up, I saw this little epitaph. A simple grave, a simple stone, but simple flowers around it. Here lies a humble but happy man. He left this world a little better than he found it.
Andrew, that's very...
I didn't run away, sir. I went back to the orphanage, firmly dedicating myself to leaving this world a little better than I found it.
And he will, sir. If Andrew Hale says he'll leave this world...
From the candidate, please.
Yes, sir.
Andrew, what would you consider your prime responsibility if you were elected mayor?
Well, I believe public office is a sacred trust. It demands sincerity, integrity, and a high regard for civic welfare.
That's very noble, son. Just 2 words I'd like to add. Loyalty and prudence. Loyalty to the party who elected you, and the prudence to accept the advice of older and wiser heads. Do we understand each other?
No, I believe so, sir.
And accept my heartiest congratulations. Gentlemen, shake hands with the next mayor of Oakmont. Now, here's a list of your administrative appointments, Andrew. We've picked them very carefully, all excellent men. Carrie, I think you can call the newspapers now.
Right away, Commodore.
Just a minute, please. I believe I'd like to think it over.
Think? Think what over?
Well, I was under the impression a mayor makes his own appointments.
Sorry, but that's it, my boy.
Price is kind of high, isn't it?
Well, good things come high.
I'd still like a little time.
Why, certainly, son. Let's say, this evening?
Fine, yes. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen, Mr. Maxwell and I will get back to you later.
But, Andy, Parker handed it to you on a silver platter, and you had to say you'd think it over.
Oh, he doesn't want a mayor, Artie. He wants a Charlie McCarthy sitting on his lap.
But such a nice, fat, comfortable lap. Room there for both of us. Why? Will you tell me why?
Look, if I've got to have a crooked machine, it's going to be my crooked machine. I'll tell who to get on and who to get off. Any more questions?
You know, Andy, you're not going to leave this world a little better than when you found it. You're going to take it with you. Oh, now, look, you're not going to run the Parker machine.
Don't think it couldn't be done. All you have to do is find out where the body's buried. Come on, let's get back to the office.
Just a second, Leon.
Who's in the waiting room?
Her name is Kathleen McGuire, Mr. Hale. She has red hair.
What did you say she was arrested for?
Assault and battery at the city zoo. Miss Lily Parker complaining.
Lily Parker? The Commodore's niece.
The facts would indicate that Miss McGuire knocked her silly.
But why did she come to me?
She saw your campaign pictures. She is under the impression that you have an honest face.
Discerning girl, Leon. Send her in. And tell Mr. Maxwell to come in, too. Knocked Lily Parker silly. Wonder why.
And then when I saw your picture, Mr. Hale, I knew you could do me a lot of good.
Fine, Miss McGuire.
And vice versa. Politically speaking, of course.
Oh, yes, of course.
If there ever was a miscarriage of justice, and I mean flagrant, first my father and then me. Although the two cases were not related, except indirectly, of course.
Miss McGuire, I'm afraid I don't
Believe me, if you champion the underdog, you've got a couple of beauties on your hands. Pedigreed beauties. And I assure you, I feel no guilt. My conscience is clear, and so is my father's.
Well, fine. Now, about this misunderstanding between you and Miss Parker.
Misunderstanding? Huh. She was flat on her back before she knew what hit her.
You really hit her?
What did you think? There they were, driving Caesar crazy. She and the Commodore. He's disturbed enough these days.
The Commodore?
No, Caesar. You see, Queenie just died.
Who's Queenie?
His wife.
The Commodore?
No, Caesar's.
Who's Caesar?
A lion, Jackie's brother.
Oh! Jackie's brother. A lion. A lion, Jackie's brother?
Well, what did you think? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I left out something.
Oh, I don't know. It's perfectly clear to me.
Well, how could it be clear, Maxwell? I forgot to tell you that Pop is superintendent of the city zoo. That is, he was up to this morning when the park commission fired him.
You haven't finished about Jackie's brother.
Oh, well, Pop was sending Caesar to San Diego to be with Bertha, his sister.
Your father's?
No, Caesar's. You see, Caesar and Jackie are brothers, and Bertha's the sister.
Where's Queenie?
She's on third.
Now, please, in simple terms, Miss McGuire, why did you hit Miss Parker?
But I just told you. Really, I don't think you're paying attention.
Well, I'm terribly sorry.
Lily Parker and her uncle, Commodore Parker, came out to the zoo.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to see that exhibit they donated.
Exhibit?
All those miserable creatures they slaughtered in Africa. Slaughtered and stuffed, mind you. Stuffed animals in a zoo. Then they went over to the lion house. Now, in the first place, Caesar is not allowed to have visitors these days. He is a very neurotic lion.
No, yes, you told us.
But there she stood, driving them crazy, boasting and bragging how they butchered everything in Africa. Lions, leopards, elephants. I told her to cut it out. Then she told me to mind my own business. She gave me a push, and I gave her an uppercut, and it was all over in 10 seconds.
Except that she had you arrested. Miss McGuire, do you know of any law which prohibits the killing of wild animals?
Well, there should be.
But there isn't.
And there should be a law against mounting their carcasses. It's indecent. Well, it's like if I ran over Maxwell here with an automobile, would I stuff him and put him on the wall?
Well, just the head and shoulders, perhaps.
I'm sorry, Miss McGuire, but I'm afraid I won't be able to handle your defense.
Oh, well, that's just fine. Some reformer. What do you care if an innocent man gets fired?
Oh, but what's an innocent man got to do with this?
I told you, my father, superintendent of the zoo, thrown out like a dog.
Because you socked Lily Parker?
No, of course not. Pop got fired because he wouldn't have Commodore Parker's stuffed animals in the zoo. Oh, what does anyone care? Parker snaps his fingers at that crooked park commissioner, and an innocent man is out in the street.
Are you accusing Commodore Parker of undue influence over the commission?
Well, certainly. He's a crook.
Mrs. McGuire, you've just made a very serious accusation. Can you prove it?
My father can.
You're sure? Could I have a little talk with your father?
Well, why not?
When?
Right now. I'll drive you out to the ranch.
Good.
Now, Andy, remember, you've got important business, remember? You are running for mayor, you know.
Would you mind waiting outside, Miss McGuire? I'll be with you in a moment.
Fine. Goodbye, Maxwell.
Are you out of your mind?
No, take it easy.
That girl's crazy. Go on, pick up the phone and tell Parker you accept his support.
McGuire's got plenty on that commission, and I'm going to find out what it is.
From a dame that goes around stopping pedestrians? You get mixed up with a character like that, and you'll end up on the wall.
Oh, please.
Stuffed, head and shoulders.
Well, this is it, Mr. Hale. This is the ranch.
Holy smoke! What the world is that?
Get down, Jack. Down. Oh, he's all right. He's just a little large for a St. Bernard. Look, I'd better explain to you about the rest of our pets.
Oh, never mind. I get along fine with animals.
Well, you know, some people think it's kind of peculiar the way Pop and I...
Look, if you'll just get your father.
Oh, well, he's probably out in one of the barns with Jenny. You just go in the house and make yourself at home.
Fine. Thank you very much. I wonder if Arthur was right. Maybe I should have phoned the Commodore. On the other hand, if her father... All right, Shep, take it easy, doggy. Now, if her father really has any kind of proof, Funny, I could swear that sounded like a lion. A lion? Oh, Miss McGuire, help!
Well, for heaven's sake, Mr. Hale, what are you doing up there in the chandelier? Oh, now, Herman, please. I can't play with you now. Well, aren't you coming down? All right now, Herman. Run along. Shoot, outside. You're making Mr. Hale nervous. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I should have warned you about Herman.
Oh, I don't know why. He's only a man-eating lion.
Herman? No, he's just a playful old pussycat.
Does Pussycat have the run of the house?
Well, he only came in because he thought it was time for dinner.
He was looking at me like he thought I was on the menu.
Why, we've had Herman ever since he was a baby. He was brought up on milk.
So was I, but I learned to eat meat later.
Come on, Dad's out in the back. I suppose you consider us a little eccentric.
Now, whatever gave you that idea?
Well, we feel if animals are domesticated enough, there's no reason why they shouldn't have the run of the place.
Oh.
There's nothing peculiar in that, is there?
Not as long as you've got enough cages for the people.
That's silly. If you spend enough time around lions, you know they're just as reliable and trustworthy
Miss McGuire.
Yes?
Pussycat's back.
I think he likes you.
Well, I'm flattered, but would you mind putting him away?
Now, you go on, Herman. You go on. I told you Mr. Hale is a very nervous fellow.
I'm not at all nervous. And if you don't take me to your father, I'll find him myself.
Not that way, Hale. Pop's over in the barn.
I hate to disturb your siesta, Dr. McGuire, but I...
Oh, no. So long, Miss McGuire. Back to my office. There's a gorilla in your hammock with a hat on his head and a cigar in his mouth.
It certainly is not a gorilla.
Well, it's not your father.
Charlie is a chimpanzee.
I'm still going back to the office. It's a very unusual place. No lions, camels, or gorillas, just lawyers.
But you haven't even met Pop.
Kathy, hurry. Jenny's starting to deliver.
Oh, I'm afraid you're going to have to help.
Oh, who's Jenny?
A mountain goat.
A mountain goat? With horns?
Small ones.
But horns?
Oh, little teeny ones.
Good day, Miss McGuire.
Oh, come on, Hale. Be right there, Pop, and I'm glad to see you.
Well, I'm
certainly obliged, Mr. Hale. Once in a while, you know, we need help bringing these creatures into the world.
Oh, that's amazing, Dr. McGuire. Mountain goats. But they're so tiny and helpless.
Just like any other infant. Well, you must be starving. We're back, Kathy.
Dinner in 5 minutes, Bob.
Now then, Mr. Hale, you were talking about Commodore Parker.
Oh, yes, I was hoping you'd remember something that could explain this club he holds over the Park Commission.
Oh, I suppose they've just acted out of obligation. After all, if the Commodore hadn't given the land for the zoo, there probably wouldn't...
The Commodore gave them the land?
Why, yes, for the zoo, the park, and the aquarium.
When was all this?
Oh, about 1928.
Why has it been kept a secret?
Has it?
Of course it has. Everything else Parker's ever done has his name splattered all over it. It isn't like him to let the city forget who gave him the zoo. Now tell me, who gave out the contracts for those buildings?
The park commissioners, Walsh, Thompson, and Everly.
Same board we have today.
Yes, all good Parker men.
Dr. McGuire, I strongly suspect political coercion in your dismissal. If my investigation bears me out, I'll be very happy to plead your case.
Oh, that's wonderful, Hale.
Just a minute. That's only if, as I say, if my investigation bears me out.
I'm sure it will.
Well, I hope so.
Well, if dinner's ready, dear.
I certainly hope so, too.
Well, I sure hope so.
I certainly hope so, too.
While we're hoping, could we hope for a little dinner?
Oh, the window. Look.
Oh, that's Herman again. He must have heard the word dinner.
Why does he keep looking at me? I've never fed him.
Well, maybe you will one of these days.
Oh, yeah. Well, thanks for bringing me home, Miss McGuire.
If you've got a minute, Hale, I'd like to talk to you. You know, it's pretty wonderful in cynical times like these to find a man doing something purely out of principle.
Oh, I don't know.
But it's not surprising in your case, a reformer and an orphan.
What's being an orphan got to do with it?
Well, everything. Being an orphan, raised with the other kids, having to share everything gives you, a feeling for brotherhood.
Oh, you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Sure it doesn't teach you what it's like to stand in line for your food and clothes, push and outsmart the other guy, chisel an extra dessert, gold brick your way out of working in the laundry? Sure it doesn't make you want to get to the top in a hurry and not care particularly how you got there?
Or maybe some of the boys Hale, but not you. Say, how come you've never been married? You know, you're not the youngest thing in town.
Do you always say the first thing that pops into your head?
Pretty much. Does it bother you?
No.
Well, then why haven't you ever been married? He must have been around plenty. Fella your age.
Well, let's just say I'm a man of considerable experience.
Women?
Some.
Any?
Oh, I guess I've played the course in par.
Oh, well, what were they like?
You know, standard equipment.
Well, then, why haven't you ever been married?
They were either too standard or not enough equipment.
Well, anyway, I don't mind telling you, Hale, that you have made a very good first impression.
Well, thanks.
A very, very good impression.
Thank you again.
I have an instinct for these things, and I kind of feel that there's a little something cooking between us.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And if there's something cooking between two people, even if they just met, there shouldn't be any embarrassment or shyness. I think they should find out. Don't you?
Well, I've never really thought about it.
Take the average fellow who goes out with a girl. What happens? He's got to get his suit pressed, shoes shined, hair cut, got to buy flowers, dinner, movie, nightclub, not to mention tips to the waiters, parking lots, etc., etc. Then he takes her home. He shakes hands, says goodnight. Next night, the same thing. Suit, shoes, flowers, etc., etc. Only this time when he takes her home after he shakes hands, he puts his arm around her. Maybe gives her a little hug. Finally, after 5 or 6 dates, he gets up enough nerve to ask for a little kiss.
Oh?
Okay, they kiss. If they like it, fine. They go on seeing each other. But what if they don't? Look at all the money he's wasted. What's he got to show for it? I tell you, Hale, I think it's much smarter to find out if there's anything there or not. Don't you?
Well, if you'd stop talking, you could find out.
Oh, well, then, you don't mind if I kiss you?
Just help yourself. Well?
Oh, there's a little something there, all right. Good night, Hale.
Good night, Miss McGuire. In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of The Reformer and the Redhead. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, with the Lux movie news of the week.
John, I'm especially excited about Ezio Pinza's screen debut with Janet Leigh in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's comedy with music, Strictly Dishonorable.
In which Ezio Pinza sings everything from opera to popular songs.
Uh-huh. He makes his long-awaited screen appearance as a tempestuous opera star who's romantically outsmarted by an innocent Southern girl, played with naive charm by Janet Leigh.
Janet Leigh is fast becoming one of Hollywood's finest actresses.
You're so right, John. Her scenes with Ezio Pinza are a combination of comedy and romance, set to a background of New York in the glittering 20s.
Janet Leigh's fresh youthfulness must be a perfect compliment to Ezio Pinza's magnetic personality.
Oh, yes. In the picture, he thinks she's been sent by a former sweetheart to compromise him. But her innocence is so refreshing that he's charmed by her.
It sounds as if Strictly Dishonorable is strictly fine entertainment.
Well, indeed it is. And Janet's costumes are an extra treat for the ladies, especially a chiffon negligee over blue satin that would delight any June bride. And it's not extravagant to have pretty lingerie for every day, because you can keep it lovely as new so long with Lux Flakes. New Lux with color freshener is simply marvelous at keeping colors fresher and dreamier than you ever thought possible.
Famous Hollywood stars like Janet Leigh insist on it for all their personal things.
And no wonder. Dainty lingerie prints, delicate pastel slips and nighties sparkle as never before. And New Lux is a positive miracle for white silks and rayons and nylons.
They stay dazzling white, washing after washing.
Why don't you try New Lux with color freshener for your lingerie?
No other way of washing leaves colors fresher or brighter.
And New Lux with color freshener is mild and safe as ever.
Get a big box tomorrow. Give your washables that fresh as new Lux look. Act Two of The Reformer and the Redhead, starring June Allison as Kathy and Dick Powell as Andrew. Well, several days have gone by. Andrew still has not given an answer to Commodore Parker's offer to support his campaign. There are two good reasons for this. One is a redhead named Kathy McGuire, and the other is that Andrew has gone up to the state capitol to check the musty files of corporation charters. Well, the musty files have proved very revealing. And now, back in Oakmont, Arthur Maxwell is on the telephone.
And he asked me to call you right away, Commodore. You see, Mr. Hale is still up in Sacramento, but he's come to a decision. While he's flattered by your offer of support, sir, he feels that in all good conscience he cannot accept. Sorry, Commodore. Thank you, and goodbye.
Oh, I knew it. I knew Andrew would tell that crook where to get off.
All right, Miss McGuire. Come on in. You know the worst. Our boy's just given up his chance to be mayor.
Oh, this is a fine thing he's done. A fine and courageous thing he's done.
Greatness doesn't care who wears its mantle, Miss McGuire.
How true. He places honor and duty above dollars and cents.
That I can vouch for.
But what about his campaign?
Let's not talk about the dead.
Oh, but he can't just give up. I couldn't have that on my conscience.
We'll discuss it when he gets back.
But it may be too late then. We've got to do something now. Get his story to the people.
Got any ideas?
Nope, but I will have. Maxwell, we've got to fight.
Yes, ma'am.
And if Andrew phones again, tell him he can count on me. I'll back him to the limit.
I was afraid of that. So long, Miss McGuire.
So I came straight to you, Tim. Why, with your newspaper experience and my...
Kathy, be sensible, please.
Oh, Tim, don't be so patronizing. I'm not 12 years old. And kindly stop shaking your head at me.
All right, then. Suppose this newspaper wanted to fight for Hale. What do we know about him?
He comes from the local orphanage. He has a few doubtful groups behind him, and he says he's 100% for the underdog.
Well, he is.
I'm suspicious of anybody who says he's 100% anything.
That is not the point.
No. The point is who's going to do the work. Who's going to put up the billboards, pass out the leaflets, ring the doorbells? A few screwballs? Kids from the orphanage? I tell you, you're just batting ahead.
Orphanage?
Huh?
Those kids. Why, they'd break their necks for Andrew Hale.
Oh, Cat.
Well, at least it's worth a try. Come on, Tim, you just gotta help.
When I think of some of the things women have talked me into...
Well, I'll bet they're not bad. Come on, grab your hat, Tim. We're going to the orphanage.
That was Western Union, Mr. Maxwell. A telegram from Mr. Hale.
Well, Leon?
He will arrive tomorrow, Independence Day, on the 10 o'clock plane.
Excellent, Leon, excellent.
I still think we should have appraised Consul Hale of what has transpired in his absence.
He'll find out soon enough.
He may not concur in certain commitments made in his name. For example, enlisting the services of all those juveniles from the orphanage.
Yeah, but look at the job they've done. Why, there isn't a house in town that hasn't had a letter or a leaflet. They've put up posters. They've had
Yes,
parades.
I know. Orphan Andy for mayor. I find it somewhat corny.
It was her idea, and it's great. Now, what else did he say?
He wants a date with Miss McGuire. I should send her a dozen roses immediately. And he has some wonderful news for her father.
Well, go ahead. Send the roses.
The long red ones?
The short, cheap ones.
Yes, sir.
And get that lady lion tamer on the telephone. If Andy's coming back tomorrow, we're going to put him right to work.
Andrew Hale launches campaign at Mexican-American picnic.
Italian Americans back Hale for mayor at Garibaldi Festival.
Scandinavians pay support to Orphan Andy at Smorgasbord.
Well, here they are, Artie. The facts and figures I dug up in Sacramento.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Have you shown these to Kathy's father?
When did I have a chance? But I'm going out to the ranch tonight.
Why, this stuff could send Parker and company up for 20 years.
I'm afraid I do not comprehend.
Oldest racket in the world, Leon. Phony corporation. Parker's the treasurer under another name, cashing checks. All the other officers are names off tombstones. Dead and buried years before the charter was ever granted. The zoo and the aquarium was only their first job.
Well, what are we waiting for? Go on, pick up the phone. Spoil the Commodore's day.
I don't know that I want to pick up the phone.
How's that?
I've been doing some thinking, Artie. Maybe I don't need the Commodore. Maybe I can be elected without the machine.
Let's step off that cloud, shall we?
No. You don't understand.
I understand plenty. If you'd start listening to me instead of that jabber-happy redhead, maybe we could...
Now, wait a minute, Artie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Slip of the tongue. Lovely girl.
And she's got some pretty good ideas, too. She's a very intelligent girl.
Brilliant.
And there's nothing wrong with her platform.
Let's stick to politics.
Now, suppose I did get a bunch of kids free milk, summer camps in the hospital. What's wrong with that?
Nothing, but you got to be mayor first.
Well, who knows? Maybe I will be, and on my own, without Parker and his crummy machine, without this blackmail.
Pardon me. Did I just hear a nasty word?
Don't be silly, Leon. Let us simply say that Consul Hale has found a way to Commodore Parker's heart.
And I still say that I may not need him. I got a lot of people behind me, Artie. Just lump them all together, put them up against the Parker machine, and I'd run a poor second.
Well?
I'll pick up the phone, Leon. I want to talk to Commodore Parker.
Parker machine to back Hale. Political leader will support Orphan Andy.
Reform candidate wins Parker blessing.
But, Andrew, it doesn't make sense. Why should Parker come out for you?
Oh, look, dear, I told you it's politics. He figures he's licked and he wants to jump on the bandwagon.
But you know what kind of a man he is.
Sure, a practical politician.
But the people, the voters, the kids from the orphanage, They believe in you, Andrew, and so do I.
And what else matters?
Oh, you mean there's a little something still cooking?
Boiling. Come here.
Thank you, Andrew. Now, getting back to the Parker machine.
Oh, must we?
Well, it's just that he doesn't give anything away unless he gets something in return. Andrew, you haven't made any promises. You're not getting involved.
Forget it, Kathy. Oh, incidentally, Parker told me the Park Commission has reconsidered your father's case. He's getting a letter of apology, his job back, and a raise in salary.
Andrew. Oh, but what about the stuffed animals? The ones Parker murdered?
Out. The Oakmont Zoo is for live exhibits exclusively. And, Kathy, I'm boiling again.
Me too, Andrew.
Don't look now, but Pussycat's back.
Now, really, you can't be afraid of Herman.
I can't, huh?
No, just turn around and tell him to go away.
Go away.
Show your authority. Let him know who's master.
He seems to know.
Just be firm. Go on, slap his nose.
You mean with my bare hand?
Why, sure.
Well, go away. Go on. Beat it. Shoot.
There, you see?
Hey, how about that? Herman's afraid of me.
He's gone, Andrew. We're alone again.
Mm-hmm.
As you were, darling.
Oh, hello, Leon. Well, is the reform candidate available for an interview?
Counsel Hale is out, sir, campaigning. Likewise, Counsel Maxwell.
Oh, I'm sorry. You remember me, don't you, Leon?
Oh, certainly, sir. Tim Harvey from the Evening Express, Miss McGuire's friend. Your paper's support has been most gratifying.
Well, thank you, Leon. Yes, Andy's going to win this election with a plurality of at least 30,000 votes.
Oh, he is a wonderful, wonderful chap, Mr. Harvey. Make a crackerjack mayor.
And I suppose when he is mayor, they'll be taking you into the firm, eh, Leon?
Well, I have got to pass the bar first. But the eventuality is not beyond the realm of conjecture.
Hale and Maxwell. Well, they're very clever lads, bringing Parker to his knees like this. Swinging this whole deal. Just 2 boys.
3 boys.
Oh, come now, Leon. Don't tell me you had anything to do with it.
Whom do you think discovered that the local copies of the records were burned? I mean, why did Counsel Hale have to go to Sacramento to find them?
Leon, you?
It was not J. Edgar Hoover.
You know, Leon, I'm really not very bright. I never did have a lawyer's knack for putting 2 and 2 together. What records, Leon? What was Hale looking for?
Oh, it's so simple. It is a phoning corporation, see? Commodore Parker was really the treasurer.
Yes?
Mr. Harvey, maybe you better wait and speak to Counsel Hale. I'm not really very bright either.
Don't worry, Leon. It won't be printed.
Oh, gosh. Well, thank you, Mr. Harvey.
But as you said, I'm a friend of the McGuires.
And you will not tell Mr. Hale that
No. But you've given me a rotten job to do, Leon. She's a great gal, and I've got to break her heart.
Is that you, dear?
I'll be up in a minute, Pop.
Oh, that's all right, dear. I'll come down.
I thought you were asleep. Andrew just brought me home.
He's gone?
Uh-huh.
Kathy, Tim stopped by tonight.
Oh?
He had some rather important news, dear.
So have I, Pop. Look.
Oh, Kathy, an engagement ring. Oh, my dear.
Oh, Pop, I'm so happy.
Kathy.
Now, what's Tim's important news?
Oh, I think it can wait. I'll tell you tomorrow.
I thought it was good news. It isn't, is it?
No. Tim's been struggling with his conscience all day. He finally decided he'd better tell me.
About Andrew?
Yes. Tim found out something, dear. something he'd suspected right along.
Well?
Why Parker suddenly decided to make Andrew mayor of Oakmont. He had to, Kathy, because Andrew knows...
Go on, Pop. What else did Tim tell you?
That's the whole story, Kathy. Parker is backing Andrew because he has to. It's not much better than blackmail. Oh, Kathy, please, dear. Don't let it hurt you. He isn't worth it.
But I believed in him, Pop. I talked to all those people and made all those promises.
You mustn't blame yourself. Just try to forget it.
I can't forget it. I won't forget it. And neither will Andrew Hale as long as he lives.
Oh, Kathy, wait. Where are you going?
Well, I have a few things to say to Mr. Hale. But don't worry, Pop. I just want to see his face when I ask him what it's like being the reform candidate.
In a moment, we'll return with the Reformer and the Redhead. Meanwhile, we have two guests tonight. The sensational dance team, Marge and Gower Champion. They're featured in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production of Showboat.
Yes, here comes the Showboat, Mr. Kennedy, with such wonderful singing stars as Katherine Grayson, Ava Gardner, and Howard Keel.
Plus a big cast including Joey Brown as Captain Andy.
The press reviews raved about the picture and your comedy dance routines.
Oh, we think it has everything. Wait until you hear Katherine Grayson and Howard Keel singing the romantic duets of Jerome Kern and Oscar Hammerstein.
And as the tragic Julie, Ava Gardner gives a really unforgettable performance.
Producer Arthur Freed and director George Sidney are certainly to be congratulated on such a brilliant production.
Well, we're very grateful to them for our first acting opportunity.
Yes, we loved playing the happy-go-lucky dance team.
And when it opens in July, the entire country will be singing and dancing to the haunting melodies of Showboat. And a new generation will fall in love all over again with the romantic costumes Ava Gardner, Katherine Grayson, and you wear.
Well, many of them are actually gorgeous cottons, Mr. Kennedy. And I noticed that the studio freshened them with that favorite of Broadway and Hollywood, Lux Flakes.
Right, Marge. New Lux with color freshener is the standby of leading Hollywood studios. It keeps gay prints and bright plaids sharp and clear as new. And it's a real beauty bath for all colors. Wonderful for white things, too. They stay dazzling white. Famous screen stars like Ava Gardner, Katherine Grayson, and Marge Champion insist on new Lux for their personal wardrobes, too. Thank you for coming tonight, Marge and Gower Champion. We'll look forward to seeing you on the screen in July. And ladies, if you'd like your washables to look as glamorous as those of your favorite screen stars this summer, get a box of new Lux with color freshener tomorrow. It will give your washables that fresh as new Lux look. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Reformer and the Redhead, starring June Allison as Kathy and Dick Powell as Andrew. It's 40 minutes later. At Andrew's apartment, the buzzer is ringing wildly. Half asleep, the candidate for mayor staggers to the door.
Oh, hello, Kathy. Kathy?
Here's your ring. Thanks for getting Papa's job back, and I hope I never see you again.
Kathy? Kathy, wait, what is it? What's wrong?
Nothing. It all worked out beautifully, especially for your pal, Commodore Parker.
Kathy, would you please...
Leon told him the whole story, and don't bother to deny it. You blackmailed Parker by suppressing criminal evidence.
Oh, dear, you don't understand.
I understand this much. You made fools of me, my father, those kids at the orphanage, and a bunch of wonderful people who thought you were something special. I just hope they never find out the truth.
Kathy, you've got to listen to me. All I did was make a simple political deal with Parker. If I hadn't made that deal, I wouldn't get elected.
Then you wouldn't get elected. But at least you'd... Oh, I'm going home.
You know, if I don't get elected, your precious orphans won't get their milk in summer camps.
Maybe not. But you'd still have your self-respect. And for what it's worth, mine.
All right. Go on. Blow the whole thing up. Tell Tim the Prentice story.
Don't worry. Tim won't expose you. He doesn't see any difference between any of the candidates. And neither do I.
Well, if that's all for now, Commodore, I'm going back to my office.
Mighty fine speech you just made, Andrew. Mighty fine. Just what our businessmen want to hear.
This cleans up everything except for the broadcast tonight, right?
Right. Oh, about the broadcast, my boy, I suggest you play up the harmony act.
If you don't mind, Commodore, I'll write my own speech.
Oh, of course, Andrew, of course.
Oh, Artie, what about it? Did you reach Kathy?
She's not answering the telephone.
What about the flowers?
Send them back. Oh, Andy, please, why don't you
Where's the phone booth? I'll call her father again. No, give me a nickel.
Sorry, Andrew. That's all between you and Kathy. I'm afraid I can't take sides in the matter. Goodbye, Andrew. Sorry, Bert. Now, what were you saying?
We just heard from the San Diego Zoo, Doctor. They'll have a truck here at 8 o'clock tonight to pick up Caesar.
Poor old Caesar. But he'll be a different lion when he's down there with Bert.
Oh, I sure hope so. I've never seen him so mean.
Just be careful when you transfer him to that truck.
Yes, sir.
I'll stay here at the zoo until they come for him. You may need me.
You missed the broadcast, Doctor. That fellow Hale's talking tonight.
Yes, I know. I'll just have to borrow a radio and listen to him here. Meantime, I'd better see if I can't quiet down.
Citizens of Oakmont, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, in a few minutes you're going to hear from the reform candidate for mayor, an orphan lad of humble origin who today embodies the highest and most noble principles of pure America.
Well, the Commodore started, Andy. You'll be on in a couple of minutes. Now, remember, nothing controversial.
I know.
Stick to the hospitals, the free milk, the orphans, and lay it on thick. The whole town's listening. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Oh, come on, don't give me that. Something tells me
Who wants to be a knight on a white horse? Who asked you to put me up on a pedestal?
Yeah.
If you're going to be in politics, you got to be practical. Respect, faith. Well, it works both ways.
Look, stick to the script, will you?
You're on in 60 seconds, Mr. Hale.
If a girl's in love with you, she believes in you.
Yes, sir. It's just across the hall,
She
sir.
trusts you.
Yes, sir.
Right down the line.
You better get going, Mr. Hale.
Well, all right.
Yes, sir.
And so, fellow citizens, in the name of better government, I present my choice and yours, our next mayor, Andrew Hale.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a prepared speech for this broadcast. I don't think I'm going to use it. I'm going to make another speech. When I finish, you may not want me as mayor, but at least I'll be able to live with my conscience. When I entered this campaign and assumed the guise of a reformer, I did so not out of conviction, but as a mere political expedient. I had discovered that in order to win, I'd have to have the support of the Parker machine. In order to secure this support, I needed bargaining power, a threat, a weapon of intimidation. Fortunately, I uncovered some information about the Parker machine of an incriminating and, shall we say, highly embarrassing nature. It concerns a fraudulent corporation charter involving the Parker gang.
Pop the radio, Andrew. He's telling the truth about...
Yes, dear, I know, and I'd like to hear what else he has to say.
Oh, me too, Pop. Oh, I knew he wouldn't let us down. Isn't he wonderful?
Well, yes.
Quick! It's Caesar. He's loose.
Yes, dear, he's wonderful. I'll call you back later. Bert, what did you say?
Oh, Caesar, he broke out of his cage. He's loose.
Where?
I don't know. He jumped the wall and ran across the park.
Hello. Get me the police. Attention all police cars. Head for Stillwater Park District. A lion has escaped from the zoo. Extreme caution, shoot on sight. This lion is dangerous.
Hello?
Kathy, now listen to me very carefully. He's escaped.
Oh, yes, I know, Pop. At last, Andrew is out of the clutches of Commodore Parker.
I'm talking about Caesar. He got out of his cage.
Caesar?
The police have orders to shoot him on sight, but we may be able to save him. Put Herman in the truck.
Herman?
Yes. Drive around the neighborhood of the park. If you should see him, try to coax him into the truck with Herman. Now, don't worry. There'll be dozens of us looking for him, but for heaven's sake, be careful.
Okay, Pop, I'm on the way. Herman! Herman, come here. Come on, Herman. We've got to find Caesar.
Well, it was a nice campaign while it lasted, Andy. One more day and you would have been mayor.
Sorry, Artie, but I had to do it.
The Commodore fainted in the control room. How do you feel?
Like I just took a nice clean bath.
Well, where do we go now? To Kathy's?
No.
But I thought you phoned her.
I did. She wasn't home. The maid said her lion ran away. Let's give her a hand, Artie.
Okay, sure. Her lion?
Oh, you know Herman, just a big house pet.
Why couldn't they keep canaries? Would you mind telling me how you go about looking for a lion?
Well, chances are he's lonesome for his brothers and sisters. Yeah? I think if I were Herman, I'd head for the zoo.
The zoo, huh? Well, then you'd better turn on Grant Street.
Yeah, Grant Street. Takes us right to the park.
Attention all police cars. Escaped lion last seen in the vicinity of Grant Street. Advise all residents to keep off the streets. I will repeat. Escaped lion last seen in vicinity of Grant Street. Shoot to kill.
And tomorrow morning we'd better start finding out what it's like to earn an honest living again.
Oh, Artie, forget it for a while, will you? All I want to do is just... Hey, there he is. There's Herman.
Huh?
Over there, that vacant lot with the trees.
Holy smoke. Some house pet.
Just a big pussycat eats out of your hand.
Yeah, right up to the elbow. What do you think you're going to do?
Get him to come in the car, of course.
Look, let's get out of here, Andy. Maybe if we phone...
Oh, he's scared of his own shadow.
I'm scared of it, too.
Oh, I may as well get him. Now, calm down, will you, Herman?
Look, I got news for you. If he's getting in this car, I'm getting out.
Here he comes. All right, Herman, all right. Now, come on. Come on, get the car. Now, you heard me. Get in there. Now, look, let's not make a federal case out of this. I told you to get in the car. Now, that's more like it. Now, if you'll just get... Artie. Hey, Artie, where are you?
Shut up, will you? I'm trying to climb a tree.
What's the matter? You yellow or something?
Yellow? If I had wheels, I'd be a taxi cab. Meantime, I'm going to start looking for one.
Okay, go ahead. I'll see you out at the ranch. Imagine being afraid of you. Oh, quiet. You're not so tough. Well, you may as well head for the ranch, Herman. And take it easy on those seat covers. I've only got $50 deductible. And for Pete's sake, shut up.
Kathy. Oh, Kathy, how do you like this? Here I am looking for a lift, and you come along.
Jump in, Artie, but hurry up. There's not much time.
Not much time?
What are you doing out here?
Well, I just left Andy about 5 minutes ago. He's taking your lion home.
He's what?
Yeah, he found Herman. He's taking him home.
Oh, no.
Who's that back there?
Herman.
How could that be Herman? I just told you that Andy... That's Herman?
Andy's got Caesar.
Who's Caesar?
He's a killer. He escaped from the zoo. Oh, we've got to find Andy before it's too late.
Who's he rooting for?
Artie, please, just tell me which way Andy went.
Oh, now look, Herman. I told you a dozen times it's not going to go another inch until you start showing a little more cooperation.
Oh, cut that out.
Who are you trying to impress? And keep your big mitts off me.
Once more, and you're going to get out and walk. You know, Herman, you ought to see your dentist.
Andy!
Well, hi, Kathy, Artie. Hey, I got Herman.
Now, don't move, Andrew. Don't make a move.
Andy, boy. Andy, you got the wrong line. What did you...
Andrew, oh, darling, I've got Herman. He's in the back of the truck.
Well, if that's Herman, who's this?
That's Caesar. He just escaped from the zoo. Oh, they'll be here any second. Pop in the police.
The police? What for?
Andy, you're sitting next to a killer, pal.
Killer?
Oh, yes, he's very vicious.
Oh, but that's silly. I just whacked his nose to show him who... Oh, Kathy. Ooh, what am I going to do?
Oh, my darling. Please, just stay where you are. They're coming now.
No, don't shoot. I think I can handle him. Now, nobody say a word. Don't anyone move. Come on, Caesar, come on. No trouble at all. Come on, down. Good. Open the back of the truck. We'll put him in with Herman.
Come on, Caesar. Steady now, steady. That's a good boy.
Yes, Herman, see? You like Herman. Go on in and keep Herman. Come.
That's it. Into the truck.
All right, boys, he's in. Thanks a lot. I'll take it from here.
Better let me drive the truck, Kathy. You go on to the ranch with Andrew.
Do you mind, Andrew? We can drive out to the ranch and...
Well, Kathy, Oh.
Andrew. Oh, Artie, look, he fainted.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Feeling better, Andrew?
Oh, yes, much. Where's Herman?
Oh, he's around somewhere. That was a very courageous thing you did.
I thought it was Herman. When I think of what
No, I'm not talking about Herman. The broadcast, it was wonderful.
Oh, well, I guess that's the end of that.
I don't think so, Andrew. A lot of people hear that speech. I wouldn't worry, darling.
Now, who's worrying? Closer, Kathy. Closer, dear.
You mean there's a little something still cooking?
Mm-hmm.
Close your eyes, then.
They're closed.
Pucker up.
I'm puckered, honey.
Andrew, look. He kissed you. Herman kissed you.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Mr. Keeley will be back in a moment with news about next season. Now that vacation time has rolled around for the Lux Radio Theater, I'm heading for a summer resort. A wonderful month of golf, tennis, swimming, and just plain loafing. Of course, I've been shopping like mad for clothes. I got the most dreamy dinner dress for informal evenings, very much like one I saw Ruth Huzzy wearing the other day. It's cotton, but looks like brocade, with a bright red and blue oriental design overlaid with gold paint. And it washes beautifully in New Lux. New Lux with color freshener is the care Ruth Huzzy insists on for hers, too. It makes colors fairly sing, keeps prints sharp and clear. White stay dazzling white each time you wash them. And it's mild and safe as ever. Why not get a big box of New Lux with color freshener tomorrow and give your washables that nice as new Lux look all summer long? And now, here's John Kennedy with our stars.
And here they are, coming forward for the last curtain call of the season after a wonderful performance. June Allison and Dick Powell. Dick, it is a little startling to find you playing a romantic comedian instead of a daring detective.
Well, I enjoyed the change, John, because I've just finished playing a police inspector for Metro-Goldwyn Mayer in Tall Target. a detective who accidentally discovers a plot to assassinate Abraham Lincoln. Oh, and incidentally, the character I play is named John Kennedy.
Well, I appreciate the compliment. But I'd rather sell Lux Flakes than chase criminals. It's much safer.
You're right there, John. Lux Flakes are the safest care I know of for nice things.
Yeah, what happens to the Lux at our house? Sure disappears fast.
Oh, a fine detective you are. 2 small children can make plenty of Lux Flakes disappear.
Did you take Pamela and little Richard with you on your recent trip to New York?
No, this was our first time east together in 5 years, and we wanted to see all the new Broadway plays.
But we couldn't resist a few picture shows, too. The great Crusoe's breaking all records, you know, John.
Yes, I want to get Mario Lanza's records of those wonderful arias. The picture's just filled with songs. And Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer made a wonderful choice of Anne Blythe as Mrs. Caruso.
Sounds like a wonderful production for the Lux Radio Theatre.
What are your plans for next season, John? Do you have anything definite lined up?
Well, I think I'll leave that for Bill Keeley to tell you. It's more in his province.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to your next season. We're devoted fans of Lux Radio Theatre. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. We'll see you all next fall. And now, here's Mr. Keeley with news about our coming 18th season on the air.
Yes, the time has come to say goodbye for the summer. But we've already made great plans for the fall. We hope to bring you the most successful season the Lux Radio Theatre has ever had. And for our opening show on August 27th, we have chosen one of the most impressive pictures of this season, The Mudlark. And starring in her original role in this 20th Century Fox production will be that lovely lady of the screen, Irene Dunn. Perhaps you recall that The Mudlark was the command performance last year for the Royal Family of England. And while I'm in London, I'm going to take special note of the historic places where the picture was actually filmed, so that I can give you a first-hand account when we meet again. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again on August 27th, when the Lux Radio Theatre will begin its 18th season on the air by presenting Irene Dunn in The Mudlark. This is William Keeley bidding you good night.
Like 9 out of 10 other famous screen stars, Susan Hayward is a Lux girl. When you see Susan and Gregory Peck in Darrell F. Zanuck's Technicolor production of David and Bathsheba, notice the smooth perfection of her skin. Her complexion is really Lux lovely. And she's especially thrilled with the generous big bath size Lux soap. This fragrant satin smooth cake makes my daily beauty bath more delightful than ever, she says. Lux soap has active lather that's creamy and abundant even in hardest water. Screen stars love Lux soap's exquisite perfume, too. It's a light flower-like fragrance, a blend of many costly ingredients. Why don't you try Lux in the big bath size? After a Lux soap beauty bath, your skin is fresh, sweet, Lux lovely. Get a supply tomorrow. We wish to congratulate one of our very best neighbors on a memorable occasion. On July 1st, Canada will celebrate its 84th national birthday. Canada and the United States have lived in peace and friendship for many years, and so we're especially happy to congratulate her. Heard in our cast tonight were Wally Mayer as Arthur, Alan Reed as Parker, Herbert Butterfield as McGuire, Jack Crucian as Leon, and Bill Johnstone, Dan Riss, Howard McNear, Norman Field, George Neese, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next August 27th, when the Lux Radio Theatre will open its 18th season on the air, starring Irene Dunn in The Mudlark. Mr. Keeley is now in London, and due to circumstances beyond our control, his portion of tonight's broadcast came to you by recording. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnson Wax program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Free for All. Is such an important room in the house, you can't blame a woman for wanting to make it cheerful and convenient. In the first place, it's her workroom, where she spends a good many hours. Also, it's a room where both neighbors and family like to visit. Why shouldn't it be a pleasant room with colorful curtains, convenient cabinets, and a beautiful, easy-to-keep clean floor? That, of course, is where Johnson's Glow Coat comes in. A floor that's kept sparkling with Glow Coat does wonders for your kitchen. Keeps it clean and bright with a minimum of work. And don't forget that the regular use of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat makes your linoleum last from 5 to 10 times longer. Now, you know, of course, that Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Glow Coat gives a floor lasting luster, has a flexible film that wears evenly and smoothly without chipping. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. But for real Glow Coat results, don't be satisfied with anything but the original Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat with the familiar red and yellow label. Buy some tomorrow. The worst blizzard in 76 years has hit Wistful Vista. Snow has drifted up to the second-floor windows in some places, and this is one of the places, the home of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Well, it certainly is nice to stay home by a warm fire tonight, isn't it, dearie?
I'll say. Ain't a fit night out for a man or Hitler.
I tell you, it must be terribly cold out.
Cold? Why, when I come home tonight, that snowman in front of Toops's was blowing on his fingers.
Say, what's the exact temperature? Stick your head out the door and see what the thermometer on the porch says.
Oh, no. I wouldn't protrude my puss out those portals tonight for all the retreads in Detroit. No, sirree.
Well, then turn on the radio. It's just time for the weather report.
Oh, say, it is at that. I wonder just how cold it is.
Terribly.
Thanks.
Well, at least we're comfortable and warm here. You want to play a game of rummy, dearie?
No, I got a lot of stuff to do. Never have a better chance to do them, too, either.
Just what have you got to do?
Oh, I got to paste my defense stamps in my book, and sort out my trout flies, and write a letter to Aunt Sarah thanking her for my Christmas present.
She didn't send you any Christmas presents.
Well, I'm in a sarcastic mood.
Well, I'm glad you're going to be busy, McGee. Maybe I can finish knitting this.
This what?
I wish I knew. I'm not much of a knitter yet.
Well, you're a swell needle pointer.
I know, but the Army has some silly objections to needlepoint sweaters. Now, maybe if I'd...
My gosh, there's somebody at the door.
You know, that's what I love about you, McGee. You grasp things so quickly. Well, let 'em in. They'll freeze to death out there.
Okay, but if it's the good humor man, he ain't using good judgment.
Good evening. I'm Mr. George Melvin. Come in. At the door. Let me get the door.
Hello. Wind goes through you like a collector from the Internal Revenue. What'd you say your name was, Bud?
Spelvin, George Spelvin. You're Mr. McGee?
That I am indeed. And this is my wife, Molly. Molly, Mr. Spelvin.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Delighted, madam. My, it's nice and cozy in here. Don't tell me you're knitting on a tiny garment. Congratulations. When is the happy event?
Huh?
It isn't a tiny garment. It's a sweater for a soldier.
Yeah.
And if I don't stop dropping stitches, it won't be a happy event either. Have a chair, Mr. Spellbound.
Spellman, and thank you. But first, I'd better drop this overcoat and these wet overshoes in the hall.
McGee. Who is he?
I don't know. But I wouldn't turn a dog away on a night like this. And he looks kind of like an old hound I used to have when I... Well. Have a chair, Spelvin, old man.
Thank you. A nice place you have here, Mrs. McGee.
Thank you. We like it. We have to. We own it.
Well, I imagine you'll be seeing a great deal of it for the next few days. You won't be able to get downtown to a restaurant till this storm is over.
Well, so what? Home is where the heartburn is, I always says. Did you want to see me about something, Spelman?
What? Oh, yes. Mr. McGee, I have a special message to you from the governor.
Heavenly days from the governor. Maybe you've got an appointment, dearie.
Well, it's about time. I volunteered for everything from air raid warden to mixing macaroons for Marines. What'd the governor say, Spelman?
Well, first, Mr. McGee, may I ask if you have a car?
Every time I see it, I ask myself the same thing.
Sure, I got a car, Bud. Tip-top condition, too.
You're not kidding, McGee. That top tips under any condition.
Well, it really doesn't matter as long as it runs.
Oh, it runs. That car will do 55 in second gear, Spelman.
And 30 in high.
Oh, now, Molly, you're giving George here entirely wrong impression. You see, George... You don't mind if I call you George, do you?
Oh, not at all. Glad to have you.
Fine. You see, Spelman, before we were married, my wife used to go with a guy that owned a Stutz Bearcat, and she never got over
Never mind me, McGee.
Huh?
What did the governor say?
Yeah, what'd he say, Spelman?
Well, the fact is, McGee, it's of the utmost importance that you...
Oh, dear. Now who? You answered, McGee. I'm right in the middle of a mistake in my knitting.
Okay. Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, certainly.
I suppose somebody wants me to tie some hot coffee around my neck and go rescue their St. Bernard.
Hello there, Johnny. Hey, can I borrow that old timer? Come on in. Open the door.
Who is it, dearie?
The old timer, Molly.
Okay, Johnny. Just for a minute. Hello there, daughter. What you doing? Knitting for Britain or crocheting for the Malayan?
We can't stand that applause, can we? Oh, good evening, Mr. Oldtimer. May I introduce you to Mr. Spelvin? Mr. Spelvin, this is Mr. Say, what is your name anyway, Mr. Oldtimer?
Hey, I don't believe I ever heard it either.
Just call me Oldtimer, kids. Names don't matter. It's character that counts. As long as the feller's true blue, honest, straightforward, and backward.
Oh, don't be so coy. What's your name?
Come on, old-timer. After all, it couldn't be worse than Fibber.
Maybe not, Johnny, but I'm more sensitive than you are.
Won't you tell us?
Nope.
Just tell me.
Nope.
Whisper in my ear. I won't tell anybody.
Promise?
I promise.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, it couldn't be.
It is, though.
Can you imagine? Mr. Spelvin, this is the old-timer.
How do you do, sir?
Well, hello, son. Sorry to butt in like this, kids. Just wanted to know if I could borrow a hot poker.
A hot poker? No, I'm sorry, old-timer. Our poker's busted.
What on earth did you want that for?
Oh, me and my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend?
No, my girlfriend, Frances.
Oh.
We were playing in the snow along the street here, diving into snowdrifts. And all of a sudden, I missed Fran. Must have knocked yourself out in a fire hydrant or something. Anyway, she's under a drift someplace along here, and I was going to jab around with a hot poker. Oh, well, guess I can use a sharp stick. See you later, kids. Good night, Mr. Tailspin.
Won't you have another cup of coffee before you and McGee start talking business, Mr. Spelvin?
Thanks. I believe I will. Delicious coffee, Mrs. McGee.
I'm glad you like it. I make it from a recipe I got from McGee's half-sister, Beth.
What do you mean, half-sister? She's my sister.
Not since she worked for that magician and he shot her in two.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. Just a family joke, Spell. We always kid Bessie about wanting to go on the stage.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
You know, I had a younger brother always wanted to go on the stage. Finally made it, too.
Good for him.
Yes, he was out in Desert Springs, Arizona once, and he wanted to go to Dry Gulch, New Mexico, but the trains weren't running, so he went on the stage.
Well, let's get down to business, Spelvin. As long as you represent the governor, suppose you tell me just exactly what he wants me to...
Well, for goodness sake, more orphans of the storm. See who it is, McGee.
Okay, excuse me a minute, Spelvin, while I see what no good this ill wind is blowing us.
Oh, good.
Shut the door! Quick! Hey, Molly, Uppy's here. Come on in, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Abigail? May I present Mr. Spelvin, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, how do you do?
Not the Mrs. Uppington through whose window someone threw a rock.
The very same, Spelvin, the very same.
Will you have a cup of coffee, Abigail? You look awfully cold.
Oh, thank you, I will, my dear, and I am cold. In fact, I'm quite numb.
That's what I was telling Molly just this morning, Uppy. I says that Uppington trail is just about the...
McGee. He said numb.
Oh, Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Uppy? This kind of weather's only good for one thing. To keep the Germans rushing back from the Russian front. Did you get it, folks? I says to keep...
Ain't funny, McGee.
I thought it was rather amusing, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Spell. Have a cigar?
Oh, thanks. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
Answering your question, Mr. McGee, I had little Fifi out for a walk. She adores the snow, you know.
Is Fifi your daughter, Mrs. Uppington?
Fifi is a Pekingese, Mr. Spelvin.
How interesting. I'd love to meet her. Chinese girls are so intelligent, I say. I'd love to discuss the situation.
Fifi is a dog, Spelvin, and she ain't interested in the foreign situation.
As I was saying, it was so blustery and so cold outside, I was frightfully afraid of being lost in the storm. And yours was the only light I could see for simply blocks, my dear. So I struggled through the drifts and finally succeeded in forcing my way through the snow to your front door.
But where's Fifi?
Oh, I took her home first.
Well, sit down and take a load off your eye millers, Uppy. Mr. Spelvin here was just about to give me a message from the governor.
As a matter of fact,
What we need is a doorman. Does anybody here know any unemployed Eskimos? Well, go see who it is, McGee.
Okay, but... All right. Come on in, Martin. Come on in. Shut the door.
Oh, boy. Oh, gee. Thanks, Fibber. My hands were so cold I couldn't find the doorbell. I had to hammer with my elbows.
Haven't you got sense enough to stay home on a night like this, Harlow?
Well, my conscience was bothering me, Fibber. I just ran across a book I borrowed from you a long time ago. Here.
Oh, thanks. What is it? Oh, If Winter Comes. You sure this is mine?
Yep. I borrowed it in 1925.
Ah.
Hey, is that coffee I smell?
It is, and you do. Come on in, Harlow, and defrost your eyebrows.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, Mr. Wilcox?
Hello, Mrs. Uppington.
Harlow, this is Mr. George Spelvin. Spelvey, old man, this is Harlow Wilcox, your linoleum's best friend and severest critic.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, this is a coincidence, Mr. Spelvin. I was demonstrating Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a Mrs. Spelvin yesterday afternoon, showing her how easy it was to apply, how quickly it dried to a beautiful polish, and how the easier homework would take years off her life and put them on the life of the linoleum. Let me see. No, it wasn't Mrs. Spelvin either. It was Mrs. Woods. No, Crawford. That was it. Mrs. Crawford. No relation, I suppose.
Tall, dark woman with a mole on her arm?
No, short and stout with a poodle on her lap.
No relation, I guess.
Oh, speaking of poodles, Mr. Wilcox, I hated to take Mrs. Fifi out tonight.
Well, there's nothing like a dog.
There's nothing like Uppy's dog. I'll go that far with you. There ain't even another dog like her dog.
Yeah, I had a dog once.
Man's best friend, I always say. Just like Johnson's Glow Coat is a woman's best friend because it saves so much time and effort.
Heavenly days, Mr. Wilcox. Can't you forget Johnson's Glow Coat for 1 minute?
I don't know. I've never tried.
As I was saying, I had a dog once.
I did, too. Part Springer Spaniel on his mother's side and the smartest dog I ever knew on his father's side. Smarter than a human being.
Oh, now, McGee.
Well, he was. Every Sunday morning, he'd go out on the porch and look both ways up and down the street. Then he'd kind of shake his little head and come back in the house. Every Sunday morning for 11 years he did that.
Well, what was he looking for?
We never knew. He knew, but we didn't. So he was smarter than us. I'll have another cup of coffee, too, Molly.
As I was going to say, I had a dog once.
That mud of George's is going to die of old age before he gets it into the discussion. Excuse me while I see who's at the door. Oh, hi, Trivia. Shut the door. Come on in.
Thank you, McGee.
Glad you dropped in, Latrivia. The conversation around here was going to the dogs. Hey, everybody, here's Mayor Latrivia.
Hello, Mayor. I don't believe you know Mr. Spelvin, Your Honor. Mr. Spelvin, this is Mayor Latrivia.
Yeah, I had a dog once. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad to meet you, Your Honor. How do you do? Are you a resident of our fair city, Mr. Spelvin?
No, he don't vote here, Latrivia, so you can let go of his hand now.
Mr. Spelvin represents the governor, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he does? Well. I see where Mr. Spelvin and I can spend a profitable few minutes together. We can
have a cup of coffee, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, and an egg sandwich. I just stopped in to tell you, McGee, that a complaint has reached my ears.
I had the same thing last summer, Latrivia. Started in my neck and reached my ears in 2 days. The doctor says it was just a
Mr. McGee, please. I was about to say that I have received a complaint from the street commissioner that you have been remiss in the matter of snow removal from your front sidewalk.
Oh, well, thanks for warning me, Latrivia. It's a funny thing, too. I really enjoy shoveling snow.
You do?
You do?
I surely do. I'd rather hear the frosty clang of a snow shovel on a sidewalk than the finest symphony music in the world. To feel the red blood coursing through my veins as I swing that shovel to and fro. That marvelous glow that comes from exercising in the cold winter air. The sharp tang of the wind on my cheeks as my muscles respond to the healthy rhythm. And what an appetite I get. And sleep like a baby. Oh, I love the feeling of a snow.
Hold it, McGee. Where are you going, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to shovel your walk off for you. I haven't felt like that in years. There's the snow shovel.
Snow shovel's right in here, Latrivia.
Where, McGee?
Right here in the hall closet. Got to straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Gay Ranchero.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, can always find someone to pet. A senorita, a sweet capita, her other loves will soon forget. If he's insistent and she's not distant, the senorita will confess.
A gay ranchero, a caballero, he'd only ask and she'll say yes.
Soon there'll be a fiesta with a blushing bride, and the gay ranchero standing by her side. He'll be so excited on his wedding day. Ask him if he loves her and you'll hear him say, Si, si, tu amor, la señorita hermosita, estrellita. Si, si, tu amor, cuando le doy todo mi amor, Florecita del corazón. Oh, look at Pancho, back on his rancho, with his Pepita by his side. She thinks he's handsome, worth any ransom. To him she's still a blushing bride.
The gay ranchero,
so very happy is he.
The caballero,
so very happy is he. And all the world knows how they met. This fair Here's a little secret that I must unfold, for they found the promise that they had in store. Now they're really counting those muchachas by the score. And maybe more.
Mr. Graham.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, Mr. McGee?
Look, I think the storm's letting up a little.
Yeah, so if any of you want to get home before you really get snowed
Oh, I
in-
don't want to go home, Molly. I'm having fun. So am I, Mrs. McGee, and I can talk to your husband later.
Won't you join us, my dear, when you get through making the sandwiches?
He wasn't making any sandwiches.
Oh, she wasn't?
No, but I will. I guess Molly McGee can take a hint without being hit in the face with a wet bathing suit.
Well, I'll join you guys here. What's playing?
We're playing Sinky Dink.
What on earth are Stinky Dink?
Well, look, it's my turn. I'll show you. All right. I'm thinking of a contented insect in an auto robe.
I knew. A snug bug in a chug rug. Now, your turn, Mr. Selvin.
All right. Now, what's a wide-awake quintet in a juke joint?
Oh, that's easy. A live five and a jive dive.
Oh, this game is a cinch. Let me try it.
Oh, do, Mr. McGee. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm thinking of a tired Indian in a borrowed teepee. Give up. A spent gent in a lent tent.
Oh, hey, you didn't give us time to guess, Fibber.
Ah, you wouldn't have got it anyway. Go ahead, Molly. It's your turn.
All right. I'm thinking of a hand-painted spark plug dancing with a red-haired kangaroo on a Wednesday afternoon.
Good heavens. I can't think what that would be.
Neither can I, so I'll go out and make some sandwiches. Go ahead and have fun. Oh, dear, go see who that is, McGee. It may mean extra food and more coffee.
Okay, excuse me, folks.
Oh, surely.
I don't find out pretty soon what the hell.
Hello, Mr. McGee. My goodness. Isn't it a terrible night out?
Yeah.
Not that any night out is very terrible to me, though, because... Oh, you have company.
Oh, come on in anyway. Hey, folks, here's Wallace Wimple.
Hello, Mr. Wimple. I don't think Mr. Wimple knows Mr. Spelvin, McGee. Mr. Spelvin, Mr. Wimple.
Good evening, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, it's nothing of the kind, Mr. Spelvin. It's a horrible evening. I'd never have buzzed out of the house if I hadn't run out of cigarettes.
Oh, you don't have to go clear to the cigar store, Wimp. I'll give you a couple of packages. What do you smoke?
Cubebs.
I didn't know your wife would let you smoke, Mr. Wimple.
Well, she doesn't really approve, Mrs. McGee. Not cigarettes, anyway. So she promised me a pipe last Christmas.
Briar, Wallace?
No, Mr. Wilcox. Lead. She promised she'd let me have it if she ever caught me smoking again. You see, Sweetie Face is my wife, Mrs. Selvin.
Oh, I see.
Sweetie Face is simply obsessed with health fads.
Oh.
Why, sometimes for dinner, we just have a heaping plate of spinach apiece.
Just spinach, Wimp?
Just spinach. I pretend I don't know she has a filet mignon under hers. And later I run out and get a nutty burger.
Oh, but don't you ever protest against such inhuman treatment, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I had, Mrs. Uppington. Why, just last Saturday I said to her, Sweetie Face, I said, I'd like to have a little more freedom. And she said, why, Wallace, dear, how can you say that? Why, you're as free as a bird.
She did, really?
Yes. And then she said, in fact, I bet you can fly. And she threw me out the window.
Your wife sounds like quite a character, Mr. Sweetie Face.
Wimple Spelman. His wife's name is Sweetie Face.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to misunderstand me. Sweetie Face is really a delightful person when you really get to know her. She says. Well, I must be running along, folks. It's been nice to see all of you.
You sure you can't stay a while and play some games, Mr. Wimple?
Well, if I do it, I better hit him. I bet one anyway. I'll stay.
Now, let's all play games again. Now, who was the...
Hey, just a minute, folks, just a minute.
What's the matter, McGee?
Well, you're welcome to stay all night and play all the games you want, but Mr. Spelvin come here tonight with a message from the governor. Now, I don't want to wait any longer to hear what it is.
Well, we'll go in the other room, Fibber, and let you talk.
No. Now, we want you all to hear it, don't we, McGee?
Huh? Do we?
Why, of course we do. I'm proud of it.
Oh, well, I guess we do at that. All you people thought I was kind of unimportant around here, didn't you? Thought I'd never amount to anything. Well, there's going to be a few opinions changed around here tonight. Go ahead, Spelvin, old man.
All right, Mr. McGee. Do you realize that your tires wear out twice as fast at 45 miles per hour as they do at 30?
Why, certainly, we know all of that, but what is that...
Driving habits are hard to control. So what's the best answer? An automatic control. Therefore...
Hey, what's all this got to do with giving Fibber a state job?
Yes, why does the governor need our car?
That's what I've been getting at. It isn't so much that the governor needs your car as it is that your car needs a governor.
Hey, what is this, Bud? Who do you represent?
Well, you never let me quite explain that, Mr. McGee. I represent the Governor and Carburetor Corporation of New Jersey. And
When you step into some homes, don't they seem to be more livable and friendly than others, aglow with warm hospitality? A wax-protected home is usually a warm, friendly one. Floors that shimmer and gleam with a rich Johnson's wax polish add beauty to the entire home. They are protected, too, against wear and dirt, actual money-saving protection, and they're so much easier to keep clean. But this Johnson's wax protection and labor saving doesn't stop with floors. Wax your tabletops, chair arms, woodwork also, and your windowsills, Venetian blinds, shelves, refrigerator, shoes, luggage, lampshades. Then you'll be practicing what authorities call protective housekeeping. Right now and during the next year or so, it's important to take extra good care of your things. Give them an occasional application of genuine Johnson's wax, which you can buy now in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially formulated for furniture and woodwork. Oh, by the way, Johnson's wax is great, too, for Army boots and leather service equipment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this country has a big job ahead of it and won't stop till it's done. We've got to get in there with our money and our work and our loyal 100% support.
Yes, Uncle Sam has rolled up his sleeves, and now what he needs is more sleeves.
So let's give him our shirts. Good night.
Good night, Al.
Now for tonight's story. Let's go beyond tomorrow. Are you afraid to face tomorrow, or whatever may lie beyond tomorrow? think you're up to spending a weekend on the moon or entertaining house guests from Mars? Can you and your children adjust to the strange, new, wonderful world that is being wrought in the test tubes and cyclotrons of science beyond tomorrow? Beyond Tomorrow, a new program of probabilities drawn from the vast library of science fiction, where anything is possible and possibly may happen to you. Tonight, based on a famous story by Theodore Sturgeon and adapted by Draper Lewis, a tale about a man accused of murder in a small western town who insists it was not murder, but something really much worse.
Presiding coroner here, and I'll handle this inquest my way, if you don't mind.
All right.
Now, look, Kemp. Why can't you get it through your head that nobody's trying to railroad you into admitting anything? You're just a fella who knows something about the death of this here Alessandro Sykes. Now, this court would like to know exactly what happened.
I'll tell you what happened. That kid killed Sykes. Killed him dead in the doornail, and then brought the body back here and dumped it in his hotel room. That's what happened.
No, you're wrong. I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him. You're trying to accuse me of murder, but I tell you it's something worse. Something much, much worse than murder.
If we don't have it quiet in this courtroom, I'm going to have the sheriff clear the place. This inquest is going to be run legal-like, or ain't going to be run at all.
You mean maybe we should have the hanging right now, Bert?
I didn't say no such thing.
Well, maybe you should. Stop wasting so much time.
Mr. Wilson, sir, you can't let him hang me. I'm innocent, I tell you. I didn't kill Sykes. Aren't you even going to listen to what I got to say?
Sure, son, I'm going to listen. We're all going to listen. Or I'm taking this boy into Tucson where there's a jury that will listen.
Well, this better be good. We don't like murder around switchbacks.
No, we don't like strangers neither. If you gentlemen are through now, suppose we hear what the boy has to say. All right, son. Now, let's get the facts straight first off. Your full name?
James Gordon Kemp.
And your home?
Chicago, Illinois.
City bred, huh? Maybe that's why he don't give no mind to something like murder.
I thought you was always so proud about the times you've been to Tucson, Hafferty. Huh? Seems to me wearing silk shirts is pretty city-fied, too. All right. Here, son, sit down.
Thank you.
Now, suppose you tell us what happened. Tell us the whole story just like it happened.
Okay. I'll try. I guess I'd better go right back to the beginning. The first time I ever saw this here Sykes. It must have been about 2 months ago. I had a little repair shop at the time, just auto parts and maybe fooling around with radios and TV sets now and then. It didn't make no big profit, but it paid the rent and gave me a little extra pocket money. I was working in my shop one afternoon when he walked in. He watched what I was doing a couple of minutes. Then he spoke up.
You Gordon Kemp?
I said yes and looked him over. He was a scrawny fella, probably 60 years old, and wound up real tight. He talked fast, smoked fast, moved fast. As if there wasn't time for anything, but he had to get on to something else. I asked him what he wanted.
You the man had that article in the magazine about a concentrated atomic torch?
Yeah. Only that guy from the magazine used a lot of loose talk. He says my torch is 300 years ahead of its time. But actually, it's something I stumbled on by accident, more or less. It's an ordinary atomic hydrogen torch, but it's plenty hot. It'll cut anything. Anything. And since it got patented, you'd be surprised at the calls I got. You got no idea how many people want to cut into bank vaults and the side doors of hawk shops.
Like to take a few weeks off and go out west? Arizona? You should have cut your way into a cave there.
A cave?
Is it legal?
Well, sure it's legal.
How legal?
You get me into that place, you can satisfy yourself as to whether it's legal. I'll give you $5,000.
What?
Cash.
How's that again?
Get me into that cave, and you'll get $5,000. Cash.
You happen to run across this here cave, Professor Sykes. Didn't anyone else in Switchpath ever spot it?
From what I can gather, there must have been a shifting of rock. Maybe a slight earth tremor that opened it up. At the time I was fresh out of college, spending all my time digging for Indian ruins. I found it at the bottom of a deep cleft. Small, dark room, all rock walls. Rock that was very old. A couple of 100,000 years. Maybe 500,000.
500,000?
It wasn't the rock that got me so excited. It wasn't the rock and it wasn't the cave. It was the machinery in the cave. Machinery that must have been put there before there were any human beings on Earth.
Oh, not just a minute, Professor.
Now, look, I don't care whether you believe me or not. I know what I'm talking about. Those machines were installed in that cave room back when there wasn't a single living creature of any sort.
But that doesn't make sense. If there are machines, then some human beings must have made them. Some human beings must have hauled them into the cave and assembled them. Only you say there weren't any human beings on Earth.
Maybe not on Earth, Kemp. But there are human beings someplace else. At least beings. Who knows whether they're human or not?
Wow. That's a nice, pleasant thought.
Yes. I thought so, too, at the time. Gotten used to it now. Got used to it during all the days and nights I stayed in that room and studied that machinery.
What kind of machinery was it?
Well, I finally figured out that one of them was some sort of a radio transmitter. Now, get this. Here's a machine with an antenna on top of it, just like a microwave job. Beside it is another machine. The second machine is shaped like a dumbbell standing on one end. Top of it is sort of a covered hopper. At the waist of the machine are two big spools with a wire running between them made out of some alloy that was never seen before on this Earth.
Were they running?
One was running, making a slight humming sound. The dumbbell machine was running, and that's what gave me a clue to what it was. That machine is a recorder. And that automatically makes the other machine a transmitter.
A recorder? What kind of a recorder?
It records the physical being of the entire Earth. Every earthquake, every continental shift, weather cycles, every hurricane and volcano eruption and landslide. And here, take a look at this.
Piece of wire, huh?
About 35 gauge.
Money tough.
Yes. I cut it off the recording machine. Kemp, my boy, took a long time, a lot of years out of my life. I finally got it decoded. I can read that wire. You've no idea in what detail that piece of wire records, second by second, minute by minute, day by day, through the years, through the centuries. When I start my decoding, I'll be able to prove things which until now have only been guessed, only whispered about in the history books of the world. I'll be able to give the exact time and date when the Red Sea parted for the fleeing Israelites. Want to know what happened to the Spanish Armada? I have it all here. What about the last days of Pompeii? I have it, son. I have it. And I am going to give it to the world. Me, Alessandro Sykes. Give it to humanity complete and provable, and history will be reckoned from the day I speak.
I admit he did sound a little off his rocker. And if I had any sense, I would have gotten off that train and gone back to Chicago. But he was such a nice little guy. As nice a little character as you'd ever want to meet. And he figured he had something big in that cave. Yes, I tell you, something important enough that he'd been living with it, thinking about it, working on it day in and day out for 30 years or more. You can't let that kind of a guy down.
All of us here knew Sykes pretty well, Kemp. His family was among the first settlers in Switchpath.
Came in on a wagon train just before the rush in 49. We knew we spent a lot of time digging around in the desert, but we never heard about no cave.
It's 30 miles or so to the east of town. You pass a big rock formation. It's shaped like a crescent. And the cave's a little further
I've been out by Crescent Rock more times than I can count, and I never see no cave.
But you wouldn't see it if you didn't climb into the cleft.
Something happened out there just about 2 years ago. Ground was hot for miles around. All the grass shriveled up and died. Nothing's grown there since.
Yeah, besides, if Sykes had found a cave, he certainly would have told somebody here in town. Ain't like he was an outsider, if you know what I mean.
For sure. That cave was there. It's not there now, but it was there, and I was in it. Sykes didn't tell anyone else about it because he knew no one would believe him. He wanted to get his proof first.
And what makes you think we believe you, Kemp?
This is the truth, I'm telling you. This is how it happened.
And you still haven't told us about the killing yet.
No, how about that? I said this inquest was going to be run legal now, boys.
Hey, we're wasting a lot of time. The whole story smells to high heaven, and you know it.
I ain't passing judgment one way or the other till I hear what the boy has to say. And I still mean what I said about having the court clear. All right. Now go on, Kemp. What happened when you got here to switch path with Sykes?
I don't think anyone will remember the night we arrived. I was dead tired from the trip, and I wanted to get some sleep. But the professor was all for getting out of town as quick as possible. He didn't want to answer any questions. So we piled all the stuff into his rattly old car and started for Crescent Rock. It was plenty spooky driving across the desert at night. It was a cold wind. It kicked up the dust, and you breathed dust. It bit into us. The old man kept veering straight ahead. And every now and then he'd change the direction.
Swing a little to the right, son. It's an old castle trail. We followed it for 5 miles or so.
He knew the way perfect.
It's Crescent Rock way up there ahead. Just keep it head on.
We didn't detour or backtrack once.
It's another 10 miles now. Distance is pretty tricky out here. Things look closer than they really are.
And then, just as it began to get near dawn, the sky was all smoky and you could start seeing the scrub weeds and cactus growing around the trail. Sykes grabbed my arm and said,
Pull up here, son. Walk the rest of the way to the cave. I don't want anybody snooping around while we're down there with those machines. I don't want anyone to know a thing until I'm ready to tell them. Just about another 100 feet or so to the entrance to the room, son.
Well, you never knew how much this torch weighed till I had it strapped to my back.
Sure I can't give you a hand with it?
No, it's okay, Professor. Don't worry.
Over there, that's all that's left of the place where I used to camp at night. I was afraid to sleep in the room, afraid to sleep outside the cleft. We used to make a fire and bed down on the rock.
Can't say I'd enjoy that over a long period of time.
You get used to anything if it's important enough. I got used to the dark, the sound of little animals scurrying around, the damp, the smell. Wait, huh? This is it, Kemp. You can take off your pack here.
There. Oh, that feels better. Oh, I'm glad I can still straighten up.
You see that place there? Between the two pillar formations? That's it, son. And it's all yours. If that 300 years in the future torch of yours is any good, now's the time to prove it.
In just 30 seconds, we will return you to Theodore Sturgeon's famous science fiction story, The Incident at Switchpath. Meanwhile, a memo on a matter of importance to you and your family. Did you know that nearly a third of all motor accident victims are killed in collisions between motor vehicles and pedestrians? Just because the road looks smooth, clear, and flat in front of you, don't put your foot down on the accelerator. A child may ride a bicycle out of a side road. A young couple may step off the curb. and death strikes suddenly. Drive carefully. Drive with your mind as well as your body. And now, back to our story.
Okay. Now stand clear of the equipment, Professor. Sure that tank is balanced squarely?
Can pile a few more rocks around it.
Yeah, well, we'll give it a try this way. If it starts to move, just give a shout.
I'll watch it, Kent.
Well, here we go.
How long do you think it'll take, Kent?
I don't know. It depends on how thick the rock is that's filling up this room.
Kent, think of it. On this little piece of wire, I have a complete record of the movement of the polar glacier, which will have all the learned busybodies gnashing their teeth. Have I said anything? Not me. Not right? I'll wait till I can get the whole spool of wire. Then I'll translate it into a history of the earth and mankind written in such detail, with such authority, that the name of Sykes will go into the language as a synonym of the miraculously accurate. Me, Alexander Sykes.
Hand me those black goggles, huh? How long have we been at it now, Professor?
Almost 3 hours, son. You better let me spare you.
No, I'll take a breather when I need one. This torch is too heavy for you to handle. By the way, whatever happened to the entrance you used before? How come we have to burn our way in like this?
And that, my boy, is an unforeseen quality of the machine. For some reason, they closed themselves up. In a way, I'm glad they did. I was unable to get back in. I was forced to concentrate on my sample. If it hadn't been for that, I doubt I would ever have cracked the code. Whoever left these machines here, how they operate, we may never know. It would be interesting to find out. The important thing now is to get into that room and get that spool of wire. That's all that matters, son. That's all that matters.
6 hours and only 7.5 inches. I've seen that torch of mine walk in a laminated bank vault like the door was open. What kind of rock is this, anyhow?
There must have been some chemical substance added that we don't know about when the room was sealed.
And you think that machine will still be running after the blast of heat it must have took to build this wall?
It'll be running. They'll both be running. The recorder and the transmitter.
What do you mean? The transmitter?
Because the recorder was set to trip it off. I found that out, too. There's a little gear train waiting by the wire, and when something happened, somewhere on Earth it was just the right thing, a crimp would show in the wire which would hit the gear train and start up the transmitter.
Yes, but you said...
I saw a crimp in the wire. Something happened which put a wiggle in it, the thing I was looking for all along. I was in the cave the day it happened. There was a sharp click. The transmitter started up and the wire kept on recording. I looked in the papers the next week to see what it was. I couldn't find a thing. It wasn't until the following August that I found out.
What was the date when it started to transmit?
July 16, 1945.
July 16th.
The day the first atom bomb was exploded at Los Alamos, New Mexico.
Okay, Professor. Hold the light a little higher. They should do it now. Well, there it is. Now, wait a minute or so. Are those edges cool?
30 years' work. 30 years, Kemp.
Professor, who do you think's on
receiving end of that transmitter?
I don't know. I'm only sure whoever he is or they are, they're not any place on this earth. That's why I've been so anxious to get into the room.
Well, we'll throw that canvas over the edges. Just right. Now, you take the big flashlight. I'll bring the lamp.
We can remove the spool of wire and then destroy the machines. It won't be any good to anyone else once the recording device is disconnected. The light, Kemp. Bring in the light quickly.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah, I'm right behind you, Professor. Oh, Father, you weren't kidding about that machinery, were you?
They're beautiful, aren't they, Kemp?
I've never seen anything that looks like that transmitter.
And the recorder, Kemp. Come closer. Examine the recorder. Listen to it humming, Kemp. I knew it would be humming. It's recording everything that's happening to the earth, the whole earth. Will we stand here and listen to it humming?
Professor, maybe we better get the wire and get out of here. This place gives me the willies.
Don't be frightened, son. Machines can't hurt you.
It's not the machine. I just don't like this place. Let me hold the flashlight and you disconnect the spool.
There should be a catch lever of some sort which frees it. Something like a movie camera, one of those old-fashioned wire recorders.
Yeah, well, maybe I can find it, Professor. I've worked with these things.
No,
and I know.
No, I can find it. Just let me alone. You forget that I've been... Oh, Kemp. Kemp.
What's the matter, Professor?
Kemp, the reel is empty. Look. It's only 8 inches of wire on it. Only 8 inches, Kemp. It was almost full before the cable was seen.
That's impossible. No one could get through that rock. No one, I take it.
The reel's been refilled. That's what's happened. It's been refilled. Kemp, they've been here.
Who's been here, Professor?
That's what the transmitter was for, Kemp. Tell them when the first atomic power was used on Earth. The recorder clipped the transmitter. It sent out a signal. They answered it and came here and changed the reel. It's the beginning of a new era as far as they're concerned.
Sykes! Sykes! Who are you talking about? Who are they? What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know, but they've been here. And I've lost 30 years' work. 30 years of my life completely gone, disappeared.
Professor, you gotta pull yourself together. We gotta get out of here. I don't like this at all.
Get out? Why get out? Damage has been done now. The reel's gone.
I don't like the way that thing hums. Sounds like it's just sitting there, waiting. Crimp. It's hit another clip in the wire. The transmitter started again.
Doesn't matter now. Nothing matters now. Nothing.
You're gonna come on. Sorry. Hey, come on. Come on, stop it. Ollie. What's wrong with you?
It's him. Get rid of him, Pete.
Take it easy, Ollie. You're gonna be all right. Hey, get a doctor. Somebody get an ambulance.
It's too late, Pete. He's dead.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. It's crazy. He thought you had something to do with it.
I didn't harm him, Pete. I swear I didn't. I wouldn't take a life.
Relax, Joe. I know you didn't. Excitement was just too much. Funny about that card, though. Wasn't like Ollie to plunk everything down on a four-flush.
I had nothing to do with his death.
Yeah, I know. What's eating you, kid? Come on, spill it. I'm the only family you got.
Nothing. Just nothing.
Okay, don't tell me. I don't give a damn.
Oh, don't be angry, Uncle Pietro. Pete. I wonder sometimes.
What?
Why nobody likes me.
Lots of people do.
Who?
I like you, that's who.
I want people to say nice things to me.
And you gotta learn to give and take. Besides, you keep saying wild things all the time about your powers.
Oh, they're not my powers. They're the Lord's.
See what I mean?
But it's true. I'm His vessel. We all are. He pours his powers into all of us, but only a few like me can retain them.
But how do you do it?
With faith and deep concentration.
You really believe that?
Well, of course I do. And so should you. Never lose faith. If you do, you will never have any hope.
Swell.
Clapped in the glow of lava. And then he whispered,
They knew we'd reached the atomic age. They wanted to be told when. That's what the transmitter did. They came and took the recordings, filled the machine.
Don't try to talk, Professor. I'm going to drive you into town, and we'll get the doc to take care of those hands of yours.
They sealed off the room with something they thought only controlled atomic power could break into. This time the recorder was triggered to that power. Your torch did it, Kemp. That 300 years in the future torch, that did it. They think we have atomic power. They'll come back, Kemp.
Who, Professor? Who?
I don't know. I don't know whether they're friends or enemies or where they are. There'd be only one reason why some creature would want to know a thing like that. That's so they could stop us.
Oh, no, Professor. We're not going to be stopped now. Like the papers say, we're in the atomic age if it kills us. But we're in for keeps. Why, humanity would have to be killed off before to get out of this atomic age.
I know that, Kemp. I know. That's what I mean. Oh, Kemp. Kemp, what have we done? What have we done?
Professor? Professor Sykes? I was going to bury him there, out there near the cleft. I thought he'd like to be there. But then I realized that people would be wondering about him, looking for him. So I brought him in. In the excitement, I left town. It just didn't look good to me. I knew nobody would listen to a yarn like that.
Well, now I can see what Brother Kemp was worried about. If that story is true, I, for one, would think twice about telling it.
He's a liar. He's a murdered liar. I got a kid that reads that kind of stuff, and I never did like to see him at it. Believe me, he's going to cut it out as of right now. I think this Kemp guy needs a hanging.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. If we kill off this fellow, we do it legal, see? You just keep quiet a while longer and let me ask this boy a question. Now, look, Kemp. If there's anything in your story, or in that goofy idea of the dead man's about someone coming to kill us off, well, ain't it about time they did?
Yeah. When's the invasion start, kid? Yeah, maybe we should start digging foxholes now, huh, Kemp?
I didn't say anything about that. I just told you the facts the way they happened. I just told you what Sykes told me.
The whole thing's a lousy pack of lies. It's all lies. Lies!
Wilson!
That was a bomb! Here's Wilson. Look, there, in the sky. Look! Ships! The sky is full of ships!
Just heard Incident at Switchpath, another program in the new science fiction series Beyond Tomorrow. Michael O'Day was featured in the role of James Kent, and Brett Morrison was heard as Professor Sykes. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Silverne, and John Campbell, Jr. was our technical consultant. Beyond Tomorrow was produced and directed by Mitchell Grayson. Listen again next week at the same time for another story about you in the future. You Beyond Tomorrow.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theatre. Starring Jane Wyman in The Blue Veil. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When I first met Jane Wyman several years ago, I was impressed with her beauty, her talents as a pert ingenue, and, of course, her sense of humor. I thought she undoubtedly would win some sort of an award with this delightful combination. But I didn't predict that it would be the coveted Academy Award and that Jane would receive it for her performance in a highly dramatic role. Tonight we present Jane Wyman in a characterization for which she received another Academy Award nomination. RKO's moving drama, The Blue Veil. Now the curtain rises on The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman.
But he didn't stand a chance of getting away. And then he stopped and began firing at us. That was his big mistake. The sound of the shot stampeded the cattle, and by the time they were driven off, our suspect had been trampled to death.
Why are you driving me home, Lieutenant?
Oh, Inspector Donnelly suggested it. You should have been home long ago.
It's too bad you lost that man.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you to say that. But at least we know who he was. His name was Gus Hatter. Where he lived, fingerprints, driver's license. Donnelly's got men planted at the hotel and on his telephone. If anyone tries to get through, they'll take him.
I suppose that's the best way to look at it now. Try not to think about the other kidnappers. The ones who are waiting for that man to...
Meantime, we'll look for something else for him.
Oh, I'm certainly glad to see you, Mrs. Mason. And I hope that as you get accustomed to the house and to the little fellow here, that you'll be happy and glad you came to us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Begley. But you realize that I'm just filling in until you can find someone.
Oh? Oh, well, I didn't know. But you will stay until I do get someone.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
May I tell you something, Mrs. Mason? For 10 years, my wife and I prayed to have the joy of a child. And when she died, to give him life, the joy became a great sorrow. I am only now getting able to speak of it. I try to hide it as much as possible, but I do feel...
Mr. Begley, I think your son needs some rest now, don't you?
What? Oh, yes, ma'am. Rest he shall have. When it comes to Fred K. Begley, Jr., I'm your obedient servant at your beck and call. This way, Mrs. Mason. Let me show you to your room.
As the weeks went by, Mr. Begley discovered that finding someone to replace Louise was anything but easy. It became their custom on Sunday mornings for Louise and her employer to take the baby to the park.
I give up, Louise. I've interviewed 5 nurses this week.
Oh, you'll find someone, Mr. Begley.
You've spoiled us, you know. You've not only been so good to little Freddie, but the way you've brightened up that gloomy old house.
Thank you.
Louise, how is it that a girl like you, young and attractive, is doing, well, this sort of work?
I like it.
Well, I must say that's a perfect reason.
But then I suppose I'd like any kind of work that has a lot of Freddie in it. He's such a sweet baby.
Louise, that man back there on the bench, you spoke to him before.
Oh, yes, that was Frank Hutchinson. He owns the toy shop. I stop by there quite often.
But you call him Frank and me Mr. Begley.
Well, I'll call you Frank, too.
My name, as you well know, is Frederick and has been for some time. Louise, let's sit here for a while. There's something I would like to say.
Yes, Mr. Begley.
I've had lots of time to think since Margaret died. I know I'm not a young man, but I do have some standing in the community. I own the 4th largest corset house in the East, and I have the goodwill of my employees. And, well, I hope I don't seem big-headed or anything like that.
Oh, no. You have so much to be proud of.
Well, what I'm getting at is that I find myself increasingly lost without a woman close to me. Wife, Louise, and I was wondering whether, since you two are,
Oh, Freddie, darling. Oh, well, it's all right. It's all right. It's a nice doggy. He was just playing with you. Oh, now, you mustn't cry, dear.
Just frightened, huh?
I think he's more tired than frightened. We'd better start for home.
Home? Oh, yes, of course.
That's a good boy. There. Now, you see? The doggy wants to walk with us. Well, we had a fine time in the park, didn't we?
Yes, didn't we? May I come in, Louise? I've brought some ice cream.
What a nice surprise. Yes, come in.
What? Oh, I take it my son is asleep.
Shh. Yes. My, this is a treat.
Louise, did you hear what I said to you in the park this morning?
No. What?
Nothing, I said.
Well, you were telling me about your situation.
I was proposing to you, Louise. I mean, well, I know you love Freddie just as much as I do, and since we're both... Well, what I'm saying is, will you be my wife?
It's kind and good of you to ask
Maybe
me.
you don't find it such a bright prospect, but on the other hand, it's nothing to dismiss lightly, is it?
Oh, no, it isn't.
No.
And I understand what you mean by loneliness. It's frightening. But one mustn't act hastily because of loneliness, Mr. Begley.
Oh. Then the answer is no.
Oh, don't put it that way, please. I like you very much. But I feel that my place is with little Fred. Big Fred can fend for himself. He always has, and he's done very well.
It was good of you to listen to me.
I want you to know I'm proud of having been asked.
Thank you. Thank you, Louise. Good night.
Some months later, Mr. Begley married his secretary at the factory, a good and devoted woman. Little Freddie had a mother again. And to Louise came the bitter realization that she'd have to leave him. But whenever she felt in special need of cheering up, she could depend upon the man in the toy store, Frank Hutchinson.
Look at this train. Just look at it. The workmanship.
Well?
It's too good for children. They don't deserve it.
Now, what have you got against children this time?
They act like a privileged class just because they're little. When they're infants, they're nothing but an elementary canal with noises attached. Then the older they get, the more they resemble adults, and you know what that leads to.
Is there no one you like, young or old?
No, don't start fishing for compliments. I have a criticism to make of you, too.
Now what have I done?
I'll tell you, as soon as I get rid of this monster.
He's just a little boy. Now be nice to him.
All right. Now what do you want?
You should be ashamed of yourself. Pretending to that little boy that you didn't know what he wanted.
Any fool would know he wanted a kaleidoscope.
Then why wouldn't you let him buy one?
Because all he could call it was a thing. Let him learn words. Nobody knows how to speak anymore. No language. Everything's a thing.
You were going to tell me what's wrong with me.
Oh, I was indeed. Why do you want to go on looking after other people's kids? The first thing you know, that silly nurse's blue veil of yours will be a permanent fixture, a way of life, a habit.
A bad habit, Frank?
I'm warning you, Lulu. Mind what I say now.
And I love you dearly, but you haven't been right about anything as long as I've known you.
Mr. Hutchinson.
Well?
The thing I wanted. It's a kaleidoscope.
A what?
You know, a kaleidoscope.
Spell it.
Yes, Louise had taken another position, this time with a wealthy family in Connecticut, the Palfreys. They had two boys, Harrison and Robbie. The Palfreys had a tutor for Harrison, an energetic young man named Gerald Keene. So it was the younger boy, Robbie, who was Louise's special care.
Oh, I'm coming, Robbie. I'm here. Oh, it's just thunder and lightning, Robbie. Don't be afraid.
It woke me up. It scared me.
Well, you know what that old thunder does. He's here to wake up people who are sleeping so he can tell them to get up and close their windows or they'll be rained on.
But why is it so loud?
Well, sometimes it's loud because it wants to make little boys brave enough to jump out of bed and turn on the light.
I can turn on a light. I think.
Well, good. Let me see how brave you are.
There.
Why, that's wonderful. Now turn the light off and show me that you're not afraid of the storm in the dark either.
Now?
Now.
There.
Oh, Robbie, I'm so proud of you. Now back to bed and go to sleep. I'm sure Harrison's been asleep for hours.
Aren't you going to tell me a story?
Again?
But I have to fall asleep again.
Oh, well, all right. Now, where did I leave off?
They were in danger, and it sure looked bad.
Oh, yes. The enchanted prince was pitching. All the bases were loaded when along came a five-eyed giant swinging 5 bats at the same time.
Why did he have 5 bats?
Oh, I don't know. He was that kind of a batter. He went up to the plate and the umpire said, "Excuse me, sir, but aren't you using more bats than the rule allows?" And the 5-eyed giant said, "Well, excuse me, sir, but I was always under the impression that a batter could use as many bats as he cared to." Now this puzzled the umpire. Mr. Keene? Oh, I thought I heard someone down there.
Shh, we just came home. Harrison and we've been seeing a cowboy movie.
You and Harrison? Well, where is he?
I told him to sneak up the back stairs.
Oh, my, how education has changed. I never thought a cowboy movie would find a place on a tutor's course of study.
Oh, come on in the kitchen. I'm hungry.
How was the movie?
Oh, it's good. It's very good. You mind if I take off this wet coat?
Better take off those wet shoes, too. You can put your feet in the oven.
Oh, the nicest extras come with this job.
You like this job?
Well, it'll do till something better comes along. And something may, too.
Oh?
I've got applications all over the place. An instructor in Mexico, something rather with standard in China, faculty job at the American School in Beirut, Syria.
Mexico, China, Syria.
Adventure, Lulu, adventure. New horizons. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, this milk I've been warming is for Harrison, not for you.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to fix some eggs.
Well, thanks. I'll eat them in the morning. Good night, Mr. Keene.
They saw considerable of each other in those next few weeks, Louise and Jerry Keene, the tutor. And then one afternoon in the garden, he brought her some exciting news.
It's a cablegram, Lulu, from Syria.
Well, something better did come along, didn't it? Congratulations, Jerry.
Only now I'm not so sure that I want the job. I'll miss you, Lulu.
They don't leave you much time, do they?
No. And by the way, you're going to a party with me tomorrow night.
Oh, you're way ahead of me.
That's just a few friends giving me a send-off. Say yes, Lulu.
Well, I'm not sure that I could get off.
I've already fixed it with Mrs. Palfrey.
Oh, you're too efficient for me.
Yeah, we'll have dinner in New Haven, go on to the party, and be back here in time for me to catch the 140 for Washington. I have to meet some of the trustees down there. How about it, Lulu?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that I'd fit in with your professor friends.
Oh, utter, absolute, horrible nonsense.
Lulu!
Oh, it's Robbie. Excuse me.
Wait a minute. Is it a deal?
Lulu!
Yes, it's a deal.
The party was a wonderful success, for Louise especially. Jerry's friends all liked her very much. And then, while they were driving back to the Palfrey estate.
I liked your friends, Jerry. Why, they didn't scare me a bit. And thank you for such a nice evening.
Oh, gosh, how fast can things happen? One minute I'm tutoring a rich man's son, and the next minute, Syria. A whole new life ahead of me.
Oh, you're so lucky. I envy you so.
Hey, I just got a great idea. You're going to Syria with me.
Oh, Jerry.
No, I'm serious.
Oh, but that's a mad idea.
Well, what of it? Haven't you ever done anything mad in your life? Now, look, we can stop at the house, you pack your things, and we'll still be able to catch the train. We'll sail on Wednesday and be married by the ship's captain on Thursday. What do you say?
Well, what about Robbie?
Robbie? Well, he's a pal for you, isn't he?
Oh, he still needs me, Jerry.
And so do I. Oh, come on, Lulu. The minutes are slipping by.
Well, aren't you being a little impulsive?
Oh, sure, but I'm asking you to be impulsive with me. And we haven't much time. Shall I drive fast or slow?
Well, not too fast, Jerry.
I heard you drive in, Mr. Keene. I wanted to say goodbye again.
Thank you, Mrs. Palfrey. You've been very kind. I'm glad you heard me. I was just about to leave a note for you.
Oh?
I'm not leaving alone. Louise is coming with me.
Louise? When did she decide to do that?
Tonight, Mrs. Palfrey. Just like that.
And you're going to be married?
Yes, on board the ship.
Well, I hate to dampen your enthusiasm, but I must say I'm a little bit startled.
You're angry with us?
No, but you haven't known each other very long, and marriage is a big contract, you know.
We know that, Mrs. Palfrey. But because some quick marriages fail, it's no reason to condemn all of them, is it?
We're very fond of Louise. We'd be sorry to see her hurt, that's all. And you, too. But I shouldn't have spoken. I hope both of you will be very happy.
Thank you, Mrs. Palfrey.
Lulu?
I just came in to kiss you, Robbie. Now go back to sleep.
Where you been?
I was out.
Oh, you're going out again?
Yes, I'm going out again.
Why?
But I'm going away for a little while, Robbie.
No, Lulu, no.
Oh, Robbie, darling, you've got to let me go or I'll be late.
I won't let you go. Don't go, Lulu. Please don't go. Lulu. Lulu.
Well, darling, we're on our way. You happy?
Almost. Oh, it's Robbie, Jerry. I just couldn't tell him the truth, but somehow he knew I'd never be back.
Oh, he'll get over it. After all, you had to leave him someday.
Well, it's done now, and I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, you don't know how glad I am to hear you say that. You know, you had me worried.
But why?
I didn't think you seemed sure.
Well, what do you mean, Jerry?
Well, I had the feeling that I took advantage of you. I mean, and using the pressure of time to rush you into this.
Oh, but I liked being rushed.
Yes, but would you have accepted if I'd asked you yesterday, when I showed you the cable?
You're trying to say something. What?
No, I just want to be sure.
Well, aren't you sure?
Oh, come here, darling. That's my answer, sweetheart. Are you convinced now? You're going to love the trip, Lulu. You're going to love the country and the people and all the things we're going to see.
You don't have to convince me, Jerry.
I'm not trying to convince you. It's just that I want so much for our marriage to be a success.
You aren't very confident, are you?
Well, of course I am, but... Well, you're the last person in the world I'd want to hurt, Louise.
I hoped you'd have something else to say to me. I am a little hesitant now.
But you've got me all wrong. I just thought it was being fair to you to mention the dangers. The point is, we're going to succeed in spite of them.
In spite of them?
You haven't lost your nerve, have you?
Oh, no. You see, I had a feeling it was wrong to rush into this like a couple of kids, and then when I saw Robbie...
Well, you don't mean that he makes any difference now?
Well, I had no right to hurt him, and I did. Jerry, if this thing is right, our getting married, it doesn't have to be this minute, does it? I'll go back.
Go back?
And we'll wait a while. We can write to each other, and then in a couple of months, after you're established and you still feel, then I'll follow you.
Well, if you really think that we'd...
And by that time, then Robbie will understand, and I won't be running away at his expense.
Well, I guess that is more sensible. But I hate to be sensible.
I know. I know.
They changed trains in New York. Jerry went on to Washington, and Louise went back to Connecticut. Early in the morning, Robbie stirred in his sleep, his eyes half opened. He saw a familiar figure sitting at the window of his room.
Hi, Lulu.
Hi, darling.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Today, one of our outstanding ambassadors of goodwill is Nelson Rockefeller, grandson of John D. With his brothers, Nelson has invested $3 million in a business partnership with South American nationals. The official title of this venture is the International Basic Economy Corporation, but South Americans call it El Plan Rockefeller. With American equipment and techniques, among other things, Nelson Rockefeller has built a profit-showing fishery in Venezuela, a reconversion plant to turn powdered milk imported from the United States back into fluid milk, a food warehousing and distribution concern, a series of model and self-supporting farms, and a 300-acre hog farm. Throughout South America, the Rockefeller plan has set up thriving businesses, enthusiastically supported by the people and the governments of the two nations. Part of the plan's profits go back into other projects for food production and distribution, where little or no production has been done before. Part will help finance the American International Association, a non-profit organization set up to study scientific nutrition, sanitation, hygiene, and child welfare. In 10 years, when the International Basic Economy Corporation is fully established, its stock will be sold to citizens of the countries in which it now operates. As Nelson Rockefeller put it, the people of South America don't want Santa Claus gifts. They want to be partners, and with us, do the job of helping themselves. Mr. Rockefeller knows only too well that by helping others, you help your country. Now, our producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Act 2 of The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman as Louise Mason.
Jerry Keene went to Syria. Louise never saw him again, nor did they ever write to each other. When Robbie was a few years older, Louise left the Palfrey home and went to work for Annie Rawlins. Annie was in musical comedy, not so young anymore, but still a star. She had a daughter, Stephanie.
Well, tell me, Lulu, the dress. How do I look?
You look very lovely, dear. Well, all I have to do is finish the hem, and that's it.
I wish Mother were here. She should have phoned by now.
Well, she will, darling.
Lulu, this confirmation dress, it's like a wedding gown, isn't it? I mean, with a veil and everything.
Yes, it is, a little.
When you were married, did you wear a beautiful wedding gown? Was it exciting?
No, it was a pale blue chiffon dress.
I mean being married. Were you madly in love? Lulu, what's it like to be in love?
Oh, Stephanie, my goodness, I don't even know that I'd remember.
Oh, yes, you do. Was it long ago? How many times were you in love?
Once and a half.
How did you feel? What's it like?
Well, it's mostly a glad feeling, like when school's out for summer vacation.
Is it really?
Of course, it isn't any one thing, Stephanie. Sometimes it can be very exciting, like when bells are ringing and whistles are blowing on New Year's Eve. And sometimes... Well, I wonder who that is. I'll get it, dear. Good evening, Mr. Ashworth.
Hello, Louise. For heaven's sake, what have we here?
Hello, Uncle Bill.
Well, you modeling for a wedding cake?
She's being confirmed tomorrow.
Oh, good. It'll never hurt you, Steppy. I've been confirmed for years. A confirmed bachelor, for which your mother is entirely to blame. Where is our Annie?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Ashworth. She was supposed to be home early. Take the dress off, darling, and it's way past your bedtime.
Good night, Uncle Bill.
Good night, honey, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night, Lulu.
Good night, dear.
What's going to happen to Annie?
Oh, I really don't know, Mr. Ashworth.
Well, why won't she quit? She's had a great career. She's had everything an actress could possibly...
Who's here?
Oh, hello, darling.
Oh, there's no business like show business. Hi, Louise.
Good evening, Mrs. Rollins.
Things have been happening.
Well, tell me.
Well, here I am worrying about the show closing when who do I bump into but Peter Allen? He's written a new show, and he wants me to audition for Tad Joplin.
Joplin, that old wart? Don't tell me you're going to...
Mama.
Stephanie, darling. Oh, but what are you doing out of bed?
I wanted to see you. I was worried about you.
Oh, I know, honey, and I'm awfully sorry, but I got tied up. I was just coming in to see you.
Will you sit up close tomorrow at my confirmation?
Of course I will. What time do you go on, sweetie?
11 o'clock.
Well, I have an audition at 9, but I'll be there in loads of time.
You hope.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. Now go to bed, sweetheart. I want you to be bright and pretty in the morning.
Good night, Mama. Thanks for coming home.
Good night, baby.
Joplin, huh? Annie, be sensible. Give up this rat race.
Well, believe me, I was ready to, until I met Peter Allen. Oh, darling, come over to the piano. Let me show you some of the songs.
No, Annie didn't make it to church the following morning. It wasn't her fault. Joplin, the producer, enjoyed keeping people waiting. So it was Louise who took Stephanie to church. Louise who met Stephanie's friends. And then later on at home.
Steffi, I tried to get away. Oh, baby, are you mad at me?
No, Mama, it's all right. Louise was there. How was the audition?
Oh, it's a big day for us, Steffi. I got the job. I'm going on the road again. But today we'll celebrate. We'll do anything at all that you'd like to do.
Can Louise come?
Well, sure, if you want her to. Where is she?
In the kitchen, fixing lunch.
All right. Now, you get into a pretty dress, and then we'll... Well, you make the plans, huh?
I'll think of something real special. And thank you, Mama.
Louise.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Rollins. Lunch will be ready soon.
How was the ceremony?
Very beautiful. And so was Stephanie.
Well, I got the job.
Oh, that's fine.
3 weeks rehearsal. Boston 2 weeks, then New Haven, then New York.
Mrs. Rollins, I'd like to leave if you could find someone to replace me.
Louise.
Well, I've been meaning to say something about it for some time, but I find it so difficult.
Don't you like it here? Don't you like Stephanie?
Well, I'd rather not go into that.
But I insist that you tell me.
I've been on the verge of leaving before, Mrs. Rollins, but each time, well, you'd get another show, and I'd postpone doing anything about it, and each time it would get worse.
I just don't understand. I thought you were happy with us here. I thought you loved us.
Oh, I do. And believe me, it's because I do that I have to leave.
Oh, well, that just doesn't make any sense.
Mrs. Rollins, I know you don't mean to, but you see so little of Stephanie. She's been turning to me more and more, and Now she's turned completely.
Silly. No one could take the place of a mother in a child's life.
This morning at church, the children, some of the parents, well, they wanted to meet Stephanie's mother. Stephanie introduced me. She told them that I was her mother.
But it was just a gesture, Louise.
No, it's more than that. Unless I leave, Mrs. Rollins, you may lose your daughter, and that would be the worst mistake you ever made.
It's good of you to tell me. Excuse me, I'm going to phone Mr. Joplin. I'm turning down that job.
And then after lunch, we're all going out, Lulu. I've decided, well... Lulu, what's the matter? Don't you want to come with us?
Well, perhaps it would be better if I stayed here, Stephanie.
What's wrong? Something must be wrong. What is it? Mama!
Stephanie, I'm leaving, dear.
What? Did you two have a quarrel or something?
Oh, no, darling, not that. I have a new job. I just didn't want to tell you about it until after you were confirmed.
That's right, Angel.
Well, you're just going for a short time, aren't you?
No.
Why? Why are you leaving?
Well, you see, you're getting to be such a big girl now, and I should be taking care of smaller children.
Is it anything I've done?
Oh, no, darling, you mustn't think that.
Who are you going to take care of?
There's a little girl.
I don't want you to go.
Oh, don't be selfish, sweetheart. You've had Lulu to yourself for a long, long time.
I don't want you to go.
I really don't know what to do, Stephanie. The people called me last week. They said it was pitiful how this little girl needed someone, and I told them that it was up to you whether I would leave or not. I thought that maybe you'd let me go. But if you want me to stay, then I'll stay.
You don't love me. Isn't that the truth?
Oh, no, darling. It's far from that.
But then why
Do you remember what the bishop said this morning? He said that you're an adult now. You're like Mother and me. You're responsible. And if that's true, then aren't we all responsible for people who need help more than we do?
Well, I suppose if the girl really needs you...
She doesn't have a mother like you do, darling.
We're both going to miss Lulu very, very much, Steffi. Now come inside, darling. I've something else to tell you. I'm not going to work anymore. I'm not even going to take...
Stephanie. Oh, Stephanie.
So just as little Freddie Begley had gone out of Louise's life, as Robbie Palfrey had, now Stephanie, too, was only a memory. Except that part of Louise's heart remained with each child. Her next two charges were both boys. There was Dennis Rice, and then Tony Williams. Louise had been with the Williams family only a few months when the war broke out in Europe, and Tony's father, being English, was called back to London. And then some weeks later...
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, Louise.
Why, you've been crying, Mrs. Williams. What's wrong?
Louise had been with the Williams family only a few months when the war broke out in Europe, and Tony's father, being English, was called back to London. And then some weeks later...
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, Louise.
Why, you've been crying, Mrs. Williams. What's wrong?
I've had bad news. My husband, he's been wounded.
Oh, is it serious?
I don't know. All I know is that I've got to go to him. I wanted to go with him in the first place, remember? Oh, Louise, I've been thinking. Oh, I know it's a wild notion, but...
Well, what is it?
I've just been... Well, I was wondering if you'd take care of Tony for me while I went over. As soon as Huey's all right, I'll be back.
Well,
Oh, please say yes. You're the only person I trust with Tony. Please say yes, Louise.
Well, you're not to worry anyway. We'll work something out, Mrs. Williams. Just please don't worry.
So Tony's mother went to England. For a while, there was a letter every week and a check every month. But then the letters and the checks became less and less frequent. Through the years, Louise had one friend who'd never changed. The man in the toy shop, Frank Hutchinson.
Yes, I hate to admit it, Louise, but that's quite a boy you got there. Quite a boy. 3 years old already. Well, what about it?
What about what?
I want to know why Tony's mother isn't back. First, it was because she'd enlisted in the ambulance corps. Then came word that her husband had been killed. That was 2 years ago, Louise. 2 years.
Well, you read the last letter I got. She's remarried.
That's just what I'm saying. If she's married again, why can't she come back now?
Well, they're having such a hard time of it. And after all, she's doing her part and I'm doing mine. She'll be back as soon as they get on their feet.
Little Miss Sacrifice.
Oh, now, Frank, stop it. I'm enjoying it. It's the first time in my life I've had a child all to myself, and I like the feeling, as long as it lasts. They'll be back one of these days.
They're taking advantage of you, shameful advantage.
How can you say that?
You don't mention they've stopped sending you money.
Who said so?
Oh, you can't fool me, Louise. Moving into that tiny flat, skimping on yourself right and left. Look at that dress.
Well, I've always dressed conservatively. You just never noticed it before, that's all. Well, do you intend to wait on your customer or not?
All right, all right. I know how to run my business.
Lulu, Lulu. Do you want a cookie, Tony? You do. All right, darling. Here's another cookie.
But Tony's mother didn't come back, and the years rolled by. Tony was 10 years old now and quite a baseball player. Every Sunday afternoon, Louise would go to the park and watch him play.
How'd you like that, Mom? That's 3 hits out of 4. Boy, are we giving him a shellacking.
Well, this is your last inning, Tony, and Frank's too.
You're some umpire, Frank, calling those first 2 pitches strikes. Anything wrong with your eyes?
Just myopia, stigmatism, and a tendency to blindness. Now get out in the field.
Yes, sir.
So, it's my last inning, is it?
You know what I promised, Dr. Berenberg. Just look at you, and at your age.
You know, for all the boasting around you do, we might as well be married.
What a proposal.
What an acceptance.
Who said I accepted?
Now, you listen to me, Lulu. At our stage of life, we're no longer Siegfried and Brunhilde. Just very old friends. But nobody can make soft-boiled eggs the way you do. And I'd be happy to marry you for just that. Furthermore, you can't go on supporting that boy just by doing needlework. You'll be taken in washing next. And I choose to think you prefer me.
I think we'd better continue this conversation after dinner. I wouldn't want you hit by a fly ball.
Well, I suppose after 30-odd years, I can wait till this evening for a simple answer.
Come on, Frank, umpire.
And this is your last inning, or we boycott your dinner.
Just be there on time for a change. 6 o'clock. And I don't mean 6:30.
When Louise got home, there was an envelope under the door, a cablegram from England. Tony's mother and her husband were coming back.
Boy, oh boy, what a game, huh, Ma? Hey, did you see me drop that fly ball? I can't figure it out.
Tony, we're not going to Frank's tonight.
You mean we're staying home?
No. We're going away, darling. We're going to pack some of our things, and we're going away.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 3 of The Blue Veil.
We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman as Louise Mason.
And so they disappeared, Louise and Tony. The boy's mother started to search for them, which was why one afternoon a detective came by to see Frank Hutchinson.
I'm here to see you about Louise Mason.
Oh? Where is she?
Well, that's what I want to know from you. I'm from the police.
I have no idea where she is. What do you want to know for?
Because Louise Mason may be charged with kidnapping.
How silly can you get? That boy's mother abandoned him long since. Louise Mason has devoted 8 years to that child.
You've seen them together often?
Of course I have.
You related to Mrs. Mason?
No, just friends.
For how long?
Oh, years and years.
You've been no more than friends, huh?
Get out of here. Go on, get out of here. You're a disgrace to your badge.
All right. Don't get excited.
Mr. Hutchison, is anything wrong?
I'm afraid I've upset the old boy. Didn't mean to.
Throw him out. Won't have him in my shop.
Mr. Hutchinson!
I can't breathe. Doctor, get the doctor, please.
And I don't mind saying, Mrs. Mason, that my office had quite a time trying to find you. You know who I am.
Yes. You're the district attorney.
Now, you admit having received a cable from Mr. and Mrs. Hall, hmm?
Yes. That's when I decided to leave. Where is my boy? What have you done with him?
He's all right. You'll see him soon. Now, you didn't mean to kidnap him, did you? You were excited, perhaps not in your right mind when you ran away with the boy.
I was never so calm. I've never done anything so deliberate.
Mrs. Mason, believe me, I'm trying to help you. Now, to begin with, Tony is not your son. He's Mrs. Hall's son.
She has no right to claim him.
Burgess, bring in the boy, will you?
He's happy and content as my son. They've had a life of their own. They can have children. What do they want with mine?
His mother's very angry about your disappearance. For a month, she didn't know whether Tony was alive or dead.
For 5 years, she didn't know. And she didn't care.
Lulu.
Oh, Tony, darling.
They wouldn't let me see you.
Oh, I know, sweetheart, I know.
But why are we here?
We have to answer some questions, dear, but nobody's going to hurt us now. Now, you come and sit down by me.
How much does he know?
Nothing.
Don't you think you were wrong to let him lose all memory of his parents?
Do you have to in his presence?
I'm sorry, I really am. But it has to be done. All right, Burgess. Tell the Halls to come in. Tony, you know, you have a real mother. Louise took care of you when your mother went away. But now she's back, and she wants to have you with her and your new father.
I want to stay with Lulu.
Yes, I know, Tony, but after a while,
Tony. Oh, Tony. Aren't you going to say anything to me?
Go and kiss your mother, Tony.
And this is your new father.
How are you, son?
You have no right to call him son, and neither do you.
Louise.
A son is a person you live with, not a piece of baggage that you check.
Look, Mrs. Mason, there's a little matter of kidnapping, and I'm
Officer, take the boy in the other room. It's all right, Tony. You can come back in a little while.
Lulu.
Mr. Hall, do you intend to take the boy to Chicago with you?
Yes, naturally.
Are you going to take Louise Mason with you, too?
Certainly not. We were very grateful to her, but when she stooped so
Never mind
low
that.
Oh? Why not?
Mr. Hall, I'm not at all clear just who's to be prosecuted. I'm not sure that this isn't a case of child desertion and abandonment.
Oh, please. There was no idea of abandonment. When I went to England, I joined a service. I was in uniform.
I know all about that. Now, tell me, how much do you figure you owe Mrs. Mason for the care and education of the boy?
Well, I sent her about $1,400.
In 8 years. Yeah, that comes to about 50 cents a day for salary, food, board, clothing, doctor bills, and love. I take it you trusted Mrs. Mason to make up the difference. How much did you spend, Louise?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Well, Mr. Hall, how much are you going to give her?
Well, I've made out a check. Here. I thought this might be fair.
I don't want anything. Are you going to let them take Tony away from me?
As much as I regret to say it, the law doesn't allow that he be left with you.
She's never been a mother to him. Giving birth to a child doesn't make a mother. What about the 1,000 and million things she doesn't know? That she'll never know about him?
Louise, please.
What does she know about all the things that frighten him? How to comfort him when he wakes up in the night crying. And the little things about him. What if he'd been neglected? And suppose there hadn't been a savings to see him through. Suppose no one worried about his measles and whooping cough and pneumonia. And what does she know about getting on her knees and praying to God to take her life instead of his? What if there had been no love in all this time? No love, do you know what that means?
Yes, I think I do. Burgess, bring the boy back, please. Mr. Hall, do you still want to press the charges?
Well, I don't know. My lawyer said...
I advise you not to. I further advise you to get out of here right away. Now, there's the boy. Take him and go.
Come along, son. Everything's going to be all right.
Mrs. Mason.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry.
Have you any relatives? Any old friends?
I did have one. I telephoned him yesterday, but the young lady said he had died. It was quite sudden.
The district attorney had slipped the Hall's check into Louise's purse. For a while, anyway, she'd be able to get along. But Louise couldn't live without children. The employment agencies told her she was too old now for a nursing job. Parents wanted younger women. So she took the only other job she could get and still be near children. She went to work for a private school.
You wait for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Hello, little boy. Did you forget something? Now, don't be afraid. I'm just the cleaning woman. Was it your book? Or your cap? Oh, maybe it was your lunchbox.
My glasses. They were in a case.
Your glasses? Oh, well, we must find those. I don't see so well myself. I'm going to have to get glasses one of these days.
Here they are. I found them.
Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. Now, what's your name?
Jackie.
Jackie? Well, my goodness. Jackie, you come over here where I can see you. Oh, that's better.
I have to go now.
You can talk to me just for a second. How old are you?
6, going on 7.
6, going on 7. Well, now, when is your birthday? You know, when a little boy has a birthday, he's...
I found them. I found my glasses. Hey, Tommy!
Louise didn't do anything about getting glasses until one day when she was crossing a busy street and a car almost hit her. The traffic cop told her about the clinic at the city hospital.
Well, there's nothing radically wrong with your eyes. It's just a condition caused by a deficiency in your diet.
Everything in diets these days.
I'm prescribing some pills and some eye drops, and you'll feel better if you wear tinted glasses for a while. Now, what's your name, please?
Louise Mason.
Mm-hmm. Now, just take these prescriptions down to the dispensary. And, about the glasses, tell them to talk to me, to Dr. Palfrey.
Dr. Palfrey?
That's right, Mrs. Mason.
You're not Robert Palfrey?
Why, yes, I am.
Did you have an older brother named Harrison?
Yes, I did. He was killed in the war. Did you know him?
So, you're little Robbie who was afraid of lightning.
Why, you're Lulu. Lulu, I can't believe it. Oh, my goodness, what are you doing now, Lulu?
Well,
I just can't get over it. Oh, those days all come back to me now.
Oh, I have many pictures of you when you were a little boy. I carried them around with me all the time.
You do?
Yes. I have a little album of all my children.
May I see it?
Oh, yes. Now, that one was taken the day we went on the picnic with Harrison and Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene. Yes, of course. Oh, this is wonderful. Louise, could I borrow these pictures? I'd like to show them to my wife.
Why, certainly. But you mustn't lose them.
Oh, no, of course not. And I don't want to lose track of you either. I'll tell you what. Why don't you have dinner with us some night soon?
Oh, I'd like that.
You would? Well, let's see now. How about next Tuesday?
Oh, fine.
And about these prescriptions, I'm taking you down to the dispensary myself.
Why, that's very nice of you, Robbie. Thank you.
So on Tuesday night, Dr. Palfrey called for Louise and brought her home.
And here she is, Mary. This is Lulu.
Oh, I'm so glad to meet you, Mrs. Mason. I feel I've known you for years.
You're very kind, Mrs. Palfrey.
Robbie and I were so worried. We thought you might have forgotten about tonight.
Oh, my eyes are weak, I suppose, but my memory's fine. Oh, my, this is a very handsome house.
Not as elegant as the old place, Lulu, but it's ours.
And you have a very beautiful wife. You should be proud of yourself.
He doesn't have time for that, Lulu. I have to be proud for him.
Well, now if you'll just open the door, dear.
Oh, so many people, Robbie. I didn't know you were having company.
Don't you recognize anyone?
Recognize?
Lulu.
Stephanie.
Oh, Lulu. Lulu.
My dear Stephanie.
Did you think I could ever forget you?
Oh, my goodness. And this young man, this is your husband?
No, Louise. I'm Freddie. Fred Begley, Jr.
Little Freddie. What a big boy you are. I can't get over it. And Dennis. You're Dennis.
Lulu.
Little Dennis who hated girls.
I want you to meet my wife. This is Marjorie.
How do you do? She's very pretty. Dennis. Robbie. You did this from all the names in the album.
Are you surprised?
Oh, my, yes.
There's someone on the phone who wants to speak to you, Lulu. It's long distance.
For me?
Oh, yes. We had quite a time arranging for this. But go on. Go on, talk to him.
Hello? Yes? Yes. I can't speak. Where are you, Tony? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. It's so nice to hear your sweet voice. You are? During your Easter vacation? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I am. I'm very happy. Very happy. Yes. Goodbye, Tony. All of you. All my dear, dear children.
And two more, Lulu.
But I don't remember these two.
Well, these belong to the house, Lulu.
This is Andy, and this is Judy.
They're yours now.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Lulu.
Hello, Judy.
Hi, Lulu.
In a moment, Jane Wyman will return.
Here's a story that has sort of a special tug at the heart when you hear it. An American soldier with a camera spotted a cute little Japanese boy playing outside the family home in northern Japan. He asked him to pose, and the boy did. The soldier went his way. 1 month later, tragedy struck at the household. The little 7-year-old boy was dead of influenza. His father, realizing that there was not even a recent snapshot to remember his son by, remembered the passing serviceman, and he asked the United States Army for a copy of the picture. Ordinarily, that would seem like a pretty hopeless task, to find among all the Army's picture-taking soldiers the one guy who'd taken that picture. But one man set out to do just that, PFC Stephen Toole of the 19th Infantry Public Information Office. He wrote letters, he broadcast over the radio, searched Army records. Eventually, halfway around the world, he traced Sergeant Leroy McIlvaine in a little Kansas town. Yes, the sergeant had been in Japan during that time. Yes, his hobby was photography. Yes, he had pictures of little Japanese boys, some 4,500 of them. Painstakingly, he searched through them, and he found the right one, the one that could make a grieving family just a little bit happier. This is a story that community in northern Japan will not soon forget. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. Cummings and Jane Wyman.
Janie, you were simply magnificent. We all want to congratulate you. Congratulations are also in order on your recent marriage to musical director Freddie Carger. We want to wish you both every happiness.
Well, that's very nice of you, Irving, and we both thank you.
I am amazed at your versatility. No wonder you were invited to place your footprints in the famous concrete blocks in the forecourt of the Chinese Theater.
They don't look like much alongside of Jimmy Durante's famous nose. Al Jolson's hands and knee prints.
Well, that's only because you have very small feet.
I love to sing their praises.
And we love to hear you. Speaking of singing, Janie, reminds me that Warner Brothers just completed their Technicolor production of The Jazz Singer.
Yes, and Danny Thomas and Peggy Lee are just wonderful as the stars.
And now, Janie, I want to tell our audience about another great picture we have for them next week. It was a gigantic undertaking to film, and the stars undoubtedly gave two of the most hazardous performances of their careers, because the picture was filmed in deepest Africa on the thrilling search for King Solomon's Mines. And as the stars of this Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer screen triumph will be the original romantic team of Deborah Carr and Stuart Granger.
It was certainly a breathtaking picture, Irving. And good night.
This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Dan Riss as the narrator, William Conrad as Begley, Bill Johnstone as Frank, Gloria Blondell as Annie, Lamont Johnson as Keene, Herb Butterfield as the district attorney, Yvonne Patey as Helen, Tom Brown as Dr. Palfrey, and Norma Varden, Stanley Farrar, Marlene Ames, Peter Votrian, Mickey Little, Eddie Marr, Charlotte Lawrence, Martin Bean, Harry Shearer, Leon Ledoux, Marvin Bryan, Harvey Grant, Lee Norix, and Dave Alfred. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Go South, Young Man. Next Tuesday is Washington's birthday, and if you're having company or just want to dress up the family dinner, remember that Jell-O makes one of the grandest desserts you can serve. Jell-O looks so attractive with its bright, clear colors, and Jell-O tastes so grand with its delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor, a flavor that simply cannot be topped. It has a real fruit goodness that rivals the fresh fruits themselves, a luscious, satisfying taste that everybody loves. You can serve Jell-O in any number of ways, just plain or